Audiobook title Empires of BlackPowder and Ember 201 to 250. Original title Steel, Guns, and the Industrial Party in Another World Chapter 201 Year's End on Arrival Day for the people of this world. Arrival Day was more than a red mark on the calendar. It was a hinge between ages, a day on which the old year sighed and the new one drew its first breath. In the distant past, when time was still reckoned by the turning of the soil and the waxing of the moons, folk had treated Arrival Day as the very border between years. Only later, with the refinement of the royal calendars, had the formal first day of the year been nudged back by about a week, slipping quietly to a safer, more sensible date after the holy day had passed. Yet for all the clever ink scratched by scholars, Arrival Day remained the true heart of the year. Tradition alone would have been enough to keep it so, but there was more to it than old habits and warm memories. A solemn, glimmering thread of faith was woven through the day. Legend held that, on this very date, the great archangel Wens had descended from the heavens, leading a radiant host of 500 archangels down into the mortal world. Back then, humanity had barely stumbled beyond its first, fumbling steps. People scratched the earth with stone-tipped sticks and called it farming. They knotted cords to keep track of days and debts, because they had no other way to write. Their tools were knapped from rough stone, sharp but crude, and the clothes that kept out the biting winds were stitched from stiff animal hides and plaited leaves. The continent itself was no gentler. Across its forests and plains roamed a multitude of other races, their numbers great, their tempers fierce, their claws and steel a constant threat to the frail, scattered tribes of humankind. Orcs with their tusked jaws and thunderous war cries, dwarves deep in the stone, with hammers that could shatter mountains, elves watching from the boughs of ancient trees, their arrows falling like rain. Others, too, whose names would one day be lost so completely that even rumor forgot them. The arrival of the angels tore a bright seam through that darkness. The celestial host, so the priests said, did not simply preach. They taught. Under the patient gaze of Archangel Wens, humanity learnt how to coax wheat and barley from the grudging soil, how to tame skittish beasts and cultivate stubborn plants. They were shown how ore could be dragged from the earth's cold heart and smelted into gleaming metal, how that metal might be beaten into plows and spearheads, armor and anvils. Most wondrous of all, the angels gifted them with written script, curling, beautiful lines that could pin a thought to a page and let it outlive its speaker. Those signs, scratched first on smoothed clay and polished bone, marked the end of the age of unknowing. Armed with these strange new powers, humankind rose. One season at a time, one tool at a time, they pushed back the shadows. Fields spread like golden carpets across the great plains. Towns hardened into walled cities. With metal in their fists and new ideas in their heads, human armies grew strong enough to drive the orcs out onto the sparse northern grasslands, to pen the dwarves deeper into their mountain fastnesses, to force the elves to slip away into the hushed depths of the forests. Other, weaker races were swept aside entirely, dissolving into the long river of history without even a name left to cling to a stone. In the end, human banners flew over the most fertile, gentle regions of the continent, the broad, well-watered plains where winters were bearable and summers kind. There, generation after generation, humanity multiplied, their cities rising higher and their roads running farther. But time erodes every advantage. Though the wars never truly ceased, neither did the flow of traders, travelers and outcasts wandering between the realms of men and the remnants of other peoples. A stolen tool here, a bartered secret there, knowledge seeped outwards. Techniques that had once belonged only to human smiths, and scholars spread into rougher, calloused hands. Bit by bit, the gulf in skill narrowed. The weapons wielded by orcs, dwarves and elves grew sharper. Their armor grew thicker, their siege engines creaked and roared with a power that would have startled the ancestors of humankind. And as the weapons balanced, so too did the courage of hearts. Ambition, so long pressed down beneath human steel, began to swell again in the chests of those once banished peoples. Old grudges stirred, ancient dreams of returning to the lush plains and bright rivers reawakened. Battles flared, dimmed, then flared again. The human armies, once able to crush their foes like grain beneath a millstone, now found themselves bled and battered, victory never again quite so certain. The last great hammer blow that truly smashed the resistance of the other races fell during the age of the unified Gobra Empire. Under a single imperial banner, countless human realms had been bound together, their strength braided into one thick rope. With that might, the Empire launched a series of grand expeditions north and east, wave after wave of marching men and thundering cavalry. Imperial standards whipped in the wind as steel-clad columns advanced through snowstorms and sandstorms alike. Their armor gleamed like a river of polished slate beneath pale winter suns. Siege towers crawled toward high walls, while rows of heavy crossbows loosed black clouds of bolts that blotted out the sky. On broken battlefields littered with splintered shields and shattered horns, the armies of orcs and their kin were driven down again, forced to bow, to kneel, to retreat to the margins. For a time, it seemed that human dominion had become absolute, stamped into the very bones of the continent. Yet even empires that pretend to eternity carry cracks within them. The Gobra Empire eventually sagged beneath the weight of its own size. Provinces squabbled, generals eyed each other's legions with envy, and the taxman's hand reached too often and too deep. When the center finally buckled, the whole grand structure split apart like overbaked bread. The once united empire crumbled into bickering successor states. Kings and dukes, lords and warlords, humans turned their blades on one another, burning fields and sacking cities that had once marched side by side. On parchment, this should have been the perfect moment for the other races to strike back and reclaim all they had lost. In reality, the situation was less kind to them. The dwarves, sealed in their mountain halls with dwindling clans and failing birth rates, no longer had the numbers to dream of ruling the plains. The elves, their people scattered thinly among ancient groves, appeared to set aside any thought of conquest. A quiet pride, perhaps, or perhaps simple exhaustion. Only the orcs of the northern grasslands refused to let go of their hunger. Their children were born in droves, as numerous and stubborn as weeds in spring. Yet the grasslands, beautiful but fragile, could not support so many. Winters there could turn cruel in the blink of an eye, the snow piling high, grazing beasts dropping where they stood. Caught between the bite of the wind and the ache of memory, of past defeats, past humiliations, the orcs watched the fat, peaceful lands to the south with burning eyes. They had already launched several large invasions in recent years, but they had learnt from those bitter campaigns where overreach had led to ruin. No longer did they hurl themselves at human fortresses and cling to captured towns in stubborn, grinding sieges. Instead, their chiefs had adopted a sharper, crueler wisdom: strike hard and vanish. They began to favor swift raids. At dusk, a quiet village might see only the usual smoke rising from its chimneys, hear only dogs barking and children laughing. Then, before dawn, hooves would drum like storm thunder across the frozen soil. Black silhouettes would crest the low hills. Mounted orcs in fur-lined mail, their breath steaming, their long spears couched. They would fall upon lightly defended settlements, snatching grain, livestock, and prisoners with a practiced, brutal efficiency. Fire and screams would mingle with the crackle of collapsing roofs. By the time a human lord could muster proper troops, the raiders would already be gone, swallowed by the deep white silence of the winter plains. The disunited human realms could not match that mobility. None of them, not even the stronger kingdoms, could afford to raise and maintain the vast, disciplined cavalry forces that the old Gobra Empire had once fielded. Royal authority had weakened. Supplies rotted in half-abandoned depots. Long-range expeditions became the stuff of nostalgic tavern songs rather than military planning. So the northern realms found themselves perpetually on the back foot, scrambling after vanished enemies, always a little too late. The orcs' raids became a headache that throbbed year after year, a wound that never quite had time to heal. For the rulers of the northern kingdoms, it was a curse. For the lords of the kingdom of Aldor, it was a particularly sharp thorn. On this cold evening at the end of the year, in the great hall of Lakehart Manor in Lakehart Town, the civil and military leaders of the Arda territory had gathered beneath carved rafters and swaying chandeliers. The fire in the wide stone hearth roared and spat, filling the hall with the comforting scents of burning oak and resin. Shadows inched along the walls, where banners bearing the sigil of House Greyman hung in rich, deep colors. Even those who usually remained at Foreign Harbor had come inland for the occasion. Austin, commander of the Navy, with his weather-creased face and sea salt still lingering in his cloak, sat beside Reuben, the broad-shouldered master of the shipyards, whose hands were stained faintly with pitch and oil despite his best efforts to scrub them clean. With arrival day drawing near and the old year's candle burning low, Paul Grayman had summoned all his key people to Lakehart Town. The plan was simple enough. Review the year's gains and losses, lay bare its missteps and its triumphs, and glimpse what paths might open in the coming months. For the moment, however, the Lord of Arda had not yet appeared, and the mood in the hall was looser, voices rising and falling in an amiable buzz. Men in uniforms and well-cut coats leant over the long table, warming their hands on cups of spiced wine, their breath faintly misting in the chill that crept in from the stone floor. They spoke, as people always did in such times, of the year's great troubles and greater rumors. "Word from the east is grim again," one officer remarked, his tone casual but his eyes not quite so. "Since winter set in, more than a few villages and towns have been hit by orcs." Another man sighed, swirling the dregs in his cup so that the wine's dark surface caught the firelight. "With the rebellion in the south, the royal court can hardly spare forces for the northeast," he said. "Every spear sent there is one less to hold back the rebels on the highlands. We are luckier here than most," a third officer added with a rueful smile. "To the north of us lies nothing but deep, unbroken forest and mountains. The orcs would find slim pickings there." The kingdom of Uldor was cradled, north and east, by mountain ranges that towered like gray-teethed walls. Only in the far northeast was there a gap, a relatively small plain sandwiched between the two chains of peaks. That vulnerable patch of land had acquired a grimly practical name over the years: the Eastern Corridor, for through it lay the straightest route from the kingdom's borders to the northern grasslands beyond. Each winter, when the rivers grew hard as iron and the wind turned knife-sharp, orcs from the grasslands rode through that corridor to raid the northeastern borderlands. In years when the White Scourge swept the plains, a season of blizzards so fierce that the snow buried whole herds and froze wells to solid stone, the raids grew fiercer and more desperate, like a starving wolf driven mad by hunger. The Eastern Corridor lay far from the kingdom's heartlands, compared to the open revolt among the Eastern Highlands barbarians, whose raiders could sometimes threaten key roads and rich valleys. The orcs' northeastern incursions looked, from the royal capital, like an annoyance rather than an existential danger. And now, with rebellion also smoldering in the south, the High Command simply did not have the men or coin to reinforce every front properly. So this year, their support to the northeast had been little more than a token gesture. A few units here, a wagon of supplies there, enough to claim in council that something had been done, but not enough to turn the tide if the orcs truly pressed their advantage. For the kingdom of Uldor, it had indeed been a year of many troubles, and winter showed no inclination to be kind. While most of the gathered officers spoke with relief about Arda's relatively safer position, not everyone was inclined to share their easy cheer. Among those present, only two men sat with unmistakable worry etched into their features: Schroeder, the territory's chief of staff, and Joyce, now promoted to commander of the 3rd Battalion. Both had once served in the northeastern armies. Both had felt the ground shake beneath orcish hooves and heard their war horns slice through the wind. They were attached to that distant, snow-lashed land in a way the others were not. Hearing that it was once again being ravaged did not stir relief in them, but a sour, helpless anger. For Schroeder, the sting was particularly sharp. More than half his military career had been spent riding patrols along frozen rivers there, staring out across the white horizon for the first black dot of an approaching raiding party. Watching the others shrug and joke, Joyce finally could not hold his tongue. "Friends," he said, his voice cutting cleanly through the hum of chatter, "when the lips are gone, the teeth soon feel the cold." He looked around the hall, meeting eyes that gradually sobered. "If the orcs decide the kingdom is weak enough, if they gather a real host and sweep through the northeastern lords, do you honestly think they will stop there? Once they hold those lands, the next target they will turn to is us." Bryce, lounging halfway down the table, curled his fist in the air as though holding an invisible ramrod. His grin flashed in the firelight. "Then we shall simply blast them back with our cannon," he declared cheerfully. "Let them come. Steel and powder will teach them manners." A few men laughed, grateful for the levity. Joyce only lifted his shoulders in a small, weary shrug. In his eyes, there was no amusement at all. These men had wrestled with pirates, bandits, and hastily levied peasant militias, but they had never seen a full orcish charge. They had not watched a line of spears bow and then snap under that impact, nor smelt the iron tang of blood frozen almost as soon as it spilled onto the snow. Joyce had. He remembered orcs raised from childhood in a world that did not forgive softness. Born into wind that flayed the skin, into winters that killed the weak without ceremony. They were creatures carved by hardship, seemingly made for war. Even the most ordinary of them stood close to 2 meters tall, shoulders thick as oak trunks, their muscles dense and roped beneath coarse furs and mismatched mail. On the battlefield, they were terrible to behold. Their eyes burned with a wild light, and their voices, raised in those harsh, guttural war songs, rolled across the plain like distant thunder. They could endure hunger that would have flattened a human army in a week, ride through nights that left lesser soldiers unable to feel their fingers. Years of nomadic life had turned them into natural cavalry. Give an orc a half-broken pony and a day, and by sunset horse and rider would move as one. Their warbands could cover staggering distances, striking where least expected, vanishing into the winter haze before slower troops could even saddle up. If the orcs had ever learned true discipline, if they had ever bound themselves to strict chains of command, drilled in precise formations, combined their brutal charge with siege engines and archery in the careful harmony that human generals prized, they might well have swept the north clean. Fortunately for Uldur and for Arda, they had not. They were a people of impetuous courage, not patient planning. Their sense of discipline was ragged, their chiefs prone to squabbling, their grasp of strategy little more than ride hard, hit harder. They preferred to fight with whatever weapons suited their own great hands, spiked clubs, heavy axes, cruelly curved blades. And when battle was joined, they tended to surge forward in one roaring tide rather than in well-ordered ranks. That wildness, that glorious flaw, kept humanity alive. It gave human commanders slivers of opportunity, gaps to exploit, traps to set, moments when a hastily formed square of spears or a well-timed volley of arrows could turn chaos back upon the orcs themselves. The conversation in the hall might have drifted further into grim reminiscence, but at that moment, the great doors of Leichhardt Manor swung inward with a deep, well-oiled creak. An eddy of colder air swept briefly through the warmth, teasing the flames in the hearth, and carrying with it the faint sense of snow and pine from the courtyard outside. Through the doorway strode Paul Grayman, Lord of Arda, his dark winter cloak dusted with a fine scattering of frost. At his side walked his chief secretary, Bernard, neat and precise even in his heavy coat, a thick folder of documents tucked under one arm. On Paul Grayman's other side came Miss Dyas, his keen-eyed advisor, the lamplight glinting off the silver clasp at her throat. Chairs scraped back as the assembled officers and officials rose to their feet in unison. Conversation died away, leaving only the snapping of the fire and the muted clink of a cup hastily set down. "Good evening, everyone," Paul Grayman said, his voice carrying easily to the far end of the hall, warm yet edged with the firmness of command. "Please be seated." He, Bernard, and Miss Dyas took their places at the head of the long table. As the others settled back into their chairs, quills and wax tablets at the ready, the restless murmur faded into attentive silence. The year was drawing to its close. Outside, winter pressed its cold face against the windows. Inside, under carved beams and flickering firelight, the Council of Arda began. Chapter 202 Year's End, Reckoning, My Lord. This year we have successfully consolidated a total of 13,000 hectares of arable land. Hansel, the Minister of Agriculture, announced from his place at the great table. His voice carried a note of carefully managed pride, tinged with just a hint of weariness. This includes 10,000 hectares here in Arda, and a further 3,000 in Bayardin. Next year, we shall accelerate our efforts. The plan is to continue for another 2 to 3 years until we have integrated the remaining 60,000 hectares across both territories. The great hall of Leichhardt Manor had settled into an attentive hush. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the scent of beeswax from the guttering candles mingled with the faint, earthy smell of damp wool from winter cloaks, still not quite dry. Outside, a thin wind whispered against the leaded glass, carrying with it the promise of snow. The land consolidation Hansel spoke of was no simple affair. It meant taking the patchwork of small, scattered plots, some no bigger than a cottage garden, that be Myrong to country squires, landlords and yeoman farmers, and stitching them together through careful exchanges, transfers and negotiations into single, coherent blocks of productive earth. A great field where once there had been dozens of tiny strips, divided by hedge and ditch. Once unified, these broad new estates could be managed by a single household or enterprise. For the smaller freeholders who still clung to their ancestral patches, the agricultural department had established farmers' associations to coordinate collective efforts, pooling coin to dig shared irrigation channels, repair common roads, or purchase seed in bulk at better rates. It was through this laborious reshaping of the land that true agricultural estates could be born. Only when a landlord knew that a stretch of good earth was entirely his own would he willingly spend serious silver on ambitious projects. Digging deep drainage ditches, building sturdy stone bridges, laying gravel roads that would not turn to rivers of mud each spring. No man wanted to pour gold into improvements that would benefit his neighbor more than himself, after all. But Paul Grayman's eyes had narrowed at the timescale Hansel proposed. That slowly, the Lord's hand came down sharply on the table, the crack of palm against oak ringing through the hall like a pistol shot. His tone was edged with disbelief. I had thought this could be managed in half a year, not half a decade. It was abundantly clear that the Lord of Arda was far from impressed with the pace of progress. "Ah, my Lord Grayman, if you would permit me to explain." Hansel's face colored slightly, and he shifted his weight from foot to foot, the posture of a man bracing himself against an unpleasant wind. He drew a breath and plunged into his litany of woes. "This work is devilishly difficult, my lord. Whether we are dealing with landlords or common farmers, each and every one of them lives in mortal terror of being shortchanged even a single square meter when plots are swapped. Yet at the very same time, they scheme and plot to squeeze out the tiniest advantage for themselves. You would not believe the endless squabbling." Hansel's voice took on the slightly exasperated tone of a man who had spent far too many hours mediating between stubborn, red-faced men in smoky village halls. Landlords maneuver against one another like rival chess masters. Farmers brawl in the lanes over boundary stones. We have even seen entire villages square up for mass brawls, fists and cudgels swinging, all over a disputed furrow or a contested hedgerow. These incidents are not rare, my lord, they happen regularly. He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Moreover, we are desperately short of staff. We can only work through one village at a time, patiently sorting out each tangled web of claims and counterclaims. If we could be allocated more civil administrators next year, it would make an enormous difference. Paul leant back in his chair, his jaw tight with frustration. How can these people have so little sense of the greater good? He muttered, half to himself. It is only a few meters of soil, one way or the other. Does a little more or a little less truly matter so much? Hansel let out a dry, humorless chuckle. My lord, I assure you, a little is not how they see it. If a man loses even a few inches of his land, he acts as though we have carved out his very heart and trampled it underfoot. And the quality of the soil varies wildly from plot to plot. Some earth is rich and black, crumbling sweetly in the hand. Other patches are thin, sour stuff, barely fit to grow thistles. Measuring fair value across such differences is a nightmare. He dabbed at his forehead with a worn handkerchief, though the hole was not particularly warm. Paul sighed and waved a hand. Very well. Redouble your efforts. I expect this finished by next year, understood. Hansel swallowed. The handkerchief came out again. We shall do our utmost, my lord. Sensing it was wise to move on swiftly, Paul shifted topics. And what of the new farming techniques? How is the rollout progressing? At this, Hansel's expression brightened noticeably. Ah, that has gone much more smoothly, my lord. The farmers' associations have introduced crop rotation systems to villages and towns across both territories. The landlords have responded positively. Most have pledged to begin trials come spring. The smaller freeholders, however, are more hesitant. Their plots are so modest that they must prioritize crops that fill their families' bellies. They cannot afford to gamble on experimental methods when a failed harvest might mean starvation. Paul nodded slowly, his irritation easing a fraction. Do not press the small farmers too hard, then. Once grain yields rise and they have coin enough to buy food from the markets, their courage will grow. They will experiment when they feel secure. As you say, my lord. Hansel pressed on, and now there was genuine enthusiasm in his voice. Thanks to the widespread adoption of mechanical harvesters, we have freed up enormous amounts of labor. Farmhands who once spent weeks bent over sickles can now turn their attention to clearing new land. We estimate that next year, the total area under cultivation will expand by roughly 1/6 across both Arda and Bayardin. Paul's face lit with satisfaction. Excellent, but ensure that all new farmland adheres to the large estate model. I will not have us sliding back into fragmented plots. Naturally, my lord, we shall maintain strict oversight. With the agricultural matters thoroughly aired, the meeting moved on. One by one, the heads of commerce, finance, immigration, and military affairs rose to deliver their reports. The firelight played across earnest faces. Ink-stained fingers shuffled through sheaves of parchment. Voices rose and fell in the rhythms of careful bureaucracy. On the whole, Paul found the news heartening. Since the territory had begun actively encouraging commercial enterprise, offering land grants, waiving certain fees, and easing restrictions on guild monopolies. Arda and Bayardin together had seen the establishment of 23 new manufactories. These workshops and small factories now turned out an impressive variety of goods. Tin provisions sealed in airtight cans, fine paper suitable for correspondence and ledgers, glazed porcelain that sang when tapped, refined salt white as fresh snow. Already, merchants were carting these products to markets across the northwestern territories. A trickle had even reached as far as Crystalvale, the glittering trade city that sat like a jewel near the kingdom's prosperous heartlands. Paul was confident that once the southern sea route was fully secured and operational, trade volumes would surge. Without the burden of tariffs levied by a dozen petty lords along overland routes, profit margins would fatten considerably. And fatter profits, of course, meant more merchants eager to sink coin into new ventures and factories. The tax revenues told the story in stark silver and copper. This year, the Council of State had collected 23,000 silver coins in duties and levies. House Grayman's own commercial holdings, the family estates, workshops, and trading ventures had brought in a further 25,000. Together, the total hovered just shy of 50,000 silver coins. After all expenses, salaries for civil servants, upkeep of roads and fortifications, grain purchases to stockpile against lean years, there remained a surplus of 10,000 silver coins, glinting in the treasury's iron-bound chests. Paul rose to his feet, and every eye in the hall turned toward him. He swept his arm through the air in a grand, theatrical gesture. "Spend it," he declared, his voice ringing off the rafters. "Spend it all. Next year, I want our surplus to be no more than 2,000 silver coins." Around the table, jaws went slack. Quills paused mid-scratch. Even the normally unflappable Bernard blinked in surprise. Paul grinned at their stunned faces. Coin sitting idle in a vault is not wealth. It is merely metal gathering dust. Money must move, must circulate, must work if it is to have any value at all. He tapped his knuckles thoughtfully against the table. "I have just had an idea. Let us invest heavily in education next year. Our territory is desperately short of trained minds. Clerks, engineers, accountants, surveyors. Pouring silver into schooling can only benefit us in the long run." This proposal was met with nods of approval all around. Miss Dyers, seated near Paul's right hand, leant forward with particular eagerness. Her dark eyes gleamed with interest. She had long championed the expansion of Weiss Academy, and any increase in funding for education was music to her ears. The discussion then turned to immigration, and here too the news was encouraging, if tinged with somber awareness of the suffering beyond their borders. To date, the Council of State had successfully resettled 1,563 refugees. These were not the very old, whose frail bodies could not endure the long trek, nor the very young, whose small legs faltered on the hard roads. The refugees who reached the Northwest Bay were, almost without exception, men and women in the prime of life, strong-backed, determined, and desperate for a fresh start. Most had been placed in the new factories, where nimble hands and willing backs were always in demand. Hansel, who also oversaw immigration logistics, cleared his throat. The flow of refugees will only increase, my lords and ladies. Word has spread in every direction that Arda welcomes migrants and offers fair work for fair wages. People are coming not only from the rebellious southern highlands, but also from the ravaged northeast, where orcish raids have left whole villages in ashes. A heavy silence followed that remark. No one needed reminding of the grim tales filtering in from the frontier. Once the civilian administrators had concluded their reports, it was the military's turn. Schroeder, the chief of staff, rose with his characteristic briskness, and the assembled officers straightened in their chairs. The army's overall size had not expanded dramatically, but the quality of its equipment had taken a significant leap forward. The infantry's greatest triumph this year had been the successful development of the flintlock musket. Production had begun on a small scale, with the 1st Battalion serving as the test unit. The men of the 1st were now drilling with the new weapons, their sergeants barking commands as hammers clacked and powder flashed on the practice fields. As for the Navy, it remained the single largest drain on the military budget, but the silver was being spent wisely. This year, Admiral Austin had taken delivery of 3 new sailing warships, sleek vessels with tall masts and clean lines. According to his 666 plan, 6 ships in the first wave, 6 in the second, 6 in the third. Another 3 were currently under construction at the shipyards in Foreign Harbor, their skeletal frames rising like the ribs of great sea beasts. Yet Austin was not entirely pleased. He stood now, arms crossed over his broad chest, his weathered face creased with concern. "My lord," he said, his voice carrying the faint rasp of a man who had shouted orders across storm-tossed decks, "I must be honest. This first batch of warships, while serviceable, will not have the longevity we would wish. In our haste to put them to sea, we used timber that had not been properly seasoned. The wood has not had time to cure and dry as it should. These ships will serve us well enough for a few years, but they will age quickly." He paused, choosing his words with care. "For the next construction phase, I strongly urge that we follow proper shipbuilding protocols. Allow the timber to season fully. Build vessels that will last a generation, not merely a decade." Paul listened, nodding slowly. Then his expression shifted, and he leant forward with a slight grimace. "Austin, I understand your concerns, and I respect your expertise. However, my next priority is to develop a civilian merchant fleet. I want to sell ships to private traders so they can sail south and open new markets. But as you well know, the shipyard's capacity is limited." The words hung in the air like a sword poised to fall. Admiral Austin's face darkened. His jaw worked silently for a moment, and a vein pulsed at his temple. The frustration was written plainly across every line of his weather-beaten features. Here he was, finally building a proper navy, and now the Lord was talking about diverting precious shipyard resources to merchant vessels. The tension in the hall thickened. Every officer present knew that Austin would not take this lightly. Chapter 200 and 3 years' end decisions. Whilst Admiral Austin was deep in his report on naval affairs, Paul leant forward with a question that had been nagging at the back of his mind. "What news of the Southern? Have you heard anything?" Austin reached into his jacket and produced a folded letter, the paper slightly creased and travel-worn. "We received this just this morning, brought by adventurers who rode their horses half to death getting it here. If my calculations are correct, by now the ship should be somewhere along the middle stretch of the kingdom's coastline." Paul's brow furrowed. "Will they make it back before arrival day?" The admiral's weathered face darkened, and he shook his head slowly. "I would not wager on it, my lord. They may not even reach us by New Year." That slowly, Paul's voice carried a note of disbelief. "What is holding them up? Northbound sailing means fighting against the prevailing winds the entire way. Moreover," Austin tapped the letter with a calloused fingertip, "the message states they now have 2 women aboard. That changes everything. They cannot simply press on through rough weather as they did on the outbound voyage. They must put into port regularly for fresh water, provisions, and to allow the ladies proper rest ashore." Paul grimaced and rubbed his temple. "Ah, of course. I had not considered that." Austin cleared his throat, and something approaching amusement flickered across his normally stern features. "There is one other detail you may find interesting, my lord. According to this letter, Lady Ladia's true identity has been revealed. A wide grin split Paul's face, and he let out a bark of laughter that echoed through the hall. Hi. I would give good silver to have seen Quake's face when he found out. Is there anything else the military needs to add? The brief exchange left several people at the table exchanging puzzled glances. Many of them knew that the green-haired advisor had sailed south on the Southern to collect family members. But this business about an exposed identity was utterly baffling. What on earth did it mean? Before speculation could take hold, Chief of Staff Schroeder rose to his feet, his bearing as crisp and precise as always. My Lord Grayman, I have some recommendations regarding officer training that I believe warrant your attention. Paul gestured for him to continue. Until now, our military academy has operated what I can only describe as a crash course system. We have been cramming all manner of knowledge into cadets' heads in a haphazard fashion, with no proper structure or progression. I propose that from next year onwards, we adopt a far more systematic and professional approach to officer development. Paul nodded approvingly. Excellent. I support this entirely. What do you have in mind? Schroeder had clearly given this considerable thought. His words came measured and confident. Given that our armed forces are still relatively new, and we face an urgent shortage of junior officers, I suggest we begin with a 1-year program. Later, once our needs are less pressing, we can extend this to 3 or even 4 years for more thorough training. And how would you recruit these officer cadets? What happens to them upon graduation? We could draw from 2 pools, Schroeder explained, his hands moving as he spoke, sketching invisible diagrams in the air. First, we recruit directly from the civilian population. Young men who are literate, numerate, and genuinely committed to military service. Second, we select promising soldiers from within our existing ranks. Men who have distinguished themselves through exemplary conduct or acts of valor in the field. These individuals would enter the academy for formal instruction. He paused, ensuring Paul was following. Upon graduation, cadets would be commissioned according to their academic performance. Outstanding students might receive officer ranks immediately, whilst others would be granted non-commissioned officer status. All would begin their careers at the platoon level, commanding the smallest tactical units, learning leadership from the ground up. Paul considered this for a moment, then clapped his hands together decisively. Agreed. Draft me a formal proposal with all the details, and we shall implement it. Yes, my lord. Before Schroeder could sit, Admiral Austin's voice rang out from across the table. Master Schroeder, you had better not forget the Navy in all this planning. The Chief of Staff allowed himself a slight smile. Naturally not, Admiral. The program will serve both branches equally. But there was another voice that would not be denied. Clear as a silver bell and edged with determination, Miss Diaz spoke up from her seat. Civilian education must be strengthened as well. All eyes turned to the young advisor. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, but her gaze was steady. Up until now, the teaching methods at Weiss Academy have been far too crude and disorganized. I hope Lord Grayman will give serious consideration to improving that situation. Paul leant back in his chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin. What specific improvements do you propose, Miss Diaz? Eileen gathered her thoughts, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. I would like us to model our approach on the better church schools. We should divide students into year groups based on their age at enrollment and implement a proper class system. No more herding children of wildly different ages and abilities into a single room where they all shout over one another. How many year groups would you suggest? I propose a 5-year program, divided into 1st through 5th years. Additionally, we need to establish a proper curriculum. At the very least, the 7 arts should form the foundation of our teaching. The 7 arts, logic, grammar, rhetoric, mathematics, geometry, astronomy, and music, had been the bedrock of ecclesiastical education for centuries. Every proper church school taught them. Paul drummed his fingers on the table, his expression thoughtful. Very well, he said at length, but with modifications. Beyond basic literacy, we shall retain grammar, mathematics, and geometry from the 7 arts. However, I want the program condensed to 4 years rather than 5. Children shall begin their education at age 6. He raised a hand to forestall Eileen's protest. That said, our general literacy program for adults must continue unabated. We shall establish dedicated classes for older learners, and evening schools for working citizens must remain operational. Eileen's face had gone red, and her voice rose with indignation. Why must you cut so many subjects? And why reduce the number of years? Paul spread his hands in a gesture of helpless resignation. Miss Diaz, allow me to introduce you to a rather brutal reality. We do not have enough qualified teachers. If you can somehow conjure up sufficient numbers of competent instructors, I would be delighted to offer those additional courses. Until then, we must work within our limitations. Before Eileen could formulate a response, another voice chimed in, one that made her jaw tighten with barely suppressed fury. Besides, said Hansel Abbott with his characteristic bluntness, the subjects Lord Grayman has removed are frankly useless to common folk. All they truly need is to read, write, and count. Anything beyond that is wasted effort. Eileen refused even to look at him. The Minister of Agriculture's attitude toward refugees remained as callous as ever, and Count Grayman had done nothing more than offer him a mild rebuke at that one meeting. She had approached Paul privately numerous times about Hansel's conduct, and each time she had been fobbed off with vague promises. It was infuriating. Paul, oblivious to, or perhaps deliberately ignoring Eileen's silent rage, continued. As for why I am reducing the number of years, I have no intention of allowing our students to coast along comfortably as they do in church schools. I want to hear the sound of recitation echoing from Weiss Academy from dawn until dusk every single day. Our children will work hard, and they will learn efficiently. What Paul did not say aloud was that he rather relished the thought of inflicting upon this world's youth the same educational rigors that had once tormented him. There was also a more pragmatic consideration. Children who completed their education by age 10 could begin apprenticeships in the factories and workshops, contributing to the territory's growing industrial capacity. A sudden gleam entered Paul's eye, and he snapped his fingers. One more thing. To prevent a flood of underqualified graduates, we shall adopt a rigorous examination system. Entry may be open to all, but progression will be earned. Every year, students must pass comprehensive examinations. Those who fail will repeat the year. Similarly, graduation will require passing a final examination. Only those who succeed will receive their certificates, formal documents proving they have met our standards. Students who fail may retake the exam after repeating their final year, but no one leaves Weiss Academy with a certificate unless they have genuinely earned it. Eileen, despite her lingering frustration, found herself nodding and scribbling notes with her quill. Her goose-feather pen scratched rapidly across the parchment before her. Whatever her disagreements with Count Grayman on other matters, these academic proposals had genuine merit. Steward Ford, ever practical, raised another concern. My lord, what about costs? Textbooks, paper, ink, these items require funding. My intention, Paul replied, is that adult learners will cover their own textbook costs. For children, expenses will be split evenly between parents and the education department. As for teachers' salaries, those will be paid by the department. I insist, however, that instructors receive no less than our civil administrators. Teaching is too important to be poorly compensated. Ford's expression was skeptical. My lord, this will represent a substantial financial commitment. Paul waved away the objection. Next year, our treasury will be far healthier. Moreover, once we construct several more printing presses and establish a proper printing house, the cost of producing textbooks will plummet. Let us implement this for 1 year and assess the results. If adjustments are needed, we can make them. Eileen looked up from her notes, her eyes bright with a new thought. My lord, is one school in Leichhardt Town truly sufficient? Weiss Academy alone seems woefully inadequate for the combined territories of Arda and Bayardin. Paul conceded the point immediately. You are quite right. In that case, we shall establish a school in every settlement that has achieved town status, drawing students from the surrounding villages as well. When our finances permit, we shall build schools in every village, though I suspect that particular goal may be some years distant. The fire crackled softly in the hearth as Paul gazed around the table at his assembled advisors. In his mind, the multiplication of schools was not merely desirable, but essential. Investment in education, particularly in an age when the common people remained so dependent upon their lords, could never be wasted. The returns might take years to manifest, but they would be real and lasting. Outside, the winter night deepened. Snow had begun to fall, light flakes drifting past the tall windows like wandering stars. Inside Lakehart Manor, beneath the weight of flickering candlelight and the warmth of shared purpose, the future of Arda was being carefully, methodically built. One decision, one plan, one careful allocation of silver at a time. Chapter 204, the weight of President Myron Garnard, who had remained silent throughout most of the evening's discussions, finally cleared his throat and spoke up from his place near the end of the table. His voice carried the thoughtful, measured tone of a man who preferred to listen before offering his thoughts. "There is already a church school operating in Budua," he suggested. "Perhaps we might consider partnering with them. We could expand their existing facilities and curriculum rather than starting entirely from scratch." Paul immediately began shaking his head, waving both hands as though physically pushing the idea away. A wry smile played at the corners of his mouth. No, Myron. Absolutely not, I am afraid." He leant forward, lowering his voice just slightly, though his words carried clearly through the hall. "I have heard altogether too many unsavory rumors about certain members of the clergy, and their particular fondness for young boys. I will not willingly send more children into that environment." The hall erupted in laughter, a mixture of shock and dark amusement. Men slapped the table or covered their mouths, their shoulders shaking. Only Miss Diaz remained utterly still, her cheeks blazing scarlet, her eyes fixed firmly on the parchment before her, as though she might bore a hole through it by sheer force of will. When the laughter finally subsided, Paul raised his hand and clenched his fist in the air, his voice suddenly hard and utterly serious. "We must establish an education system that answers solely to the Council of State. Complete control, complete accountability, no interference from external authorities." Then, quite abruptly, his gaze shifted. He turned in his seat and began studying Miss Diaz with an intensity that was almost physical, his eyes traveling slowly from her face to her hands, as though measuring her for an invisible suit of armor. Eileen felt her heart begin to hammer against her ribs. The attention was deeply uncomfortable, made all the worse by the fact that they sat in a room full of men, all of whom had now turned to watch this peculiar exchange. Heat crept up her neck and flooded her cheeks. Really, Count Grayman could be shockingly rude when the mood took him. "My lord," she said, her voice sharp despite her embarrassment, "is there something you require?" "Miss Diaz," Paul began, his tone suddenly almost tentative, "I wonder if you might be interested in what?" She interrupted, her pulse quickening further. "The position of Director of the Education Department remains unfilled. Until now, education has been so haphazard and unstructured that the post hardly seemed necessary. But if we are to build schools across the entire territory, the workload will be enormous. Someone will need to oversee it all." Eileen blinked. Yes, I suppose that is true." Paul leant forward, his elbows on the table, his fingers interlaced. "So I must ask, would you be willing to accept the position of Director of the Education Department?" The words seemed to hang in the air like smoke. Eileen simply stared at him, her mouth slightly open, utterly unable to formulate a coherent response. Her mind felt as though it had been dipped in treacle, slow, sticky, struggling to process what she had just heard. Paul waited patiently, his expression calm and expectant. But before Eileen could gather her scattered thoughts and form an answer, another voice cut through the silence like a knife through silk. "Ahem." Baron Hansel Abbott shifted in his seat, his face creased with discomfort. "My Lord Grayman, with all due respect, this proposal seems to fly in the face of tradition. Women do not hold public office. Please understand, I am not questioning Miss Diaz's scholarship. She is, after all, a genuine and accomplished scholar. But a woman in such a position, it simply is not done. It goes against every precedent." The Minister of Agriculture's tone was carefully respectful, but his disapproval was unmistakable. Clearly, the idea of a female official, one who would rank as his equal, no less, did not sit well with him. Paul tilted his head, his expression one of mild, almost playful curiosity. "Yet within our administrative system, Miss Diaz and Miss Ladia are arguably the two most learned individuals we have." Scholarship and administrative competence are not the same thing, my lord. Hansel protested, his voice rising slightly. Some scholars are so absorbed in their studies that they lack even basic social skills. How could such a person navigate the complexities of government work, dealing with subordinates, coordinating across departments, managing budgets and personnel? Paul's smile widened, and there was a glint of mischief in his eyes now. But I seem to recall that Her Royal Highness, Grand Princess Catherine, is celebrated as a woman of extraordinary military and political ability, a true heroine of the realm. At the mention of the kingdom's eldest princess, Eileen, still frozen in shock, felt a small tremor run through her body. Her fingers tightened around her quill. Hansel actually laughed, a short, incredulous bark. "Oh, my lord, you cannot use exceptional cases to establish general rules." Princess Catherine was raised in the royal household. She enjoyed advantages that 99 people out of 100 will never possess. The education she received, the opportunities for training and practical experience, she had access to resources that would put most men in this kingdom to shame. He paused, and his smile turned slightly cruel. Moreover, if His Majesty had sired an equally capable prince, I rather suspect Princess Catherine would not shine quite so brightly as she does now. The implication hung heavy in the air. Exceptional women were only visible in the absence of competent men. Paul sighed and turned to address the entire room. "Very well. Does anyone else have objections to appointing Miss Diaz as director of the education department?" Silence. Men glanced at one another, Sid Myrong, uncomfortable looks. Eyes darted away from direct contact, gazes dropping to study the grain of the table, the flicker of candlelight, the weave of their own sleeves. No one spoke. The truth was simple enough. Everyone present respected Miss Diaz's intelligence and learning. She had proven herself time and again. But a woman in such a position, it felt wrong somehow, improper, against the natural order of things. Paul tried a different approach. Is there anyone here willing to put themselves forward for the role? Or perhaps recommend a qualified subordinate? Still nothing. The officers and administrators from the Northwest Bay knew their limitations perfectly well. Education. That was not their world. They were practical men, farmers, soldiers, merchants. The business of pedagogy and curriculum was alien territory. As for the more refined individuals who had come from the capital, well, Bernard served as chief secretary, spending every waking hour at Paul's side, managing correspondence and schedules. Guy Burns, newly appointed director of the machine factory, was a technical genius who wanted nothing to do with anything that did not involve gears, levers, and metallurgy. Being a factory manager was already more administrative work than he cared for. Neither of them had any desire to take on additional responsibilities. The only person with genuine interest in the position was Hansel himself. He was, by temperament, a man who enjoyed wielding authority. But even he had to acknowledge reality. As director of agriculture, he was already drowning in work. The land consolidation project was behind schedule. The Lord had just chastised him for that. And he also managed immigration and the recruitment of talent from other regions. His days were a relentless blur of meetings, inspections, and correspondence. His mind raced, trying to identify someone from among the people he had recruited. Ideally, someone from the capital, a fellow native of King's Landing who would feel some loyalty to him. But no matter how he turned the problem over in his mind, he could not think of anyone who met all the necessary criteria. Sufficient experience, proven competence, and a good rapport with Lord Greyman. Experience mattered. No one appointed a newcomer to an important post. Competence was non-negotiable. Hansel prided himself on judging people by merit. And rapport with the Lord. Essential. Bernard had earned Paul's trust through steady, reliable work. Guy Burns shared the Lord's passion for invention and engineering. Hansel himself had carved out a position through mutual advantage, a kind of practical alliance. But who else fit that description? Damn it all. He needed more people, better people. Was he truly going to sit here and watch such a critical position fall into the hands of that woman? The Lord clearly considered education a high priority. Sweat began to bead at Hansel's temples as his thoughts churned frantically. Then Paul spoke again, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Since no one can propose a suitable alternative, I believe Miss Dyers should assume responsibility for educational matters on a temporary basis. However, he raised a finger. Given that we currently have only one school under the council's jurisdiction, Weiss Academy, and therefore the workload is considerably lighter than in other departments, I propose we redesignate the Education Department as the Education Bureau. A bureau is one rank below a department. Miss Dyers will serve as acting director of the Education Bureau. Does anyone object to this arrangement? No response. The silence stretched like old leather. Paul rephrased the question. No objections then. I think that sounds quite reasonable. Someone finally ventured in a small voice. Others nodded slowly, grudgingly signaling their acceptance of the Count's decision. Excellent. Then it is settled. Only Hansel remained inwardly seething. Could no one else see what the Count was doing? This was a tactical retreat, nothing more. He would wager good silver that within 2 years, that woman would be sitting at the table as a full department director, and the Education Bureau would be upgraded back to a full department. He was certain of it. Hansel did not doubt Miss Dyer's abilities, not really. She was sharp, well-educated, and surprisingly effective when she put her mind to something. But a woman holding such an important office, it felt fundamentally wrong to him, like a horse walking on its hind legs or a river flowing uphill. If she had not opposed him so fiercely on the refugee issue, he might have swallowed his pride and accepted it. But they had clashed repeatedly over policy. She wanted to coddle the refugees, treat them with excessive gentleness. He believed in firmness, in making sure they understood their place and earned their keep. Given that fundamental disagreement, the last thing he wanted was to see her gain more power and influence. He leant back in his chair, his jaw tight, and said nothing. The meeting moved on, but his mind continued to turn over the problem, searching for leverage, for allies, for some way to limit the damage. Outside, the snow continued to fall. Inside Lakehart Manor, beneath the golden glow of lamplight and the watchful eyes of painted ancestors on the walls, the future of Arda continued to take shape. One compromise, one small victory, one carefully balanced decision at a time. Chapter 205. A throne of one's own. Eileen Rodney's inner world at that moment was a tempest of contradictory emotions, each feeling crashing against the next like waves battering a rocky shore. On the one hand, rage simmered hot beneath her skin. The barely concealed resistance from every man in the hall, the Sid Myron glances, the pursed lips, the stiff postures, had been as clear as daylight streaming through stained glass. How dare they look down on her? What right had they to dismiss her capabilities simply because she wore skirts rather than breeches? The unfairness of it made her lungs feel as though they might burst, her breath coming quick and shallow, while she fought to maintain her composure. On the other hand, Paul's sudden appointment had caught her utterly off guard. Despite her fury at the men's prejudice, she could not deny her own surprise. After all, and she hated admitting this even to herself, the decision truly did fly in the face of every tradition, every unspoken rule that governed their society. Damn those traditions to the deepest pit. Honestly, could the man not have consulted her first? Given her some warning? The suddenness of it had left her floundering, completely unprepared. If she had known in advance, she might have crafted a stirring declaration. Something passionate and eloquent that would have forced these dismissive men to reconsider their assumptions about women's capabilities. Though perhaps Count Grayman truly had made the decision on impulse. It was difficult to tell with him. Regardless, in that chaotic swirl of anger and shock, a small, warm ember of gratitude began to glow in the young princess's chest. It was the gratitude of being recognized, of having one's abilities acknowledged and valued. Eileen had always been different from her elder sister, Catherine. From childhood, she had shown little interest in politics or warfare. Whilst Catherine had devoured military treatises and sat in on council meetings, Eileen had buried herself in philosophy, natural sciences, and literature. Her dream had been simple and pure: to become a true scholar, to contribute to the world's knowledge rather than its governance. His Majesty, the King, had been perfectly content with this divergence. After all, for a ruler to have 2 children skilled in statecraft and military command was not necessarily advantageous. Such situations could breed dangerous competition. Besides, Eileen's scholarly pursuits seemed appropriately feminine, the sort of gentle intellectual hobby that suited a princess. But living in Catherine's shadow had never been easy. Eileen had grown up listening to endless praise for her sister's brilliance, her tactical genius, her political acumen. Though the two sisters loved each other dearly, that affection was genuine and deep. Eileen could not entirely suppress a tiny, stubborn thread of, not quite jealousy, but perhaps defiant pride, a determination to prove that she too could excel in her own way. And now Paul had given her that chance. How could she not feel a rush of fierce joy beneath her outward calm? Count Grayman. Eileen rose to her feet, her spine straight as a sword blade, her face grave and solemn. She bowed deeply to Paul, the gesture carrying genuine respect. I will not disappoint your trust in me. Then she sat back down, her lips pressed firmly together, not uttering another word. But inwardly she made a silent, burning vow. 1 year from now, every man in this hall would be forced to see her with new eyes. Well then, do your best, Paul said lightly, offering her an encouraging nod. In truth, his thought process had been far less noble than Eileen imagined. He had simply worked through a process of elimination, crossing off one unsuitable candidate after another, until only the 2 female advisors remained. And between them, Miss Ladia was earmarked for certain mysterious scholarly work related to the arcane. That left Miss Diaz as the only logical choice for education. It was not the cunning, strategic retreat Hansel suspected. If an equally qualified man had been available, Paul would likely have chosen him without a second thought, simply out of habit and social expectation. Right then, everyone, Paul announced, clasping his hands together. Let me outline the industries I plan to develop next year, the ones we will be exporting to other territories. At this, the entire assembly perked up noticeably. Heads lifted, backs straightened, quills were readied. Paul ticked them off on his fingers. Steel smelting, cotton textiles, printing. These 3 sectors had been discussed extensively in private meetings between Paul, Steward Ford Hansel, and a handful of others. Now he was making the plans public to all the senior leadership. Myron frowned slightly, puzzlement creasing his brow. Paul, I understand printing. You have developed that remarkable printing press. But forgive me, neither our iron goods nor our textiles seem particularly competitive at present. Why not invest resources in industries that have already proven profitable, such as porcelain and paper manufacturing? It was a fair question. Arda and Bayardin's current metalwork and cloth were adequate for local needs, but hardly exceptional. Paul smiled, and there was a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. My apologies for not sharing this sooner, he began, his voice carrying an undercurrent of barely suppressed excitement. In textiles, I am ordering the machine factory to completely redesign the spinning wheels and looms currently in use. Conservative estimates suggest we can increase efficiency by 40 times, compared to existing models. A ripple of astonishment ran through the hall. Men exchanged wide-eyed glances. As for iron smelting, Paul continued, clearly savoring their reactions, we already have an entirely new production method, a complete set of techniques that will absolutely crush every competitor in the world. Production should begin very soon. Is that not correct, Mr. Burns? Guy Burns, the director of the machine factory, rose from his seat and gave a crisp nod. Definitely operational by the turn of the new year, my lord. Splendid. I look forward to it. And Guy, when the first furnace is ready, you must send for me. I want to witness the first iron pour personally. 6 months ago, such claims would have been dismissed as pure fantasy, the grandiose boasting of an overambitious young lord. But now, after witnessing Paul's string of innovations, mechanical harvesters, advanced firearms, improved ship designs, no one doubted him. A thought suddenly struck Paul, and he snapped his fingers. Once textile production is properly underway, we can finally produce cheaper, better military uniforms for the troops. Currently, the Arda Army's clothing was decidedly rough and ready, functional but aesthetically unfortunate. Perhaps the locals saw nothing amiss, but to Paul's sensibilities, the scruffy appearance clashed horribly with the organized, regimented style of line infantry warfare they were developing. Surely proper uniforms, smart redcoats like the British Grenadiers, or perhaps Prussian-style blues, would be far more suitable for musket-based combat. Oh, my lord, Bryce practically bounced in his seat, his face alight with enthusiasm. Are you planning to redesign the military dress? I have quite a few ideas myself, actually. Paul grinned. You as well. Excellent. After we adjourn, you sketch out your designs. I shall sketch mine, and the Navy will submit proposals as well. Then we can all review them together and decide. The meeting had covered most of the essential topics. Paul glanced around the table. If there are no further matters to discuss, I believe we can conclude for the evening. Actually, my lord, there is one more thing. Oh, Steward Ford, please go ahead. The old steward cleared his throat, his weathered face thoughtful. We have received a considerable number of migrants this year, and according to our projections, even more will arrive next year. I believe we need to give serious consideration to where, specifically, we will settle them. Not in terms of employment, which is well in hand, but regarding housing. Many of these newcomers are single men and women who will eventually marry and establish families. They cannot live indefinitely in the temporary dormitories we have hastily constructed. Paul looked mildly puzzled. Is this truly a problem? My plan was to settle migrants primarily in Lakehart Town and Foreign Harbor, though we must maintain proper proportions. The majority of residents should still be locals and workers recruited from elsewhere in the Northwest. Once the migrants have earned sufficient wages, they can purchase property or hire builders, surely. Ford shook his head slowly. In principle, yes, but we are talking about a sudden influx of hundreds of people, with more coming constantly. Houses cannot simply sprout up randomly wherever someone fancies building. There must be order, planning, regulations. When the towns were small, this was not an issue. But now, we genuinely need to think this through properly. Paul rubbed his chin. You make a fair point. All right then, who should handle urban planning? I confess I know very little about city design. My lord, urban development is a specialist field. We should engage a professional. The larger cities certainly have experts in such matters. Paul's eyes lit up. If we are hiring an expert, let us hire the very best. The kingdom's greatest city is Crystalvale, is it not? Then we shall bring a planner from the royal capital itself. Have them design comprehensive layouts for Lakehart Town, Foreign Harbor, and Budua. Several people blinked in astonishment. My lord, is that not perhaps excessive? Using a capital city planner for towns of this size. Paul waved the objection away cheerfully. We must think long-term. Who knows, perhaps Lakehart Town will one day grow into a city of 100,000 souls. Around the table, men exchanged glances. Was Count Grayman indulging in fantasy? 100,000 people. Here, Hansel, Paul said, turning to the Minister of Agriculture, I will trouble you to keep an eye out for suitable candidates next time you visit the capital. I shall make a note of it, my lord. At last, all questions had been addressed. No one had anything further to add. Then I declare this meeting adjourned, Paul announced. Chairs scraped back. Men stood, stretching stiff limbs and gathering scattered papers. The fire had burned low in the hearth, and outside the tall windows, the winter stars had emerged, cold and brilliant against the black vault of sky. The year was ending. A new one waited, pregnant with possibility, just beyond the horizon. Chapter 206, The Homecoming Tide Beyond the Calm Waters Off Foreign Harbor. The warship Hope cut steadily through the swell, her masts creaking and white sails billowing in the sharp winter wind. She was on patrol duty that morning, gleaming like a blade under the pale sun. Her brass fittings polished so fiercely they flashed like captured lightning. Since Quake had taken command of the Southern, her former Captain Armand now held the Hope's helm. To command such a decorated ship, a vessel that had already carved her name into naval history, filled Captain Armand's chest with a fierce, wordless pride. Though often at sea, the Hope remained almost pristine. Her hull bore no scar deeper than a scratch, her decks were smooth and spotless, her lines tight as a drum. In truth, she looked and felt nearly new. That morning, Armand stood barefoot on the deck, hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed his crew's work. The wood beneath his feet glowed honey brown with wax and seawater, smelling faintly of salt and pine tar. He walked slowly from prow to stern and back again, his weight balanced like a duelist's, testing the boards beneath him, judging their cleanliness by touch alone. After several circuits, he stopped, pulled off his white linen socks, and examined the soles. They were still as clean as fresh snow. He gave a satisfied nod. "Deck inspection complete," he announced, his baritone carrying the authority of habit and command. "Excellent work, men. You may stow your brushes and buckets." A collective sigh of relief swept through the sailors. Quickly, they began tidying away mops, pails, and scrub stones, their chatter low and good-humored. Then a sharp cry erupted from overhead. "Ship sighted! Ship on the horizon!" The lookout clinging to the mast's cross tree had shouted the words that froze every man mid-movement. Water buckets hit the deck with dull thuds. Ropes slithered across planks like startled snakes. Within seconds, sailors sprinted to their battle stations, and the familiar clank of cannon locks punctuated the tension. "What do you see?" Armand bellowed upward, cupping his hands to project his voice against the wind. "A full-rigged sailship, heading straight for us." The lookout called back, lowering his spyglass only long enough to catch his breath. "Not a merchantman, too large, too fast." "She's armed, sir." Someone on deck muttered nervously. "At this hour, we're the only patrol in these waters. Could it be the Southern?" Indeed, within Arda's fleet, only the Hope and the Southern were built as full-rigged warships. The lookout adjusted the lens, squinting against the glare. "Can't confirm yet, distance too far." "I'll bet my week's rum it's her," another sailor said, grinning. "Who else sails a rig like that?" "You're just jumpy, lad." A crack of thunder in human form answered him. "Silence," barked Armand, his tone as sharp and hard as a drawn saber. He turned on the speaker, his expression dark as a storm cloud. "Carelessness costs lives, sailor. One slip in judgment, one lazy assumption, and it's the whole crew who pays the price. Do I make myself clear?" The offending sailor stiffened at attention. "Yes, Captain, good. Battle stations remain manned. Helm, take the weather gauge. Keep her upwind." The Hope's bow rose slightly as she caught the gust, turning to seize the advantage. Her sails snapped taut, ropes humming like harp strings under strain. The familiar rhythm of a crew in disciplined motion washed across the deck, boots pounding, orders shouted, cannons rolled into position. Moments later, the tension broke like dawn through cloud. Sails identified. The lookout shouted again, voice bursting with joy. "It's the Southern. I see her colors, Lord Greyman's wyvern flag on the mainmast." A cheer erupted so loud it startled the gulls from the water. "Helm, bring us alongside," Armand cried with a grin broad enough to split his beard. "By the gods, I almost missed that rascal quake." The crew cheered again, laughter spilling across the deck and out into the crisp salt air. Far across the glittering turquoise waves, the Southern answered their presence with her own roaring chorus of joyous shouts. It was the 25th of December, the dying days of the old year. The Southern had set sail on the 11th of November, braving a month and a half of tempests, strange ports, and foreign seas. Now, at last, she was home in the waters of the Northwest Bay. They had failed to reach port before arrival day, forced instead to celebrate the sacred holiday upon the open sea beneath a pewter moon. But the crew had turned that misfortune into memory, toasting the voyage that had bound them like brothers. And now, seeing the familiar banner of Greyman's fleet ahead, every heart aboard swelled with pride. On the Southern's deck, men crowded the rails, shouting greetings across the water as signalmen flashed semaphore through spyglasses. "We've sighted home," someone shouted. Lady Shera, standing at the stern beside her daughter, watched the excitement with gentle wonder. "How they carry on," she murmured. "Sailors become children again when they glimpse their homeland." "Of course they do," replied her daughter, Miss Ladia, her expression soft yet wistful. "No foreign shore can ever replace the land that raised you." She hesitated, glancing sideways at her mother. "Do you resent me for taking you so far from home, mother? For pulling you into all this?" Shera's laughter was quiet, warm as sunlight on calm water. She brushed a hand through her daughter's pale green hair, as though smoothing the tangles of memory itself. "Nonsense! Have I not told you before? Wherever you are, that is my home." "Thank you, mother," Ladia's voice trembled. Tears shimmered in the corners of her eyes, catching the cold light like morning dew. Alarmed, Shera pulled out a lace handkerchief and dabbed gently at her daughter's cheeks. "There now, none of that," she said with mock sternness. "If anyone sees you weeping, they'll tease you mercilessly." Moments later, As the two ships drew within shouting distance, their voices no longer required the language of flags. "Quake, you damned scoundrel, still breathing are you? Armand. I, and better than ever. Surprised the sharks haven't sampled your hide yet." Their laughter boomed back and forth over the waves, two captains hurling insults like cannonballs of affection. The crews joined in, hooting and cheering, their laughter echoing across the sea like music. Soon the Hope and the Southern fell into formation, gliding homeward in stately procession, the sun catching the foam at their bows like molten silver. As the coastline of Foreign Harbor drew nearer, Lady Shara approached Captain Quake, who stood at the quarterdeck with hands clasped behind him, the wind tossing his salt-streaked hair. "Congratulations, Captain Quake," she said kindly. "You fulfilled your lord's mission, have you not?" He smiled faintly, still gazing toward the horizon. "Thank you, my lady. And congratulations to you as well. You'll soon be reunited with Miss Ladia properly. No more long separations over wild seas." "Yes," she murmured, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "This daughter of mine has always been the adventurous sort. I lost count of the nights I waited for her to return. Now, even though the land is strange to me, at least I shall see her every morning. That is worth any distance." Quake hesitated, a troubled look flickering briefly across his face. "My lady," he began slowly, "may I ask you something a little unusual?" She smiled, intrigued. "Speak freely, Captain. You're hardly the shy type." He chuckled, then dropped his voice. "Well, to be frank, my lady, I used to be a pirate." Her brows rose slightly, but she did not appear offended. "I was captured by Lord Grayman some years ago," Quake confessed. "He spared my life and offered me a chance to redeem myself in his service. I accepted, and here I am. But that life leaves its marks. I know a pirate's habits, a pirate's signs, and there's something I've been wondering since the night we sailed from Nisburg." He hesitated again, choosing his words carefully. "That tattoo on your left arm, the skull and dagger emblem, is it what I think it is?" Shara laughed softly, and with deliberate grace rolled up the sleeve of her linen blouse. The pale winter light caught the ink upon her skin. The unmistakable symbol of a grinning skull, elegantly stylized, its hollow eyes ringed with black. "You have a keen eye, Captain," she said lightly. "Yes. Once upon a time, I was indeed a pirate." Quake's eyes widened despite himself. "I thought as much," he murmured. "The design's unusual, too refined for most raiders, but unmistakably a pirate's mark. And when I saw you that night in the northern woods of Nisburg, fighting off half a dozen bandits with nothing but a pistol and a curse, well, you didn't strike me as any ordinary matron." "My dear Captain," Shara replied, laughing now in earnest, the sound rich with both pride and memory, "I never claimed to be ordinary." The wind carried her words away toward the horizon, where the two great ships, Southern and Hope, sailed side by side through the silvered waves, bearing the scent of salt and homecoming. Ahead of them, the lights of Foreign Harbor glimmered like scattered gold, beckoning them onward into the embrace of their homeland. Chapter 207, The Sea's Secrets, and the homecoming Lady Shara's startling candor left Captain Quake blinking like a man hit by a sudden gust of cold wind. "Well now," he muttered, rubbing the back of his neck in disbelief. "That I certainly did not expect." No wonder she had spoken so knowledgeably about life at sea. He had assumed she meant service on some merchant vessel or passenger ship, not that kind of seafaring. Trying to sound casual but betrayed by the edge of curiosity in his voice, he asked, "If I might be so bold, my lady, what crew did you serve with?" It was an intrusive question, and he knew it the moment it passed his lips. Yet the urge to know gnawed at him, too hard to resist. Thankfully, Lady Shara showed no offense. She simply smiled with the serene composure of one long past, caring about old scandals. "I sailed with the Red Fang fleet. You've heard the name, I imagine." Quake's jaw practically hit the deck. The Red Fangs. By the tides, every pirate worth his salt in the Northwest Bay used to whisper their name around the fire. A living legend, that crew was. Even the great Edward the Black, who once terrorized the northern coast, started under the Red Fang flag before going independent. I thought the Red Fangs vanished after their captain, Red Fang Gerald, called it quits and went off adventuring. His eyes were alight with the kind of boyish or only an old rogue can muster. Then a strange thought clicked in his mind, like flint striking steel. Wait a minute. Red Fang Gerald. Lady Ladia's full name is Lady Sesha Gerald, isn't it? He recalled hearing it during their stay near the Horn Bay settlements. The surname had struck him as uncommon then. Now that he thought about it, he gawked at Lady Shera, words tumbling over one another. You don't mean surely you can't, are you? Her laughter tinkled like silver bells. You've guessed correctly, Captain. Red Fang Gerald was my husband. Ladia is our daughter. Quake let out a low whistle, utterly floored. So the daughter of the most feared pirate lord in the Northwest is now an advisor to Count Grayman. That's something I'd never have wagered in 1,000 tides. A wistful look clouded Shera's eyes. After my husband disbanded the Red Fang fleet, we settled for a peaceful life in the free city of Messiah, down in the Horn Bay. For a few brief years, it was enough. But during one of his expeditions, he vanished. No word, no wreckage, nothing but silence. Her voice softened, the light seemed to dim around her. He left behind only me and our little girl. Quake's grin faded into sympathy. My condolences, my lady. But she shook her head gently. Don't mourn on my behalf, Captain. Time dulls even the deepest wound. She rested her hand lightly on the ship's railing, staring out to where the sun danced on the sea's surface. Ladia became an adventurer partly out of longing to seek any trace of her father. Years have passed without answer, so I think she's finally learned to let go. Quake was quiet for a while, gazing toward the horizon that shimmered gold in the dawn. A brave family indeed, my lady. Every one of you cut from the same sailcloth. A faint smile ghosted across Shera's lips. Perhaps we merely never learned to drop anchor. By the time both the Southern and the Hope neared Foreign Harbor, the waterfront was already alive with chatter. Oi, what's this? We sent out one warship, and now 2 are coming back. Are you blind? That's the Southern. She's back, what? After all these weeks with no signal. I thought she'd been lost. The moment the first townsfolk recognized the familiar ship sailing alongside the Hope, excitement spread like oil on water. Children ran through the alleys shouting the news. Merchants abandoned their stalls, and dockworkers spilled from warehouses to crowd the piers. The Southern eased her sails, drifting gracefully toward the berth. Ropes were thrown, caught, and lashed as teams of stevedores heaved together, pulling her gently alongside the quay. The great vessel settled into her moorings with a groan of timbers and a splash of foam. From atop the deck came a clear, booming shout that rolled across the crowd like thunder. Brothers and sisters of the Northwest Bay, your Southern has come home. Captain Quake has returned. There he was, striding boldly down the gangplank, arms spread wide to embrace the cheering mass that surged forward to greet him. Captain Quake, glory to you and your crew. Someone yelled, and the refrain was taken up on all sides. Welcome home, well sailed, to the hero of the Southern. Old shipmates greeted one another with crushing hugs and manly slaps on the back, laughter mingled with shouted questions. Mothers and wives wept openly, relief overflowing from months of worry. Even hardened dockworkers shook hands with the sailors like comrades in arms. Somebody dashed off to spread the word to the naval command, the town hall, and the shipyard. Within the hour, half of Foreign seemed to have poured toward the quay. Admiral Austin arrived, surrounded by his officers, while Mayor Theodore and a small army of clerks hurried after him. The shipyard master Reuben and old Benjamin, the shipwright, came running too, their faces already wet with tears before they had reached the crowd. Our heroes, Theodore cried, throwing his arms around Quake and each officer in turn, nearly lifting one of the smaller lieutenants off his feet. The crowd erupted in another wave of cheers. You've traveled farther than any men in Arda's history. And indeed, they had. From Lakehart Town, they had sailed farther than any expedition before them, opening a new passage between the Northwest Bay and the Horn Bay, an achievement that would be recorded in every port's annals. And on a full-rigged vessel at that. Theodore continued, voice cracking with delight. A voyage by sea that grand, and a safe return. Truly magnificent. Beside him, Reuben was too moved to speak. Benjamin's gnarled hands trembled as he stared up at the ship they had built with sweat, splinters, and prayer. She came home, the old craftsman whispered, tears cutting clean trails through the grime on his cheeks. She came home, and she floats like a dream. The Southern success proved beyond doubt that Arda's shipwrights could rival the finest in the kingdom. Only Admiral Austin maintained outward calm. He clapped Quake firmly on the shoulder. "Well done, Captain. You've served your count and your crew with honor. By order of the fleet, the Southern's entire company is granted a day's leave." As he stepped back, his gaze caught a familiar flash of green hair among the milling sailors. Miss Lydia stood near the rail with two women beside her, one older, one younger. "Ah, Miss Lydia," Austin said as he approached, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "So your true identity finally came to light, hum? These are your family, I presume." A faint flush touched her cheeks. "Yes, I'm afraid I've caused your navy some trouble. May I present my mother, Lady Shara Sesha, and my foster sister, Lisa." Austin bowed politely. "An honor, Lady Sesha, Miss Lisa. Welcome to Arda's shores." Both women curtsied in return. "You are most kind, Admiral," Shara said graciously. Theodore, who had overheard the exchange, thumped Austin's shoulder enthusiastically. Come, we must celebrate these heroes properly. To the town hall. We'll hold a banquet tonight." He turned and barked fresh orders at one of his clerks. "Arthur, fetch the chefs we hired for festivals, every one of them. I want feasts fit for kings on those tables within 3 hours." "Yes, Mayor," the young clerk shouted, sprinting off down the quay in a cloud of dust and excitement. Austin raised an eyebrow. "Don't forget the merchants, Mayor." It was Lord Greyman's intention that this voyage spark trade between the two bays. "I've already sent word." Theodore waved his hand, grinning. "Wouldn't dream of forgetting them." He then turned to Lady Shara and her daughter. "You too must attend, my dear ladies. The feast would hardly be worthy of the name without the mother and daughter who braved the southern waters. Tomorrow we'll arrange an escort to Lakehart town." And so the great procession began. Quake, his officers, the sailors of the Southern, and the citizens of Foreign swept together through the streets in a jubilant tide of laughter and shanties. Bells chimed from the harbor towers, gulls wheeled overhead, and the salty air smelled of celebration and homecoming. At the same time, Theodore, ever efficient beneath his bluster, dispatched a rider on a fresh horse racing northward. The messenger's task was urgent and clear. Carry the news to Lord Paul Greyman himself. The Southern had returned, safe and triumphant, bearing stories that would soon change the course of Arda's destiny. Chapter 208, Horizons Beyond the Bay. The banquet at Foreign Town Hall was a noisy, golden blur of laughter, pipe smoke, and clinking glasses. Mayor Theodore had spared neither expense nor enthusiasm. Every chandelier burned bright, tables groaned beneath roasts and wine, and the scent of honey-glazed fowl mixed with citrus and sea salt from the harbor air that drifted in through open windows. After the triumphant return of the Southern, even the usually reserved townsfolk seemed giddy. At the long center table sat Captain Quake and his crew, toasted 100 times over by grateful merchants and town officials alike. Yet the most animated voices in the hall that night were not the sailors, but the merchants. Around one cluster of tables, 4 trade representatives, freshly returned from the fabled Horn Bay, were holding court. Their hands cut excited shapes through the air as they recounted what they'd seen. The buildings there are enormous, towers of white stone rising like the masts of ships. One said breathlessly, "Even the commoners' homes are finely adorned. Every house seems proud of itself. Merchants walk with their heads high," added another. "They are respected folk there, consulted by councils and even advising ministers. Imagine that. And the people," a third man chimed in, eyes gleaming, "they live well. Silk coats, full bellies, gold on their fingers, never shy to spend it either." Their words rippled through the room like an intoxicant. Men leaned forward, their faces hungry for profit and promise. To hear these travelers tell it, Horn Bay sounded less a port and more a paradise for traders. Streets paved not with stone but with silver coin. "I spent a whole day just by the harbor," one of the envoys declared dramatically, pausing to savor the weight of his revelation. "Did nothing but count how many merchant ships sailed in or out. 55. In one day, a collective gasp rose over the tables. "By the heavens," exclaimed Bennett, a shipmaster who'd made his fortune running grain along the coast, "our dear Foreign harbor would see fewer ships than that in a fortnight." Laughter and murmurs followed, but behind it all was something else, a spark of possibility, the kind that set ambitions alight. For foreign had begun to stir again thanks to Count Grayman's commercial reforms. Yet tonight, after hearing these stories, every merchant suddenly saw what their port could be. At Nisburg, the market bustled with goods from every corner of the known world, said one of the travelers. Anything you can imagine could be found there, save perishable delicacies. Silk, gems, spices, metalwork, artifacts from far-off isles. A porcelain manufacturer in the crowd raised a hand. Hold a moment, are you saying they even sell porcelain? We only began producing it here a few years past. The speaker's eyes twinkled with a smirk. He leaned inconspiratorially, lowering his voice. Between us, yes, porcelain has reached Horn Bay. Our benevolent lord, Count Grayman, has quietly begun trading with them. The partner family, none other than the Foster clan, one of the ruling houses on the Bay's council. The room erupted in exclamations. What? Lord Grayman already forged ties across the southern waters and said nothing. I saw a strange caravan while in Lakehart town a month ago, a brewer interjected. Their clothing was foreign, bright fabrics, odd hats. Could that have been the Foster's people? Most likely, someone agreed. To travel by land must have taken them months, and through rebel-held territory besides. But the Fosters, mind you, said another, swirling his wine. Their wealth and influence are vast. No prince or duke dares offend them. Even the Grand Duke of Greedwolf would treat their caravans with silk gloves, unless he's mad enough to invite economic isolation. The merchants traded astonished glances, their minds racing with calculations and unspoken dreams. I only glimpsed porcelain displayed decoratively in one trading hall, the envoy went on. None yet sold in the open market. I suspect demand outstrips supply. It vanishes as soon as it arrives. Overland capacity is small, and Count Grayman's factories still produce limited quantities. The porcelain magnate who'd spoken earlier slapped the table so hard his cup toppled. Then there's profit to be had. If I can get my wares there by sea, I'll make a fortune. A fortune, scoffed another with a boisterous grin. Friend, you'll be swimming in gold. The people of Horn Bay aren't misers like our northwestern nobles, present company and Lord Grayman excluded, of course. The jab drew laughter, but not all of it light-hearted. A few men exchanged glances heavy with the greedy glimmer of new ambition. Investments were already beginning to take root in their minds. Then a gruff voice cut through from farther down the hall. And what of salt? It was Godwin Toby, a salt merchant who owed much of his recent success to the Council of State's new drying factories. His eyes gleamed as if already seeing ships full of crystals glinting in the southern sun. Salt's prospects are fine indeed, one of the travelers said confidently. Their southern salt is still boiled, expensive and scarce. Your refined sun-dried sort would fetch triple the price, maybe more. Godwin's face split into a grin so wide it nearly touched his ears. Triple, you say? Hi, gentlemen, fortune has smiled upon me at last. For a time, the whole dissolved into feverish chatter, each man lost in visions of untold wealth, of new routes and ventures, of tomorrow's empire of trade. But gradually, a sobering realization crept in among them. All this profit talk is grand, said one, but how do we move the goods there? No use dreaming without ships. A sound question, agreed another. We've no overland routes. The bay's far too distant, and none of us hold the Foster family's clout to pass through rebel plains unharassed. The only way, Bennett said, pointing with his cup, is by sea, with those new wind-propelled ships of Lord Grayman's design, like the Hope and the Southern. Aye, but he said the shipyards are already strained building naval vessels, grumbled another. Rumor says buyers must wait months just to sign a civilian order. As awareness of this reality sank in, disappointment rippled through the merchants like a retreating tide. Only one man looked amused, the shipyard's master builder, Reuben, who had just entered the hall. The moment the merchants spotted him, they swarmed like gulls after breadcrumbs. Master Reuben, when can the yards accept civilian commissions? And what are your current capacities? We've good coin, waiting to be spent. Reuben held up his palms. Gentlemen, patience. The Navy's needs take precedence for now. Our forges burn day and night, but sails don't stitch themselves. Until the fleet's next expansion is met, I'm afraid civilians must. His sigh was drowned out by fresh protests. Then another voice called over them all, calm but commanding. Perhaps, it said, we can make an exception. The murmuring fell silent. All heads turned. Standing at the back of the hall, wine goblet in hand, and wearing the faint ghost of a smile, was Admiral Austen himself. Truly, Admiral? Someone asked, half fearing a joke. Truly, he replied. We might free one dockyard for merchant construction. But he paused theatrically, raising his voice. There is something the Navy requires in exchange. The merchants listened as though to a preacher promising salvation. We intend to establish a naval academy, Austen continued, a proper institution to train sailors, navigators, gunners, to prepare young men for life at sea, not merely for the fleet, but for civilian service too. A harbor cannot prosper without educated seamen. The announcement drew a round of applause and approving shouts. An excellent idea, cried one. A boon to commerce. Funding remains, however. Austen let the sentence trail off meaningfully. He needn't have said more. Several merchants were already jostling to offer their support. Hi, leave that to us, Admiral, one blustered. It's only a school. What's a few walls and desks against the fortune we'll make? Others quickly chimed in, afraid to miss the tide. Austen clinked his goblet against the nearest raised cup, grinning broadly. Magnificent! In that case, gentlemen, the Navy will release one dock specifically for merchant vessels. Cheering broke out anew, and wine flowed like the tide outside. At the far end of the table, Reuben quietly dabbed sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. The entire arrangement had been Count Grayman's idea from the start, but the Admiral had insisted they stage this little theater. Let the merchants believe they'd earned the concession through generosity and wit. Still, the ruse was worth it. One dock's output would keep the shipbuilders employed for months, and the academy might finally become reality. Raising his glass once more, Austen decided to press his luck. Gentlemen, he called out, his tone bright and teasing, since your purses are already open, have you considered sponsoring a second institution, a technical school, say, to train shipwrights and artisans? His words struck the hall like sparks landing on dry tinder. Another roar of approval filled the chamber. Reuben's grin, this time, was genuine. More craftsmen, more workers. It was exactly what the shipyards needed. In that moment, as laughter and promises mingled under the chandeliers, Foreign Harbor seemed to shimmer with a light of its own, the sheen of hunger and hope, of a province daring at last to look beyond its shores. Outside, the winter night sighed softly over the quiet hulls in the docks. The smell of brine and tar hung in the air like a promise. In the coming year, new sails would rise upon those masts. New hands would learn to read the stars. And far to the north, in Lakehart Manor, Paul Grayman, the quiet architect behind all these ripples, was about to receive the messenger riding hard through the darkness, carrying 4 simple words that would open an entirely new chapter for his domain. The Southern has returned. Chapter 209, a gift from the waves. The following morning, Lydia and her family set off from Foreign Harbor in a fine carriage provided by the town hall. Escorting them were several of the Southern's senior officers, including Captain Quake, who rode alongside on horseback. They had departed early, but the winter daylight was short. By the time the little convoy rolled across the frosty bridges and into Lakehart town, the sun was already sinking low, gilding the rooftops in amber light. What an unusual little town, murmured Lady Shara Sesha as she descended from the carriage. Her sea-green eyes roamed curiously over the streets and facades, glowing under the dusk. So this is where your lord lives. It's smaller than Horn Bay, of course, not as crowded as Foreign either, but there's a certain quiet charm to it. She wasn't wrong. Lakehart had changed beyond recognition since the day Paul Grayman had inherited it. The bustle of industry now hummed along the southern shore of the Vase River. Paper mills, pottery kilns, and the ever-throbbing machinery works, all built outside the island itself for easier access to materials and trade. As more workers and migrants arrived from distant regions, the Council of State had authorized the construction of hundreds of new lodgings along the riverbank. A thriving quarter filled with the smell of bread and iron, of damp stone and humanity. Plans were already drawn for a full residential district, though the bureaucrats still debated whether to begin immediately or wait for the royal urban planner's arrival. To connect the town more easily, An enormous public works project had narrowed the watery gap between the island and the southern bank, leaving only a moat's width of the river. Gone was the rickety old floating bridge of Paul's early days. In its place, a broad stone span arched elegantly over the water, flanked by carved railings and neat lanterns. As for defense, that no longer relied on the lake. Lakehart, as the capital of Arda, now housed the fully firearm-equipped 1st Battalion of the army. As Paul had wryly remarked, if even they can't stop an invasion, then a few feet of water won't matter at all. "It's grown again," Ladia said softly as they passed the bridge, gazing up at the rows of new buildings. "Every month it looks different," her mother chuckled. "So many chimneys, too. Smoke everywhere. It smells of progress." As they entered the main street, Shara's eyes caught a curious sign swinging gently over a shop door. "Boiled water shop. Surely that can't mean—" "You're reading it correctly, Mother," Ladia said with a slight smile. "But that's absurd," Shara laughed. "Who would open a shop just to sell hot water?" "Mother, I assure you this is no jest. It's a matter of life and death." Ladia's tone turned mock solemn. "Lisa, pay attention as well." And there, in the middle of the street, the Count's young advisor embarked on a staggering lecture about microorganisms, creatures too small for the eye, yet everywhere in unboiled water. By the end of it, both women looked faintly horrified. "Thank heavens we've always drunk ours hot," Shara whispered. Her expression gradually shifted from bewilderment to dread as memory struck. Years spent aboard pirate ships, gulping down rainwater or straight from the casks. She went pale. It took half a street of walking before color returned to her cheeks. She glanced about to distract herself. "Nevertheless, this town is impressively clean. Even in Horn Bay's smaller ports, I never saw such tidiness. Rubbish must be thrown only into those large barrels by the roadside," explained Ladia, nodding toward a patrol of red-banded wardens. "If someone is caught littering, they're fined. Refuse to pay and the local police, well, the constabulary, like our old town guards, will have them jailed." "Jailed? For littering?" Shara gasped, half laughing. "Isn't that a touch excessive? Shouldn't people simply be educated not to do it?" "Correction through firmness leads to habit, habit to virtue," Ladia replied primly, then added, "I'm quoting the Lord." Behind them, Quake and the officers exchanged amused glances. They had no notion what the women's quick, foreign-tongued chatter meant, but it certainly sounded passionate. Before long, the group reached the heavy gates of the manor, the heart of Lord Greyman's domain. Armed sentries of the internal guard halted them smartly, spears gleaming in the late light. Ladia stepped forward, spoke a few quiet words, and one guard hurried inside. Normally she could pass freely. The men knew her well. But today, with family and half the Southern's command staff at her side, protocol demanded formality. Moments later, the guard returned. "His lordship requests that you join him in the main hall." They followed a servant through the torchlit corridors, which smelled of polished wood and faint candle wax. In the high-ceilinged hall, beneath a great banner embroidered with the Greyman wyvern, Paul Greyman awaited them. On his right stood his sworn brother, Myron Garnard, and on his left, Miss Eileen Diaz, the other member of his advisory council. The officers of the Southern halted as one and saluted with crisp precision, hands to chest and heads bowed. The sharp, synchronized motion drew a murmur of curiosity from Shara, who had never seen such discipline outside a royal court. Paul smiled broadly. "Welcome home, my heroes, and welcome, too, to our guests from the far south." He stepped forward to clasp each officer's arms in turn, his grin genuine. Eileen, radiant with delight, hurried to embrace Ladia. "Come, everyone, no standing on ceremony. Do sit," Paul said warmly, gesturing toward the long table set before the hearth. When they were seated, Ladia formally introduced her mother and foster sister. "Lady Shara Sesha, Miss Lisa. May you find happiness here in Arda," said Paul, inclining his head politely. "Thank you, my lord," Shara replied, "and thank you for taking such kind care of my daughter. Her work must sometimes be troublesome." Her words carried an extra layer of meaning, one which Paul politely ignored. Whether he understood it or not was anyone's guess. "Nonsense," he said with an easy laugh. "Your daughter has been invaluable to my council." Beside her mother, Lisa sat upright as a lamppost, cheeks pink, eyes wide. To dine within a lord's castle was, for her, the stuff of fairy tales. Still, this meeting was more for business than ceremony. Paul turned his attention back to Captain Quake and the returning officers. "Tell me everything," he said eagerly, "from the first breeze to the last drop of salt water. I want to hear it all." Quake obliged, recounting the voyage in vivid detail, the departure and docking, the encounter with the Foster family, their observations of Horn Bay's ports and people. But what gripped Paul most keenly were the hard facts of the sea itself. The curve of the currents, the seasonal winds, the layout of southern coastlines. He questioned and took notes like a scholar collecting the world's secrets. "In your judgment," he asked at length, "is long-distance trade truly viable, just considering naval capacity alone?" "My lord," Quake said with conviction, "not only viable, it must be done. Horn Bay overflows with treasure waiting to be claimed." Paul's eyes glowed with quiet triumph. The seed of his grand vision had found new soil. "Very good," he said softly. "Then we shall act swiftly." But before moving to strategy, Quake hesitated. "One more thing, my lord. During our stay, we received an unusual gift. I thought it best presented to you for judgment." "A gift?" Paul's brows rose. "From the Foster family, perhaps." "Not exactly, my lord. Better you see for yourself." At a nod from Quake, two officers stepped forward carrying a stout wooden chest between them. Its iron locks clinked with weight. They set it before Paul, who looked intrigued. "What in the world?" Quake crouched, undid the clasps, and swung open the heavy lid. Light burst out, bright, dazzling gold that painted every face in the hall with molten color. For a beat, no one spoke. The golden gleam danced across Paul Grayman's open, astonished eyes. The chest was filled to the brim with thick ingots and coin, sunlight forged into metal. A fortune from foreign sands. A gift, perhaps, or a test. Whatever it was, the Lord of Arda knew this. The winds of destiny were changing again, and they had brought their glittering tide directly to his feet. Chapter 210. The Duke's invitation. Paul Grayman stood staring into the open chest, utterly dumbstruck. Inside gleamed an ocean of gold, bright, blinding, almost alive in its radiance. Each coin caught the light like a shard of the sun itself, radiant enough to sting the eyes. For a heartbeat, no one breathed. Then Paul exhaled in disbelief. Would someone care to explain exactly what this is? His gaze flicked to Captain Quake, suspicion pricking his voice. "You haven't gone back to your old profession on the side, have you?" The captain flushed, shaking his head quickly. "No, my lord. I swear it. The chest was a gift from His Grace, the Grand Duke of Eton. We dared not act upon it ourselves, and thought it best to leave the decision in your hands." Paul's confusion deepened. "The Grand Duke of Eton, sending you a chest of gold. That hardly sounds routine. Gold was no trifling matter in this age. In most realms, even Oldor itself, it wasn't simply currency, it was privilege. Ordinary folk were forbidden its use. Even among nobles, a coin of pure gold was rare enough to draw stares. Most gold coins were barely half pure, alloyed with silver or copper to stretch the riches thinner. The sheer volume before him was staggering. At that moment, Lydia rose from her seat. Her pale eyes caught the glimmer of the treasure as she spoke. "My lord, the gold was sent in gratitude. While in the forests near Eton, I and Her Grace, the Duchess Helen, were attacked by a pack of wolves. Captain Quake and his crew saved our lives. This chest was the Duke's way of expressing his thanks. Half is meant for you, my lord, and the other half for the crew of the Southern." Paul blinked. "The Duchess of Eton. And you, how did you come to be entangled with her of all people?" "I studied with Her Grace in my youth," Lydia replied. "She was my senior at the academy. When we arrived at Nisburg, the capital of the Horn Bay Alliance, she happened to be visiting with her husband on diplomatic business. I paid her a friendly call, and events developed from there." For a moment, Paul forgot to speak. He had always known Lydia was educated and capable, but a personal connection to a duchess, that was another matter altogether. So even a woman of such stature had been forced into exile by the fanaticism of the Southern Church. What levels of corruption had that faith reached? At Paul's side, Eileen Dyers pursed her lips thoughtfully. "The Duchess Helen of Eton. I've heard of her, of course, a famed beauty whose charm is said to rival her intellect." Paul turned back to Quake. You've explained the gift, but if half of it was meant for you and your men, why not keep it? My lord, the sum is too great, Quake admitted. We dared not touch a single coin until you decreed what was proper. That answer pleased Paul greatly. Arda had yet to establish official rules about gifts given to military officers or public servants by outsiders. Perhaps it was time he drafted a policy, one permitting minor tokens to be accepted freely, but requiring greater sums to be reported to the council. Until such regulations existed, he would treat this as a unique case. Then I shall keep the chest, he said at last. You and your crew will receive compensation in the equivalent value of Oldoran silver coins. Half of this wealth will be yours by right. Quake looked horrified. That's too much, my lord. We couldn't possibly. Paul waved him off. You will, and gladly. Consider it a reward for your long voyage, a tangible recognition of your courage. After several rounds of protest, Paul's determination won, and as the officers glanced at one another, the reality slowly sank in. Half a chest of gold divided among the crew meant wealth beyond any dream they had dared. Some looked dazed, others elated, a few simply speechless. Then, my lord, said Quake, voice a touch unsteady, on behalf of every man aboard the Southern, I thank you. There is one more message I must deliver. The Duke of Eton wishes you to know that you have his friendship. Should you or your envoys ever travel to Horn Bay, you will be warmly received in his realm. Paul's eyebrows lifted. Now that is a useful development. He smiled, already calculating future connections. Dependence on the Foster family alone is unwise. The more friends we cultivate in Horn Bay, the steadier our footing will be. Then, in a magnanimous burst of goodwill, Paul looked around the hall. Come now, heroes of the Southern. You've earned honors and riches today. Tell me, what would you ask of me as a personal favor? The men murmured among themselves. Most were too stunned by their sudden wealth to ask for more, save one. Captain Quake shifted uneasily before speaking, his usual swagger replaced by quiet sincerity. My lord, some of my old shipmates, men who once sailed under me when I was less respectable, are still in prison. They weren't cruel men, only lost to their poverty and pride. When the Navy recruited pardoned prisoners, they weren't chosen, though I swore by their character. If it please you, might their sentences be shortened. I would give up my share of the gold if it meant their freedom. Paul regarded the man for a long moment. So he was loyal, even to the damned. Very well, Captain. I'll order a full review. If their crimes are, as you say, minor, not malicious, I'll see their punishment reduced, perhaps even commuted entirely. Quake's face broke into a grin of pure relief, and he bowed low. You have my eternal gratitude, my lord. Dinner followed, warm and lively, the hall filled with light and laughter. Paul sat surrounded by both soldiers and scholars, spirits high. Before the evening closed, he invited them all to witness the dawn's event. The inauguration of Arda's first ironworks, an industrial miracle on the banks of the Vase River. In the mechanical factory, Guy Burns and his engineers had completed a water-driven blast system. Tomorrow would mark the first firing of their high furnace, the maiden birth of iron smelted by innovation. We shall monopolize the Northwest steel supply before the year is out, Paul declared, eyes blazing with conviction. At that, Lady Sharasesha, seated nearby, tilted her head curiously. You speak as though your foundry will change the world, my lord. Might I see this marvel for myself? By all means, Paul replied with a flourish. You'll be most welcome, Lady Sesha. It's quite safe to observe, from a comfortable distance, of course. He could hardly resist the chance to show off his black technology, as he half-jokingly called it, to anyone inclined to be impressed. Before he could continue outlining his plans, however, Philip, his aged and ever-faithful steward, entered the hall bearing 2 small wooden boxes, one in each hand. Messages, my lord. Invitations from the household of the Duke of Ferdinand, he said. One for you and one for Lord Garnard. Invitations. Paul frowned, exchanging a glance with Myron Garnard. For both of us. They each opened their box and unrolled the fine parchment within. Wax seals gleamed crimson in the firelight. Aye. It appears the Duke is inviting us to his birthday feast, Myron said dryly. His birthday? But that's not until February. Paul scoffed, a touch of irritation sharpening his words. That's months away. Even the mention of Ferdinand's name tightened Paul's jaw. The last time the Duke's influence had reached him was through that parasite Count Kent, who had extorted money under his banner. Kent was known as the Duke's most obedient hound, which said plenty about his master. Myron chuckled faintly. Perhaps His Grace wants to grant us ample time to find appropriate gifts. A convenient excuse to line his pockets, more like. Paul muttered darkly. I can smell Kent's scheming behind this entire charade. He and Ferdinand are two wolves in the same den. Best not reject it outright, said Philip, fidgeting nervously. The Duke isn't one we can afford to offend. Myron nodded in agreement. He's right, Paul. More than half the lords along the northwest bay owe fealty to Ferdinand's line. We may be royal vassals, but it would be unwise to alienate him completely. Paul sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Fine. If diplomacy demands it, then so be it. We'll attend his infernal celebration. As for the gift, send him something tasteful. He paused, then smiled thinly. Have the Potters prepare a piece of our finest porcelain, something one of a kind. The steward's shoulders lowered in relief, as did Myron's. Outside, the winter wind whispered against the castle walls. In the hall, firelight flickered over the closed chest of gold, the Duke's invitation lying beside it like another, subtler sort of challenge. And though Paul Grayman smiled faintly beneath the glow, his mind was already turning. In politics, as at sea, gifts were never just gifts. They were currents, some warm, some treacherous, and he would need to chart them carefully in the days ahead. Chapter 211, The Heart of Steel at Dawn. A mist still clung to the surface of the Vase River like gauze as Paul Grayman's party gathered at the small harbor of Lakehart Town. From there, they boarded narrow boats and began the short but eager journey upstream to visit Arda's first ironworks, the so-called Forge of the Future. Besides the company from the previous evening, the delegation included Old Ford and Hansel from the Council of State, as well as Schroeder and Bryce from the army. They traveled in high spirits, the low chatter of boots and paddles mingling with the chorus of riverbirds. As the boats turned into a tributary, the water grew choppier, frothing white beneath the oars. Finally, a small guard post appeared ahead. A stone jetty patrolled by soldiers of the inner garrison with steel-muzzled hounds at their heels. Upon disembarking, the group followed a winding trail that snaked through a thickly wooded gorge. Trees leaned close overhead, their bare branches whispering above the crunch of footsteps on frozen soil. Then from up the path, the clatter of hooves. Guy Burns appeared, astride a bay horse, his face flushed from the ride. "Welcome, my lord," he called, dismounting swiftly. "Forgive the rough welcome, the men are eager, but I wanted to meet you myself." "Enough ceremony, Burns," said Paul, eyes narrowing with good humor. "Show us what you've been hiding in this valley of secrets." "Right away, Lord Grayman." Though confident, Burns looked a little nervous. He led them deeper into the gorge, where the path widened and the hum of industry began to echo faintly through the trees. The valley resembled a fortress more than a workshop. Layers of watchposts ringed the sight, soldiers patrolling with the grim focus of wolves. Even the barking of hounds seemed disciplined, controlled. It felt less like an ironworks and more like a manufacturing arsenal. Though Paul knew this was called the first smelting test, it was not the factory's true first attempt. Burns had already run half a dozen private trials. He wouldn't have risked inviting his lord to witness failure. Gradually the forest thinned, and the roar of falling water filled the air. They emerged from the trees to behold a white cascade spilling down black rock, splitting the sunlight into shards of fire. At its base stretched a narrow river, and there, astride the current like a beast clamping its prey, stood a massive timber and stone structure covering nearly 10 meters of waterway. "What's that building over the river?" asked Paul, shading his eyes. "The wheelhouse, my lord. It drives the blast furnaces by the power of the waterfall. Across the entire river," Paul whistled. "You don't do things by halves, do you?" From the wheelhouse's walls protruded a forest of shafts and chains that snaked outward, crossing into a neighboring structure downstream. "That second building contains the air regulators," explained Burns, his voice raised over the thunder of water. "Then let's look inside first," said Paul, curiosity flickering to excitement. He and Burns entered the wheelhouse, while the rest were asked to wait outside. The moment Paul stepped in, he stopped dead. a grin spreading across his face. In his imagination, he'd pictured a modest water wheel operated by paddles and pulleys, the kind millers used. But what greeted him was raw, elemental power made visible. The central chamber was dominated by colossal wooden paddles. The water plates, Burns called them, set flush against the coursing water below. Each plate turned with deliberate majesty, churning the river into controlled fury. The mechanical rhythm filled the vast room with the growl of moving earth. "Impressive," murmured Paul. Burns, hearing the approval, straightened slightly. "To preserve the mechanism, we built completely over the stream. Rain, frost, or debris can't easily damage it." Indeed, the craftsmanship was striking. Flagstones paved the floor, a wooden catwalk crossed the current, and handrails gleamed with oil where the engineers leaned for maintenance. It was not just functional, it was almost beautiful. But beauty wasn't what Paul came to admire. "Tell me, Burns, how much force does your miracle of gears produce?" 75 horsepower, my lord." "Horsepower?" Paul grinned faintly. "So the term lives here too?" "Yes, sir. And each wheel turns strong enough to drive the blast bellows continuously. The output is steady and powerful. It won't falter so long as the river flows." Satisfied, Paul followed him back out into the frosty air where the others waited. Now Burns led them to the furnace yard, a stretch of cleared land ringed by sheds and cranes. In the center rose a titan of brick and clay, Arda's first blast furnace. The air shimmered with heat, blurring the outline of the structure so that it seemed to breathe. Dozens of soot-streaked smiths stood in a disciplined line, waiting. When they saw their lord, every one of them paused to bow. Despite the biting cold, each breath nearer the furnace came hot as a forge itself, wrapping the onlookers in waves of heat that stung the skin, even through thick coats. Two familiar faces were already there. Herman and Marlowe, from the 51 District Armaments Factory. Specialists in muskets and cannon, they had left the routine manufacturing to their apprentices so they might focus on improving weapon designs. It was clear why they'd come now, to evaluate how this iron would shape the future of war. Standing apart, Ladia studied the furnace, captivated. Such scale, surely taking one apart and rebuilding it must be a nightmare. Paul's eyes twinkled. "Ah, but that's the beauty. This furnace doesn't need rebuilding. It's continuous. You feed ore and fuel from the top, and molten iron pours from the bottom endlessly. Add more ore and again it flows, a stream of steel that never sleeps." "Remarkable," Ladia murmured. Paul coughed modestly. "Well, remarkable in theory. The actual duration depends on how long the structure can withstand the heat. This one's only a prototype, but I'm confident that, with improved refractory materials, these furnaces will operate for weeks, maybe even months. One batch might produce, 10 tons of iron. 10 tons, even the least technically minded among them gasped. Hansel clapped a hand to his mouth, eyes wide with mingled shock and delight. For those who grasped what such an output meant, the implication was staggering. No wonder their lord had spoken of monopolizing the Northwest's steel trade. Of course, Paul had exaggerated. The true yield remained a mystery until the numbers came in. But ambition was the kiln of progress, and his flame burned high tonight. Soon a broad-shouldered foreman approached, clutching a palm-sized ingot. "Lord Grayman, sir. See here iron from our previous batch." The man's name was Conrad, one of the Grayman family's oldest craftsmen, the overseer of the smelters. His face glowed with sweat and pride as he pressed the metal into Paul's hands. Paul turned it over thoughtfully in the light, its surface dull and rough, but solid as hope itself. Drawing Conrad aside, he lowered his voice. "Tell me honestly, old friend, any problems with the experiments?" "The biggest challenge is the refractory lining," Conrad admitted. "We've never needed such heat resistance before. Eventually, we found that hard clay works best for now, but it's far from perfect. Truthfully, my lord, we're still groping for the ideal recipe." Paul smiled and clapped his shoulder. "Keep at it. Progress comes from persistence, not perfection. Don't stop until the fire itself bows to you." The old smith grinned. "With your encouragement, sire, we'll not rest easy until it does." Suddenly, from near the furnace, a shout cracked the air like a musket report. Molten iron coming through. All eyes whipped toward the sound. Workers scurried to their positions, faces shining red in the fire's reflection. A rivulet of light, thick, molten, and blinding, burst from the furnace's mouth and cascaded into a waiting sand-lined trough. Sparks fountained high, painting the gray winter sky in strokes of gold. The roar was deafening, yet the sight silenced every soul there. In that moment, the future of Arda was no longer a dream. It was real, elemental, and burning before them. The hiss and glow of newly born iron filled the valley as though the earth itself had begun to breathe. Paul Grayman stood transfixed, the molten light mirrored in his eyes. "A river of steel," he whispered almost reverently. "Our empire begins here." Chapter 212, The Birth of Steam, the shout of the foreman echoed like a battle cry through the valley. Molten iron out of the furnace. At once, Paul Grayman dashed forward, his cloak sweeping the ground behind him. The others followed close, drawn by the same irresistible curiosity. The furnace doors creaked open. A blast of heat surged outward, washing over them in waves that scorched the breath from their lungs. For a moment, it was as though the gates of a volcano had been thrown wide. Then came the glow. Liquid fire, bright as the heart of the sun, spilled forth in a slow, controlled stream. It shimmered red gold, thick and lethal, as it slithered through the channels toward rows of waiting molds. On contact with the sand, it hissed like a living thing. Some of the onlookers gasped and stumbled back, faces pale in the glare. Even from several paces away, the air was molten, the scent harsh with metal and sulfur. Gradually, the incandescent river cooled, darkening into dull, solid ingots. Paul stood transfixed, his expression bordering on bliss. This was no mere metal. This was the proof of an idea made flesh. True, the output was only cast iron for now, too crude for fine weapons or engines without further tempering. But compared with the old charcoal furnaces of the continent, this was a leap across centuries. Others murmured in awe, voices low, reverent. Many had never witnessed such power in their lives. "Herman," Paul's voice rang clear through the clatter. "Here, my lord, take some of this iron and forge me a sword. I wish to test its strength for myself." At once, Lord Grayman, when the excitement dimmed, Paul gathered the soot-streaked workers and spoke to them directly. His tone was warm, confident, the voice of a leader who believed in the hands before him. "Well done, each and every one of you. Today, we step into a new age. You've proved this furnace works. Now we must think bigger. More furnaces, more steel. Arda's future flows through your crucibles." He drew forth a small pouch heavy with coins and pressed it into Conrad's calloused palms. "Distribute this among the crews as you see fit. Let everyone feel the reward of their labor." Cheers broke out at once. The workers' chant of "Long live the Lord" followed Paul and his entourage as they departed the valley for Lakehart Town, the winter air echoing with their jubilation. Riding beside him on the way back was Guy Burns, his faithful master engineer, while the rest trailed behind, the councilmen Hansel and Old Ford, the officers Schroeder and Bryce. "My lord," Hansel called eagerly, edging his horse closer. "Yes," Paul looked over, amused by the man's uncharacteristic enthusiasm. "You've done it again." Hansel's smile was wide and genuine. "I still recall the plans you once showed me, visions that seemed impossible, particularly the section about ironworks. I'll admit I thought you slightly mad at the time." He chuckled breathlessly. "But now I wouldn't blink if you conjured an entire armory overnight." Paul laughed. "If I could conjure steel from thin air, I'd be on the pyre by tomorrow. The church loves a good heresy." Hansel wagged a finger. "Oh, nonsense. If you truly had that power, the church would be begging for your favor, my lord. Speaking of which," his tone shifted. "The royal court, there it was. Ever the politician." Paul smiled thinly. The man was, after all, the crown's appointed liaison, a representative meant to ensure Arda's loyalty. And while the kingdom had received more than one shipment of grain these past months, not a single crate of aid had been sent back in turn. Still, Hansel was useful. Loyal to the throne, yes, but hardworking and effective in his role of gathering migrants and craftsmen for Arda. "You mean His Majesty," Paul said at last. "Do not worry. I've not forgotten the crown." He clapped Hansel on the shoulder. "Once we build more blast furnaces, I'll see that the best iron is forged exclusively for the royal army. You can assure His Majesty of my devotion." Hansel's smile widened into near worship. "Ah, I knew it. Truly, my lord's loyalty could melt the hardest heart. Even the Lord of Light himself would be moved by such faith. Why you, before he could finish, a voice interrupted sharply. Sir Abbot, forgive me, but I have something urgent to discuss with Lord Grayman. It was Guy Burns, looking uncharacteristically anxious to interject. Hansel's expression soured a fraction. The engineer's rise to favor had been rapid, and such interruptions spoke poorly of manners. But he was a man of polish. After the barest flicker of irritation, he masked it with a courtly smile and gestured graciously. By all means, Master Burns. Thank you. Guy turned to Paul, eyes alive with thought. My lord, there's an idea I must share with you before it burns away. Paul raised an intrigued brow. Go on. You remember the day in your study, began Burns, when you told me to keep staring at the boiling kettle. The kettle. Ah, yes, the lesson on pressure. Burns's face suddenly lit with the fervor of revelation. I saw it, my lord. In that moment I saw the future. Future, yes. Steam as power, as motion. The inventor slapped his thigh in excitement. Imagine engines driven not by wind or water, but by fire itself. To harness steam as a new force of labor. Paul nearly dropped his reins. For a second, the world seemed to stand still. You came to that conclusion yourself. Yes. It struck me like lightning. Paul stared at him in admiration. Burns, you brilliant bastard, you've stumbled upon the key to the next age. The engineer puffed out his chest, overwhelmed with pride. It was your inspiration that showed me the path, my lord. I am but a humble torch to your blazing sun. Ha! And you're the finest builder a lord could ask for. Across from them came an audible scoff. Oh, please, both men turned. It was Eileen Dyers, the ever-skeptical scholar. Arms folded, she regarded their mutual admiration with a half-smile of disdain. Madam Advisor, Burns began stiffly, surely you won't deny the ingenuity of this concept. Oh, I don't deny it, she said airily. I merely find it amusing how loudly you celebrate a discovery that was made more than 1,000 years ago. That silenced them both. Come again, said Paul, frowning. Eileen gave a small, satisfied smile. History, gentlemen. According to the records, long before the days of the Gobra Empire, there was a scholar named Roshi. He created a device known as the steam orb, a hollow sphere mounted to spin when water was boiled within. Steam pressure made it turn quite beautifully. Burns blinked. Impossible. That would require... Oh, it existed, Eileen continued smoothly. The same inventor later created temple doors powered by heat. When supplicants made their offerings, hidden attendants opened the steam channels. The doors turned of their own accord, and the people believed the gods themselves had accepted their prayers. She shrugged lightly. A charming trick, and entirely forgotten. Paul sat back, both astonished and secretly thrilled. So humanity had once touched the same idea, only to lose it to myth. But out loud he merely smirked. A parlor curiosity, then. Let the ancients stick with their toys. What I intend to build will be no trick of smoke and mirrors. It'll be a machine that moves worlds. Burns nodded fiercely. Precisely. A steam engine. That's what we'll call it. A living heart of fire and motion. Eileen rolled her eyes. A steam engine, indeed. Fantastical. Wind and water are forces of nature. Steam is fog. You cannot outmuscle the elements with vapor. She turned to Ladia for backup. You agree, don't you? Ladia, caught between loyalty and doubt, hesitated. I can't quite imagine what such a machine would look like, but I believe in Lord Grayman's vision. If anyone can do it, he can. What, you too? Eileen gasped. Traitor, Ladia laughed, darting away as the older woman made a half-hearted swat at her. Their mock scuffle filled the air with light-hearted laughter. Paul, smiling faintly, turned back to Burns once they'd fallen behind. Your insight is extraordinary, he said quietly. But not yet. We'll build this world's future step by step. Why wait, my lord? Burns protested softly. You always said innovation brooks no delay. Paul's gaze drifted toward the horizon where smoke from the new furnace rose into a pale sky. Because we must master the flame before we tame its breath, he said. Let the rivers and wheels build our strength first. When the time is right, the age of steam will come. The engineer nodded reluctantly, understanding even as excitement still burned in his eyes. Behind them, laughter rang across the road. The scent of iron and soot still clung to the air, the tang of creation itself. And though winter chilled the world around them, Paul Grayman rode on warmed by a single certainty. The spark of industry had been struck, and nothing, not doubt nor dogma nor time, could ever smother it again. Chapter 213, The Engine of Restraint, Why Not, My Lord? The question burst from Guy Burns with the baffled indignation of a child denied his favorite toy. His eyes were wide with dismay, his voice full of the desperate hope that his lord would quickly change his mind. He had expected Paul Grayman's enthusiasm, praise, funding, perhaps a commission to begin work at once. Instead, though the Count had commended his insight warmly, he had followed it with an unambiguous refusal. "It's complicated," said Paul, rubbing his temple as though the very thought brought him pain. Far too complex to explain in a sentence or two. He looked genuinely uncomfortable. How could he tell the man that invention must sometimes wait upon society itself? That timing mattered as much as brilliance. Steam power may appear simple in principle, he continued slowly, but the reality is anything but. The technical obstacles alone could swallow years of study. We can't afford to throw resources into something that may not bear fruit for decades. Burns's jaw tightened. "Your concerns are reasonable, my lord, but I've prepared myself for such obstacles. I want to face them. The harder the challenge, the greater the glory." Yes, Paul said with a patient smile, but I don't have that luxury. Next year, the mechanical works will be loaded with projects, productive ones. Many of my designs will need your hands to build them. I can't have that team tied up chasing an uncertain dream. And besides, he paused, his tone growing deliberate, the steam engine's time has not yet come. Burns frowned, genuinely puzzled. "I don't understand. Surely that's the point of innovation, to move ahead of time. Water wheels and windmills depend too much on geography, on fortune and weather. Steam could free us from all that. Imagine every town able to power its own blast furnace, factories springing up everywhere." But Paul shook his head. "And what would we do with so much iron?" The inventor blinked. "What? Well, everything. With more iron, your territory would prosper. Tools, weapons, trade. And what," Paul said gently, "would I do with mountains of iron no one needs?" "Needs?" Burns's brows knitted. "But surely," he faltered, searching for logic, "you could sell it, use it domestically. Iron is never wasted." "It can be," Paul replied firmly. "The furnace we saw today, when fully operational, will produce enough metal to supply both Arda and Bayardin comfortably, with surplus to sell abroad. I pursue ironworking not for vanity, but for necessity. Every field, every machine in this land depends upon it. But need is not infinite." He gestured toward the horizon, where the plume of smoke from the furnace still smeared the sky. "The rebellion in the south gives us a market now, yes, but conflicts end. Once peace returns, demand will fall, and we'll have warehouses of unsold stock rusting through the years. It's the same story every time. Overproduction leads to collapse. You build more, you flood the market, and those same grand forges end up silent, bankrupt, their furnaces cold. Only a handful survive to match supply with demand. The rest, a waste of men and silver." The flush of excitement faded from Burns's cheeks. "I see," Paul softened his tone. "Tell me before there's a need so large, why push the world to produce faster than it can consume?" "Because," said Burns, struggling to revive his argument, "steam power would open new uses, new industries. Agriculture, perhaps. Imagine a steam-driven reaper. One engine could harvest fields in half the time." "Again," Paul countered, "we return to the same point. If output outstrips mouths, prices tumble. A blessing for townsfolk, perhaps, but ruin for farmers. What happens to the laborer when his grain no longer feeds his family because it's too cheap to sell?" Burns' eyes flashed. "There will always be hunger in this world. Surely, my lord, feeding the poor is a virtue, not a danger." Paul laughed softly, not unkindly, but with the weariness of someone who knew the cost of easy ideals. "Ah, but you mistake kindness for charity. Think Burns, who will pay for transportation, distribution, the men to deliver free bread to the impoverished. And once we start giving grain away, what happens to those who farm for a living? Do they vanish? Or riot?" The engineer fell silent. "Exactly," Paul nodded. Good intentions collapse under their own weight when demand and labor lose balance. The truth, harsh as it sounds, is that progress must move no faster than people can follow. Finally, Burns sighed, shoulders sagging. You make a strong argument, my lord. Paul smiled faintly. Good. Because the truth is, I want steam power. Desperately. But I also want this world to stand when we build it. What good is a machine that replaces men before they are ready? Our true task is not invention, it's transformation. We must turn farmers into workers, fields into workshops, habits into craft. That takes time. He didn't say the rest aloud, though the thought burned fiercely in his mind. If production advanced too fast, the entire foundation of his burgeoning state could turn to sand. Every machine replaced dozens of hands. Every efficiency bred redundancy. He needed workers, not miracles. Citizens learning discipline, industry, the rhythm of creation. He remembered history from his other life. The desperate faces of English weavers smashing automatic looms, convinced they were fighting demons of iron that had stolen their livelihoods. The so-called Luddite riots. He could not afford to repeat that chaos here. Controlled progress, measured reform, that was the key. Beside him, Burns exhaled heavily, nodding his reluctant acceptance. Then we'll wait. But one day, my lord. One day, Paul agreed quietly, we'll build our engines. Just not yet. He glanced to the river that carved its silver path through the forest. For now, the water will serve us well enough. Let the river run before we try to bottle thunder. Burns smiled, a touch wistful. You sound as though you've already seen the whole future ahead of you. Paul only laughed, the sound half amusement, half resignation. The future, my dear Burns, is never the problem. The present is. He looked back toward the smoke drifting above the valley. Behind the practical refusal, deeper reasons remained unspoken. Fears that had nothing to do with markets or labor. Paul Grayman did not want his world to run too far beyond his own control. He had already learned from Ladia and that ominous sorcerer of the secret circle that magic, real, dangerous, unpredictable, existed in this world. For a brief time he had even wondered, could it aid his dream? Could it replace the machine entirely? But every conversation with Ladia had disabused him of the notion. Magic, she'd explained, was fickle, imprecise, and frighteningly personal. Even those born to it were often uncertain of its limits. And worse, it demanded no discipline, no shared skill. You could teach an apprentice to forge a sword, but not to cast a spell. To build a society dependent on spells was to build it on smoke. He saw that clearly now. If he placed industry in the hands of mages, production would no longer be Myrong to the people, but to a new ruling caste, one defined by bloodline and gift, not effort. Talent would become tyranny, and when the supply of mages ran short, as it surely would, the whole system would crumble like clay. No, that path would only end in the same old chains under a different name. Let the church play at miracles. Paul Grayman would build progress by sweat, steel, and reason. So he set his course in quiet resolve, etching the creed into his heart like an oath. Study magic, understand it, guard against it, but never depend upon it. In the end, machines could be rebuilt, but power once surrendered could never be reclaimed. He would choose the slower road, one step, one invention, one worker at a time, until the foundations of his realm were strong enough to bear the weight of the future. And when that day came, when the world finally stood ready, then perhaps he would unleash the age of steam and smoke upon it, not as a master of men, but as their equal architect of destiny. Chapter 214, Scrap Metal, a resounding smack, snapped Guy Burns out of his spiral of gloom. He blinked, startled, and turned to find Paul Grayman grinning at him, hands still raised. The hit hadn't hurt. It was meant to jolt rather than punish. But the gesture replaced the man's sulking expression with wide-eyed confusion. You look as cheerful as a man who's just stepped in dog muck, Paul said dryly. A faint flush spread across Burns's cheeks. I was only berating myself, my lord, for not seeing as far ahead as you do. Ha! Don't tell me you're still sore about that steam engine business. The engineer's hands flailed nervously. And no, never. I'd not dream of questioning your wisdom, my lord. Paul stroked his chin as if considering something weighty. Very well. Here's what we'll do. You may divert some men and materials from the factory, just a handful, to explore the principles of steam. No more? Yes, of course, my lord. I'll make sure to wait. What? Did I hear you correctly? Paul chuckled at his shock. You heard me. But and mark this well, the factory's official work takes absolute priority. I hired you to build, not indulge your curiosity. The inventor straightened immediately, snapping a salute he'd clearly picked up from the soldiers stationed nearby. Understood, Lord Grayman. I'll not allow it to interfere with our regular duties. That's the spirit, said Paul, though his eyes twinkled with amusement. Still, I'll be checking your accounts from time to time. Don't test my patience or my purse. Yes, my lord. They carried on walking down the path toward the harbor, the winter sunlight glimmering through the bare trees. Though Paul's warning carried the usual steel, the cloud over Burns's head had melted away completely. He walked with a spring in his step, whistling a tune that neither of them recognized. It was, of course, no true change of heart. Paul had no intention of devoting serious money or manpower to an invention he did not yet need. But allowing Burns to play at theory cost him little, and it might yield useful foundation work for the future. For the age of steam would come one day, whether he willed it or not. Just not yet. There was, besides, a curiosity in Paul's mind, a quiet experiment of philosophy. He wanted to see how far this world could progress without his intervention. Could its own thinkers, fed by gradual cultivation, reach the stars on their own? Human society, he had learned, could not rely forever on the vision of one man. Real progress came when many minds worked in concert, each spark lighting another. But such evolution was slow and painful. Watching Guy Burns walk ahead, humming gaily, Paul smiled wickedly to himself. Ah, Burns, you've no idea what you've signed up for. On Earth, the steam engine hadn't gone from concept to practical use overnight. It had taken 84 long years. And that was with centuries of accumulated craftsmanship and scientific reasoning behind it. Here, even building a functional piston might eat up a lifetime. Still, it would be good for him. He decided, once and for all, that until the hour truly came, he would not so much as lift a finger to help. By the time they returned by boat to Lakehart Town, laughter had overtaken the biting winds. For a while, at least, optimism filled the air. Over the next several days, the ironworks continued to expand, crews laboring to raise additional furnaces along the Vase River. Paul occupied himself with governance, until one morning, a knock at his study door brought news that nearly made him cough blood. It was Herman, the smith charged with forging a blade from the first batch of new iron. The man walked in looking like a priest, come to deliver a funeral sermon. My lord, I bring unfortunate tidings. Paul's gaze sharpened. Out with it, the iron we smelted from the high furnace. Herman hesitated. It's useless. Brittle. Impure. Even common nails snap under pressure. What? Paul's voice rang through the manor like a hammer striking an anvil. He surged to his feet, face flushed with disbelief. Are you telling me we've been producing scrap metal? Not intentionally, my lord, Herman said, flinching. But yes, I'm afraid so. I'll see for myself, Paul growled. Right now. Seconds later, his office door slammed hard enough to shake the frame. Servants paused mid-stride in the hallway as their furious lord stormed past, his boots echoing down the marble corridors like drumbeats. Far to the south, beyond Thorn Fortress, another storm was brewing. In the dim command tent of the rebel army, 4 figures sat around a rough wooden table, illuminated by a lamp that hissed faintly with oil smoke. At the head sat General Sammer, commander of the Southern rebels. At his right hand lounged Scott, his personal mage, a thin young man with eyes like chips of ice. Opposite them sat 2 merchants dressed in travel-worn finery. A middle-aged man with a trimmed mustache and another, younger, dark-haired and rakish, with a gleaming earring in one ear and a permanent smirk upon his lips. The older merchant spoke first, voice measured but taut with authority. His Grace, Duke Giles, is deeply dissatisfied with your recent actions, General. If you had taken Thorn Fortress, perhaps he could overlook the casualties. But you assaulted it, squandered resources, and lost men for nothing. Our allies' morale suffers. Sammer said nothing. His head bowed low, shadows hiding his expression. At last he murmured, I pushed too hard for victory. My arrogance cost us the Duke's trust. The merchant sighed heavily. You command a vanguard general, not the main host. Your task was simple, to pin the fortress. Leave conquest to His Grace's legions when they march north. Samar nodded slowly. I understand. I will not act rashly again. But before silence could settle, Scott spoke up, his tone brittle yet fearless. If there's blame to be laid, let it fall on me. I urged the charge, believing my spells could breach their walls. I underestimated their defenses and the return of that ancient weapon, the so-called Greek fire. The others stared at him, startled. Even Samar looked taken aback, his eyes softening with reluctant respect. The boyish mage might be arrogant, even reckless, but at least he had the courage to shoulder guilt. The young man with the earring chuckled and raised his hands in lazy applause. Bold of you to admit it, Master Mage. Scott shot him a withering glare. The man only shrugged, lips twitching. Samar rose from his chair. No matter whose error it was, the command was mine. I accept full responsibility. The merchant waved dismissively. We're not here to assign fault. We're here to warn you. The royal army will march south soon, spring at the latest. Reports from Crystal Vale say preparations are nearly complete. A crooked smile curved Scott's mouth. So Princess Catherine marches sooner than expected. Seems even burning her granaries couldn't starve her out for long. Did you really imagine we could delay the crown forever? The older merchant snapped. The royal heartlands still feed the army. You've bought us half a year, that's more than enough. Samar's brow furrowed. How long before His Grace's main host turns north to join us? There are still strongholds in the south to subdue, the trader admitted. Old powers die hard. The Duke's victory is assured, but not instantaneous. Then if the royalists reach us first, said Samar, his tone grim, we stand alone. Not entirely. The younger messenger with the earring leaned forward, flashing an easy grin. Reinforcements are coming, a contingent of mages sent at His Grace's command. That revelation hit the tent like a thunderclap. Scott's chair scraped violently as he stood, eyes blazing. Mages? Then the battle is as good as ours. The earringed man smirked, unimpressed. Careful, Scott. You sound like you've already forgotten the last time arrogance cost us. I know what I'm doing. The mage snapped, color rising in his cheeks. Gentlemen, enough, said the elder merchant sharply. Your powers are formidable, Master Scott, but never forget, the royal army is no rabble. Underestimate them again, and there'll be no fortress left to discuss. His warning hung heavy in the smoke-tinged air, and for a moment none of them could quite meet another's gaze. Beyond the flap of the tent, the campfires hissed and spat into the night, their sparks rising like restless ghosts. And above them, far to the north, the forges of Arda burned another kind of flame. A fragile, flickering promise that only time and iron could test. Chapter 215, The Serpent's Fire Within the Southern Rebel Encampment. The atmosphere was taut as a bowstring drawn too long. 4 men sat around a stained oak table beneath the dim, flickering light of lanterns. The cold wind outside howled against the tent canvas, rattling the iron fittings like restless spirits. The discussion had already dragged on for hours, drifting ever closer to argument. The older merchant, the one with the stern gaze and meticulously trimmed mustache, was fast running short on patience. Scott's reckless arrogance, his sharp tongue and sharper pride, were testing even his diplomatic composure. He said nothing further for fear of losing it entirely, merely forced a thin smile. And when the meeting finally dissolved into silence, he was the first to rise. Without another word, General Samar and the merchant excused themselves, stepping out into the cold night to continue their talk privately. Left behind were Scott, the young mage whose temper burned as hot as his spells, and the younger of the 2 merchants, the one with a single gold earring and an ever-present gleam of mischief in his eyes. They stood in silence for a long moment, listening to the faint murmur of soldiers beyond the tent. Then the youth sighed, his casual grin gone. You and that temper of yours, Scott, you've lost favor. The upper circle's patience is running thin. They all know it was your urging that pushed Samar to attack Thorn Fortress. Scott scoffed. Let them chatter. Those doddering fossils have no idea what real power looks like. Yet you tried to win their approval not long ago, didn't you? The young man tilted his head, voice edged with unkind amusement. All that grandstanding, those boasts of victory, don't tell me you weren't trying to climb higher in their regard. Scott froze, the retort dying half-born on his tongue. His fists clenched. HMPH. Easy for you to preach. You've already got your glory, the man who burned the Crystal Vale granaries. That drew a sudden smile from the earringed youth, who clapped Scott on the shoulder. Patience, my friend. Gold doesn't shine the moment it's mined. It needs polishing. Have faith in what you are, an enchanter of rare skill and limitless potential. The battlefield will prove it soon enough. Of course I believe in myself, Scott muttered, chin raised again. There's no finer enchanter alive. That's more like it. Once the Duke's forces engage the royal army, your talents will be irreplaceable. Hold your tongue until then. Speak with your craft, not your pride. Scott glanced sideways at him. I didn't expect you to take the blame for me back there. The young man shrugged. I don't dump my mistakes on others, and I've no interest in hiding behind a mortal's nameplate. Scott gave a curt nod. Underneath his irritation, respect flickered. They stood a while longer, their breath ghosting in the cold air between them. Eventually Scott said, Fine. I'll stay out of Sammer's tactical affairs from here on. Tell me, though, what's our progress in the other regions? The youth arched a brow. Other regions? Yes. Horn Bay, for one. And the Northwest Bay. Didn't Lord Barnet leave months ago to lay groundwork there? The earringed man's smirk faltered. That's the strange part. He's been silent for months now. No letters, no couriers. Vanished off the map. Scott barked out a harsh laugh. Barnet. Missing. Don't be ridiculous. You know as well as I do, no one on this continent could touch him. He's always been a wanderer, disappearing for months, even years. He'll show up eventually. Though Barnet had always looked down on the enchanters, even Scott acknowledged the man's terrifying power. Well, said the youth with a shrug, let's hope you're right. There are forces abroad we still don't understand. Remember the hellfire you faced. That wasn't the work of any ordinary army. Scott's eyes narrowed. Forget flames and fairy tales. Tell me how things stand in the Northwest. At Lord Barnet's last instruction, we sent one of our own, a psychic adept, to assist him. Together, they've been shaping mortal politics from the shadows. The local lord under their influence follows orders well, and the region's largest noble, the esteemed Duke Ferdinand, has already fallen neatly under our control. Scott grinned. Then all's going according to plan. Sooner or later, the Northwest Bay will be ours. Perhaps, murmured the youth, but plenty of northern lords still swear direct allegiance to the Oldoran crown. Fighting them will be thornier than it sounds. And Horn Bay? Asked Scott. Ah, that's been entertaining. The upper Myrons of the Alliance and the Church have finally clashed outright. We merely helped light the fuse. Scott leaned forward, interest gleaming. You helped? How? The youth's smirk returned. We kidnapped the Duchess of Eaton's younger sister, then ever so conveniently delivered her to the church. The girl's shown signs of magical talent, you see. Scott's laugh was sharp. Brilliant. That must have sent the Duke into a rage. Indeed. The Eaton Duchy was already restless. Now they're aligning with the anti-church faction of the Horn Bay Alliance. We've gained an ally without wasting a single sword. But his voice dropped slightly. There was a mishap. Scott's amusement faded. What sort of mishap? We intended to retrieve the girl later and hand her back, let the Duke and Church shred each other longer. But Eaton's own forces struck first, rescuing her before our team arrived. In the crossfire, several of our brethren vanished. Possibly dead, possibly taken. Silence settled over the tent like a shroud. For once, Scott said nothing, his sharp features dimmed by thought. Why so quiet? The youth asked finally. Scott exhaled. I was just thinking, this witch hunt sweeping through Horn Bay, the executions, the purges. It isn't all clergy hysteria, is it? Some of our people must be fanning those flames. The young man's eyes hardened. Where did you hear that? It's what everyone whispers. The answer hung in the air. The youth turned away, jaw tightening. Scott hesitated, lowering his voice. Tell me, is it true? Are we really turning on our own? Enough, the shout cracked like a whip. They are rumors. Lies spread by fools who know nothing. The cabal of Arcana would never harm its own. His voice rang off the tent fabric, quivering with furious certainty. For once, even the brash Scot fell silent. The air between them thickened into wordless tension. Neither spoke again. The lantern's flame guttered, throwing their shadows huge and distorted across the canvas walls. Elsewhere in the camp, Sammer walked with the older merchant beneath the star-dappled sky. The winter frost creaked under their boots. These mages, the merchant muttered darkly, each one more insufferable than the last. Sammer allowed himself a weary chuckle. They are spirited, the merchant snorted. Arrogant peacocks, the lot of them. That Scot brat especially, I could wring his neck. Careful, emissary, Sammer warned mildly. They may be arrogant, but they hold power that frightens even the Duke himself. The man groaned but nodded. Aye, terrifying stuff. I saw one interrogate a prisoner once, could tell truth from lie without a word spoken. And those enchantments he wove into the soldier's armor, unbelievable. Made common men fight like 10. If not for that cursed infernal fire, we'd be drinking wine in Thorn Fortress right now. Hellfire, Sammer murmured, the name alone enough to chill him. A weapon to rival sorcery itself. I've heard the same tales, said the merchant, lowering his voice. If you could uncover its secret, General, and bring that weapon's design to the Duke, you'd win glory beyond measure. The mages would lose their monopoly on power, and his grace would see you properly rewarded. Sammer's face tightened with resolve. He stared into the distant darkness, where the fortress lights burned faint as embers. Yes, he said slowly, I already know what must be done. The merchant smiled thinly, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Above them, the night wind shifted, a breath that carried the faint scent of ashes. Unseen beyond the campfires, somewhere deep in the southern hills, a solitary spark flared and vanished in the dark, as though something vast and patient had just woken from sleep. Chapter 216. Iron and ashes inside the forge. Heat reigned like a god. The air shimmered, thick with the smell of coal and molten metal. Sparks drifted through the haze like fireflies. Beneath the roar of the bellows came the rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil, each blow echoing through the cavernous chamber with brutal finality. At the center stood Paul Grayman, his face glistening with sweat, eyes narrowed at the glowing shape upon the work table. Around him gathered Guy Burns, Conrad, and the blacksmith Herman, each watching the birth or death of a dream. The sword blank burned white-hot, its outline wavering in the heat like liquid light. Herman adjusted his grip on the hammer, then swung with all his strength. Clang! A violent crack split the air. The blade shuddered once and shattered into smoking fragments. Silence fell, broken only by the hiss of cooling metal. The broken steel gleamed dull red, reflecting the stunned faces around it. Paul's stomach dropped. It felt as though a hammer had fallen upon his own chest. Conrad's weathered hands trembled. The same again, he whispered. Every time. Herman sighed heavily and set down his tools. My lord, you've seen it yourself. The steel can't take a strike. It's brittle, worthless. The moment I raise my hammer, it falls to pieces. Paul blinked in disbelief. Impossible, how? It shouldn't be this fragile. He ran a shaking hand through his hair, pacing in agitation. All those days of labor, all the cost, the pride, disintegrated before him like ash in the wind. Herman, he demanded suddenly, wheeling around, surely it's not your fault. Your technique, perhaps the temperature. The smith shook his head. My lord, you know my skill. Half the blades in your armory bear my mark. This isn't craftsmanship, it's the iron itself. Paul's mind raced. He replayed every step of the process, combing through the details like an accountant chasing vanished coin. Something was off, something crucial. Then Conrad, rubbing the soot from his beard, spoke up cautiously. My lord, could it be impurities in the iron? Impurities, Paul repeated. Yes, said Conrad, eyes gleaming behind sweat and grime. We used your new coke fuel for the furnace. It's efficient, aye, but not the same as charcoal. Perhaps it carries elements that mingle with the metal, corrupting it. Makes it brittle. Paul froze, and then slowly, a grin crept across his face. Conrad, you bloody genius. That's it. That's the missing piece. Memory surged, snatches of knowledge from another life, another world. He recalled something once buried in an old textbook. Coke smelted pig iron, tainted by impurities, rendered too brittle to forge. The solution had existed too, something primitive yet revolutionary. The puddling process. The answer lay not in stronger heat, but in purer flame. Calling the men closer, Paul began to sketch with a piece of chalk across the soot-stained table. Listen carefully. We'll build a new furnace. No, a refining furnace. A reverberatory type that uses direct heat to remelt the iron. Coal will fire it, but separated from the metal by the hearth's design. The fuel and the iron shall not touch. No impurities. Understand? The craftsman stared as he drew faster, outlining pipes, vents, angular chambers. His voice quickened with feverish excitement. We'll stir the molten iron constantly with paddles, so air circulates and burns away the carbon. The metal will grow soft, malleable, a forgeable iron cleaner than before. The impurities will slag off naturally. That is our breakthrough. They might not have grasped the chemistry, nor could Paul explain the word decarbonization, but his passion was infectious. Heads nodded one after another. Even weary Herman straightened, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Within the week, the smiths of Arda labored like demons. Under Paul's direction, they constructed the first reverberatory furnace in the region, hammering stone and clay into shape until the structure rose from the earth like a temple of smoke. Days blurred into nights and back again, the roar of the furnace growing louder with each cycle. They melted, stirred, cooled, and refined, experimenting, failing, adjusting. Sparks showered over sweat-drenched faces. Then, one crisp winter morning, Herman lifted a bar from the latest batch. He struck it against the anvil. It sang a clear high note and remained unbroken. Look at her, he murmured reverently. Soft, strong, living iron. Paul ran his hand over the polished surface, marveling at its sheen. Perfect. We've done it. Relief washed through him like rain after drought. At last, their labor bore fruit. The brittle failures were behind them. The age of iron was truly beginning. He wasted no time. Orders went out to the 51 district arsenal to begin trial casting cannons in iron rather than bronze. Iron guns were cheaper to produce and faster to replicate. One success here could multiply his army's firepower tenfold. If it worked, he told himself, it would change everything. As the days shortened and the year drew to its close, snow began to fall upon Lakehart town. Thick, endless flakes whispering over rooftops, frosting the riverside streets in white. The people prepared for the coming new year, their laughter bright against the cold. But joy did not visit every home. In one mansion near the frozen edge of the lake, Princess Eileen Rodney rested her chin on the windowsill, eyes lost in the drifting snow. The world outside was serene, yet her heart churned restlessly. Behind her, a woman appeared, Leah, her loyal bodyguard now turned teacher at Weiss Academy. She carried a basket of bread and papers, still dusted with snowflakes. Your Highness, she said softly, are you missing home again? Eileen stiffened, a spark of pride snapping through her melancholy. Home. HMPH. This is my home now. Leah smiled faintly. If you say so, but she knew the denial for what it was. Weeks had passed, and though the princess spoke bravely, her eyes betrayed a loneliness no crown could hide. After a pause, Leah ventured carefully, if it pains you so, perhaps we could send a letter to Crystal Vale. Just to assure them you're safe. Send a letter, the princess spun, voice sharp, and have them send an escort to drag me back. No, I won't be bartered off to some noble fool to mend my father's political woes. Of course not, murmured Leah, lowering her gaze. The conversation ended there. She slipped away to prepare supper, her soft footsteps fading down the hall. Left alone, Eileen's anger simmered into guilt. She pressed her brow against the cold glass. Outside, dim lights shimmered on the frozen river. Somewhere in the town, bells rang faintly over the snow. I hate him, she whispered, to no one. And yet, the thought left her hollow. She longed for her family, even as she feared their reach. Her mother, her sister, even her father, the king she swore to defy, haunted her still. Ah, damn it all. How vexing, she muttered, burying her face in her hands. She never noticed the eyes watching her from across the street. In a narrow townhouse opposite, two figures crouched by an upstairs window. Their cloaks were dark, their tone matter-of-fact. Perimeters clear. No signs of pursuit. Good work, the other replied. Still, she's made our job harder, bolting from the capital like that. We're supposed to guard a princess, not babysit one through exile. Orders are orders, grunted his partner. Keeping royal blood alive, that's our duty, festive season or not. I know. But honestly, wouldn't you rather be infiltrating enemy lines or hunting spies than watching a moody girl brood by the fire? Hush, warned the first. You complain too loudly, and I'll report you myself. Command says protect, we protect. No arguments. The complainer sighed, raising gloved hands in surrender. Fine. It's just this place feels strangled. Today some local patrol questioned me for half an hour. Imagine me interrogated by town constables. Count Grayman runs a tight ship, his companion mused. Good policing, good peace. And good peace means the princess sleeps safely. Stop fretting. Our cover's solid. As long as we don't poke around his military business, no one will look twice at us. Unless, the other muttered darkly, they mistake me for some creep spying on girls through windows. Then stop doing exactly that. They shared a quiet laugh. After a moment, one added in a softer tone, hard to believe how much this place has changed. 6 months ago, it was nothing but a fishing village. Now look at it, factories, schools, proper roads, all thanks to that young lord of theirs. His comrade nodded. A remarkable man, by all accounts. Even the princess seems half enchanted by him. Ha! Maybe he's a wizard in disguise. Did you hear about those public lectures at the academy? My contact attended one, swore he saw invisible creatures through some contraption called a microscope. The other shuddered. Bah! Keep your bugs and your lenses. I'll take a good sword any day. Meanwhile, unaware of her silent guardians or the curious eyes that followed her through the snow, Princess Eileen Rodney turned from the window and exhaled softly. The candle beside her guttered, its flame shrinking to a fragile point of light, one small flicker against the cold, vast night outside. Chapter 217, The First Dawn of 1991. The year of Holy Record 1991 arrived with muted fanfare. Historians, when they looked back upon it, would mark the preceding year as one of turmoil and upheaval. The Great Rebellion within the Alderan Kingdom, the Orcish raids that ravaged the northeastern frontiers, the tightening hostilities between the Gabra Empire and its eastern neighbor, and the growing defiance of the Horn Bay states conspiring against the Church. Momentous events, yes, but all merely echoes of the eternal human pattern. Society remained divided by its great and immovable walls. Nobles still dined beneath chandeliers, as peasants starved along the roadsides. The wealthy schemed to amass yet greater wealth. The poor prayed for the next loaf of bread. The world rolled on unchanged, and from the streets of the cities to the far-flung hamlets, no one could yet sense that a foreign soul, one not born of this world, had already begun to tilt its axis. In the royal military camp outside Crystal Vale, Princess Catherine Rodney, eldest daughter of the throne and commander of the royal host, sat behind a desk piled high with dispatches, her quill moving like a blade across paper. Outside, the soldiers celebrated the dawn of a new year with laughter and clinking cups, but she worked on, expression sharp with focus. The door creaked, and without ceremony another woman entered, a tall, confident figure with short-cropped auburn hair. Only one person held the right to step into Catherine's quarters unannounced, her confidante and personal adjutant, Ophelia. "Report," said Catherine, not glancing up. "Your Highness, a letter's arrived from our agents in the Northwest Bay." Catherine's head lifted. "At last. Give it here." She seized the envelope eagerly and broke the seal, reading in silence. As her eyes moved down the page, a rare smile softened her face. "Ha, that little imp," she murmured to herself with affection. "Running schools now, is she? My sister never fails to surprise me." Ophelia arched an eyebrow. "Schools? What's young Eileen plotting this time?" Catherine handed her the letter, still smiling. "See for yourself. It seems she's been appointed head of some department of education. I can hardly believe she's showing such energy." Ophelia skimmed it quickly, lips curving. Well, who'd have thought Her Highness, the wayward princess, would turn bureaucrat? Though, isn't it strange? The good Count Paul Grayman must have no idea one of his officials is royal. "Don't belittle her," Catherine said mildly. "For once, she's found purpose. Let her have her peace and her illusion. It's good for her." She glanced up, Her identity remains undiscovered, yes. As far as we know, said Ophelia, the Count believes her to be a Gabaran noblewoman who fled the Empire's upheaval. And because the western frontier's utterly starved of scholars, her supposed credentials have gained her reverence. Excellent. But Your Highness, Ophelia continued, frowning slightly, that Count Grayman has opened his schools to commoners. Princess Eileen spends all her time among them. Is that wise? Catherine waved a dismissive hand. A little dust on her slippers won't harm her. Let her see what the world looks like below the silks and banners. Still have our people keep watch. I don't want her stepping into danger. Understood. Shall I inform our royal liaison stationed in Arda? He's been given a post by the Count, oddly enough. He might even be working under Princess Eileen. Catherine thought for a moment, then shook her head. No, the fewer who know, the better. One slip could expose her. As you wish. Catherine leaned back, the parchment still in her hands, and her gaze softened again. This Grayman fellow, his territory, is more productive than most realize. There's much to learn from him. Ophelia tilted her head questioningly. Look at this paper, Catherine said, holding up the letter. Fine texture, smooth as silk. It's said to come from his own mills. A far cry from the heavy parchment of our scribes, light, efficient, and cheap. I've examined some myself, said Ophelia. It's remarkable. He's making literacy attainable for the common folk. And the merchants adore him for it. Catherine smiled knowingly. Innovation wins both hearts and coffers. Oh, and there's another miracle, canned food. Have you heard of it? Only through the quartermasters. Something about preserved rations. Precisely. Ordinary ingredients sealed in jars, able to last for months without rotting. Our army badly needs them for the southern campaign. She reached into a drawer, drew out a jar sealed with wax, and passed it to her friend. Inside floated pieces of meat and vegetables in clear brine. Take it, try it later, Catherine said. It's not fresh fare, but it keeps indefinitely. That same Northwest agent delivered it personally on his return. Sometimes unintended missions prove the most useful. Ophelia turned the jar in her hands. The label bore neat handwriting, production date, and a claimed shelf life of 6 months. In truth, Catherine knew, the manufacturer had merely guessed. The first batch hadn't even existed half that long. Even so, it was revolutionary. For an army stretched across vast distances, the ability to store food without spoilage could double endurance and have logistics nightmares. Your Highness, ventured Ophelia, shouldn't such invention fall under royal patent? We can't rely on a provincial count to hold the keys to military sustainability. I've considered it, Catherine said quietly, but we tread thin ice. With the rebellion still smoldering, any sudden seizure of invention will sour what loyalty remains among the border lords. Better to let him think himself secure, at least for now. As you say, Catherine tapped the jar thoughtfully, then smiled. Issue a circular under the royal seal. Inform every lord from Arda to the capital that will be purchasing supplies from Grayman's territory. Warn them to keep trade routes clear. Ophelia nodded grimly. She knew what that meant. The lesser lords would swarm upon caravans like vultures if left unchecked. Royal backing was the only protection merchants could trust. Her expression softened then. And their majesties. Has the Cold War thawed at all? At once, Catherine's smile faded. She placed the jar aside, eyes clouding. No, she sighed. Still the same silence. The tale was old but bitter. The king, in his arrogance, had thought to solve southern politics and his treasury's woes through marriage. He'd chosen the Duke of Veblen's son as match for Eileen, planning to announce it only after securing her compliance with Catherine's help. But when confronted, the younger princess had fled without a backward glance. What followed could have drowned a kingdom in scandal. The queen, who had known nothing of her husband's plan, was beside herself with fury and grief. Had she been consulted, she might have persuaded Eileen or softened her refusal. But secrecy had robbed her of both dignity and daughter. Now the queen's anger had turned glacial. The king's pride kept it frozen. Catherine had endured their quarrels long enough. In the end, she'd broken royal protocol to whisper truth into her mother's ear, that Eileen lived safely in the Northwest. It had eased one heart, at least. Even so, she suspected the king knew already. He always knew. Catherine stared through the canvas wall toward the horizon, beyond the camp. The snows of the new year gleamed like steel beneath the dawn. Somewhere far to the west, her sister worked beside an idealistic young count who looked to the future with reckless faith. The world, perhaps, was shifting faster than even history could record. She allowed herself a faint smile. "Grow well, Eileen," she murmured softly. "For someday you'll have to choose whether to stay in his world or return to ours." Outside, the wind carried the sound of distant trumpets, heralding morning drill. The soldiers cheered beneath the rising sun. An age ended, another began. Unseen above them all, across borders and battlefields alike, the new year unfurled its unseen threads, binding kings, rebels, and dreamers into the tapestry of what was yet to come. Chapter 218 Whispers of Fire and Faith. The echoing marble halls of Crystalvale Palace were bathed in the golden wash of morning light when Princess Catherine Rodney swept through them. A sealed letter clutched tightly in her gloved hand. She moved with her customary precision, shoulders straight, steps brisk, her expression mixing stern command with barely restrained excitement. She didn't pause until she reached the royal apartments, where laughter and the murmur of silk signaled that her mother, Queen Phyllis, was finishing a visit with several noble ladies. The gilded doors opened. The queen, flanked by her retinue of perfumed courtiers, looked radiant as ever, her posture graceful, her bearing effortlessly regal. When she caught sight of her daughter, her brow arched in mild surprise. "Your Highness," the ladies chorused, dropping into curtsies. Catherine acknowledged their bows with a nod and the faintest of smiles. Together, mother and daughter escorted the guests to the courtyard steps. Only after the carriages had rolled away did Phyllis turn, eyes narrowing in curiosity. "Dearest, aren't you usually at headquarters this time of day? What brings you so early to the palace?" Catherine raised the letter, the wax seal catching the sunlight. "News from the northwest, mother. From Eileen." The queen's composure cracked instantly. "My child," she gasped, reaching for the envelope. Her usually steady hands trembled slightly as she unfurled the paper. Before she could begin reading, Catherine interjected quickly. "She's safe, I assure you." Relief softened the queen's shoulders, though the anxiety still lingered in her eyes. She read the letter slowly, lips moving faintly over each word. When she finished, she sighed deeply, her expression swinging from gratitude to exasperated despair. Oh heavens, that girl! What on earth is she thinking, playing with politics, giving herself to men's work like some clerk in trousers? She thumped the parchment against her palm. And that count, what was his name? Grayman. That young lord had better not be harboring ideas about my daughter. Catherine's smile twisted with awkward amusement. Half the queen's complaint, she suspected, wasn't about Eileen at all. She herself had taken up the work of men long before. "Mother," she said soothingly, "our little sister's found her own calling for once, education of all things. Let her enjoy it while it lasts. Reports suggest Lord Grayman is decent and dutiful. He respects her as a scholar, nothing more." The queen's tone softened, but her eyes gleamed with wistful complaint. "She may be happy enough, but what of me? Her poor mother left behind. I feed on worry day and night, while she frolics in distant lands. And a princess working for a backwater count." Catherine tried not to laugh. "Think of it as civil service. She's getting to know the world outside our walls." Phyllis huffed. "Well, she can't stay forever. Sooner or later, she must return home." "That's final." Catherine's smile faded. "And face father again. You know her temperament as well as I do. If pressed, she might," she hesitated, "do something rash. Running away once was bad enough." Her words silenced the queen for a long while. She turned toward the tall windows, their stained glass painting splinters of light across her pale face. Her hands clenched briefly in her skirts as she muttered names under her breath: Duke Giles, Duke Veblen, and her husband, each syllable like the tip of a dagger. "If not for those scheming men and their cursed ambitions," she murmured bitterly, "I would still have both my daughters under one roof." "Leave her be a while longer," Catherine said gently. "I've stationed our people nearby, they'll keep her safe." Phyllis nodded, though her worry didn't fade. "Promise me this, Catherine, your father must not find out. He'd send a regiment to fetch her by force." Catherine hesitated, then nodded quietly. "As you command, mother." She did not mention that the king already knew. The corridors near the royal offices buzzed with the clipped footsteps of courtiers, and the murmurs of messengers. Catherine strode through them with purpose, until a figure in dark blue intercepted her path. "Count Morin," she greeted, brow furrowing at his unusually grave expression. The barrel-chested spymaster bowed quickly, a stack of documents clutched to his chest. "Your Highness, I was on my way to report to the king. The matter is urgent, then we go together." Morin inclined his head and fell into step beside her. Few men would presume to share pace with the princess who had commanded armies in her father's stead. But Catherine's cool nod made it clear he was permitted. King Rodney XVI sat behind a desk large enough to dwarf him, papers strewn across it like fallen leaves. Years of strain had silvered his hair and inked the deep lines on his face. When Catherine entered, his eyes lifted, and for the briefest moment, weariness softened into warmth. "My dutiful daughter," he said quietly, still holding the realm together while her foolish father chases shadows. She smiled faintly, though his words carried too much truth to be entirely jest. Since the scandal of Eileen's flight, their once close family had splintered under the weight of unspoken guilt. The king knew his youngest lived safely under watch in the northwest. He was no fool, but pride and regret kept him shackled. He could neither summon her home nor forgive himself for driving her away. At his gesture, they all sat. "Report, Morin," said the king, his tone weary but sharp. "Your Majesty," replied the count, "our agents have uncovered curious findings regarding the rebels besieging Thorn Fortress." Both monarch and princess straightened at once. The king's gaze darkened. "Speak." Morin opened his dossier, spreading sketches and coded transcripts across the desk. "The accounts from Duke Dodge and his subcommanders, Viscounts Klein and Lester, are unanimous. Among the enemy ranks are soldiers who, by multiple witnesses, exhibit unnatural resilience. They shrug off blades and arrows as though clad in invisible armor, and their strength is monstrous." The room fell quiet save for the snapping of the fire. Catherine frowned. "Exaggeration, surely. The battlefield breeds fables faster than corpses." Morin's tone remained steady. "Normally, yes, but all three officers swear upon their honor that these reports are true, and their credibility is beyond reproach. The fortress nearly fell because of such soldiers. The Duke was forced to deploy his final weapon, the Hellfire, to break their charge." The word alone chilled the air. Hellfire, the long-rumored wildfire that devoured men whole, its formula a secret known to almost none. King Rodney's eyes narrowed. "And their strength? How do they achieve such transformation?" "According to captured rumors," Morin said, lowering his voice, "the rebels employ clerics, holy men. Witnesses described chanting, rituals, prayers, after which ordinary men became what you've read in these reports. Berserkers blessed or cursed by divinity. Clerics," roared the king, his hands slamming the desk. "Then the church is meddling again, supporting treason while hiding behind sanctity." Catherine leaned forward, face pale. "But even the pontifex's miracles don't grant invulnerability. There are healing rites, yes, but nothing of this kind. Unless," she paused, uncomfortable with the thought, "unless they've delved into things better left forbidden." For a long while, no one spoke. The only sound was the whisper of snow against the windows. Finally, the king exhaled through tight lips. "Damnation and deceit we war not only against men, it seems." The princess met his eyes, determination and concern warring within her. "Then we'll need more than swords to win this, father. We'll need truth and perhaps a new kind of fire to answer theirs." Rodney gave a slow nod. "Find out what lies beneath these blessings. I want proof before I march holy ground into my prisons." "Yes, your Majesty." As Morin gathered his papers, Catherine stood at the window, watching the snowfall blur the gardens into ghosts of white. Outside, the bells tolled faintly for midday prayers, their soft peals drifting over a city that still called itself faithful. But in her heart, Catherine felt the first shiver of doubt, an uneasy whisper that faith itself might soon become the battlefield. End of chapter. Chapter 219, the Duke's banquet. By the time February arrived, the chill of midwinter had begun to lift, and faint hints of spring brushed the trees around Lakehart town. Within her study on the upper floor of the council building, Eileen Rodney sat surrounded by ledgers, drafts, and piles of bound parchment. Her dreams of education now crystallizing into policy. With Paul Grayman's official approval, She wasted no time igniting what she half-jokingly called the first of her 3 fires as a new official. Until now, education had been an afterthought for the Council of State, a trickle of coins in years when budgets allowed. That changed under her insistence. Now, education was carved into the territory's budget as a dedicated expenditure, standing proudly beside the pillars of military, industrial, and agricultural funding. She began with Weiss Academy, the old institution in Leichhardt Town that had languished in polite neglect. Its previous headmaster, John Morrison, had recently been dispatched, diplomatically, to aid Father Anderson at the Abbey, leaving the post curiously vacant. Without hesitation, Eileen claimed it for herself. Her first decree, a comprehensive assessment of every student. Reading, writing, arithmetic, each pupil placed in one of 3 new divisions according to ability. Teachers' duties were realigned, and examinations became regular fixtures instead of rare formalities. 20 tutors now staffed the academy, many trained by Eileen herself, and as director of education, their salaries fell beneath her ledger and quill. At her inaugural meeting, she stood before them like a general on parade, blue eyes bright with conviction. "Henceforth," she declared, "your wages shall rise or fall with your pupils' performance. Teach well and you'll prosper. Fail them and your purse shall feel it." The announcement landed like a hammer on the anvil. Within days, the lazy routines of old were gone. Teachers chased excellence with near-religious fervor, their shouts of correction echoing across the classrooms. For the students, the era of idle freedom had ended. Evening brought no reprieve. The literacy night schools, her pet project, continued under new incentives. Instructors were promised bonuses for every adult who passed the basic reading and arithmetic tests. The more they taught, the more they earned. Soon, eager tutors filled taverns and markets, preaching the gospel of knowledge. Some even collaborated with soldiers to encourage lingering drunks and loafers to attend. It was a peculiar mix of idealism and conscription, but it worked. On the 3rd day of February, the city of Centra shimmered in celebration. Flags fluttered from every rooftop, and the early-blooming flowers of spring spilled colors across balconies. Jugglers performed in the squares, flutists piped merry tunes, and merchants slashed prices in a frenzy of pre-festive greed. The cobblestones gleamed, scrubbed free of grime. Even the beggars had been quietly herded beyond the gates. Tomorrow would mark the birthday of the region's ruler, Duke Ferdinand himself, and under the stewardship of his ambitious brother, Viscount Henry Ferdinand, this year's festivities promised splendor like never before. Outside the city gates, a small caravan moved along the frozen road. At its head rode a knight bearing a standard, its crimson field emblazoned with a silver wyvern in flight. It was the household banner of Count Paul Grayman, come to pay respect to the Duke. Alongside him rode Myron Garnard, the ever-practical Earl of Mechanics, and a carefully chosen entourage. Ladia, his enigmatic magical advisor from Horn Bay, Cecil, the intelligence chief, Bryce, commander of the 1st Battalion, and the young lieutenant who once served as his squire. Victor, captain of the Internal Guard, commanded 15 elite soldiers as escort. Though few in number, these men were crack marksmen, the pride of Arda's firearm revolution. Each carried a newly minted flintlock rifle fitted with bayonet, a sidearm pistol at the hip, and 4 hand grenades clipped neatly to their belts. Since the assassination attempt months earlier, training had intensified. Every man could load and fire within a minute, enough to turn a would-be assassin into minced meat before he reached sword's reach. Ah, thank heavens! Paul groaned as Centra's towering walls finally rose before them. 2 days in the saddle. I was starting to forget what walking felt like. Behind his weary tone lay a genuine reluctance. He would have avoided this banquet if royal etiquette hadn't pinned him to attendance. His gift, however, was already dispatched ahead by wagon. A matched pair of porcelain vases nearly half a man's height, their surfaces painted with sweeping landscapes in cobalt blue. Large ceramics were rare in Arda's trade, and he hoped they'd impress even a duke's jaded tastes. He cast a sidelong glance at Ladia, riding serenely beside him. Her presence was a silent contingency. Just in case. He muttered a quick prayer under his breath, let there be no just in case. At the gate, guards snapped to attention at the sight of the noble banner. They didn't recognize the crest, but the etiquette of deference cost nothing. As the party entered, Paul's gaze swept over Centra with undisguised awe. Streets wider than any in Arda, lined with grand stone facades and gilded balconies. Vendors hawking wares from every corner of the kingdom, the mingled aroma of fresh bread, spices, and rose petals from the garland stalls. "Look at the size of it," Myron breathed, equally mesmerized. "I heard there are 50, maybe 60,000 souls here." Victor whistled under his breath. More people than in half the counties of the north combined. Only Cecil, Bryce, and Ladia remained unimpressed. The first two had visited Centra before. As for Ladia, born among the merchant lords of Horn Bay, such splendor was little more than polish upon familiar gold. Through the crowded streets they rode, clearing a path by presence alone. Citizens paused, hats in hand, giving respectful space to the noble's procession. They soon reached the duke's residence, a sprawling estate of pale stone whose archways gleamed like ivory in the light. A liveried usher in immaculate attire awaited them at the gate, bowing with practiced grace. He bore a monocle, and the faintly haughty air of a man whose entire life was spent supervising other people's manners. "The house of Grayman, the house of Garnard," he recited, inspecting their letters of invitation with a trained eye. Satisfied, he spoke a few words to a footman, before turning back with a small, courteous smile. "Gentlemen, welcome. Please follow my servant to your assigned quarters. The banquet begins tomorrow evening." "Not even dinner," Paul muttered under his breath as his stomach grumbled in betrayal. He'd half believed nobility lived prepared feasts away from starvation, not schedules. Soon they were settled, in a manner close to the Duke's estate. No sooner had the unpacking begun than Paul summoned Bryce and Cecil. "You two know this city. Find us a decent tavern before I collapse." It didn't take long. He returned hours later in high spirits and the rich scent of wine, only to be greeted with unexpected news from Victor. "While you were out, my lord," the captain reported, "a visitor called upon you. A nobleman named Henry Ferdinand." Paul blinked. "The Duke's brother." "Whatever for?" He turned sharply to Myron. "Do you know him?" Myron shook his head. "Never met the man." Before Paul could reply, Cecil leaned close and murmured discreetly, "Careful, my lord. Word around the capital is that Viscount Henry's been unusually active since the Duke's health began to falter. He's courting every noble of influence." Paul's expression tightened. "Politics," he sighed. "Always politics." He looked toward the high, gilded towers of the Duke's palace glowing faintly in the dusk. "Let's hope this banquet isn't about to turn into a theater for vultures." And yet, deep down, he knew it would. Chapter 220. The banquet of masks the following morning dawned bright and brittle, a wash of pale gold spilling over Centra's slate rooftops. It was the day of celebration, the Duke's long-awaited birthday, and the city stirred with the hum of expectation. Flags fluttered, trumpets blared, and servants hurried along cobbled avenues, carrying trays, flowers, and casks of imported wine. By mid-morning, Paul Grayman and Myron Garnard had dressed in their finest, dark coats trimmed with silver, gossamer white cravats fresh from Lakehart's tailors, and accompanied by Bryce and Victor, made their way toward Duke Ferdinand's mansion. The estate was a palace in all but name. Every pillar gleamed like ivory, every balustrade twined with garlands. Sky-colored banners hung between marble columns, their silk rippling in the breeze. The gardens were dotted with white tents for lesser guests, and the courtyard was alive with carriages, liveried footmen, and noble chatter. The same usher from the previous day, the man with the perpetually impeccable monocle, had taken up his position at the gate once more, commanding a small army of servants as he catalogued a sea of arriving dignitaries. Beyond the expected nobles and knights, the guest list was unusually varied. Merchants in embroidered vests jostled beside guild leaders bedecked with medals. Even several robed priests stood among them, their golden emblems flashing in the sun. As Paul stepped through the archway, he spotted one such clergyman lingering near the entrance, a tall man in spotless cassock and white gloves. "Excuse me, Father," Paul said with courteous curiosity. "You serve at the cathedral of this city, I presume?" The priest turned, mildly startled, before bowing with practiced grace. "Indeed I do, sir. I am one of the resident priests at Centra's Grand Cathedral." Paul's eyes lit slightly. "Then perhaps you know Bishop Leonard." "Leonard," the priest blinked, then studied him anew. Might I have your name, my lord? Before Paul could answer, Bryce stepped forward, shoulders squared. This is Lord Paul Grayman of Arda, and with him, Lord Myron Garnard of Berden. The priest's demeanor shifted instantly to reverence. 2 counts of the realm. An honor, truly. And yes, of course, Bishop Leonard presides over our diocese. I hear his sermons most days. Paul smiled faintly. He hasn't joined us today, then. A trace of embarrassment crossed the priest's face. Alas, no. His grace pleaded ill health, though between us, my lord, I suspect it is less sickness than sincere disinterest. He detests such ostentation. Paul chuckled softly, his amusement tinged with nostalgia. That sounds exactly like him. He and Bryce exchanged knowing looks. The old abbey master had never hidden his disdain for gilded grandeur. A feast like this would have sent him fuming back to his study. Thank you, father. It's a pleasure to know he's well enough to avoid the noise, Paul said warmly before moving on. The guards at the mansion's doors drew themselves rigid as the party approached. After presenting their invitations, the group was escorted through a vast courtyard lined with fountains toward the grand hall itself. The marble floors gleamed like glass beneath tall arched ceilings, painted with scenes of divine triumphs. At the far end, a herald took Bryce's card, clearing his throat before announcing in grand, echoing tones, Count Paul Grayman of Arda, present. Count Myron Garnard of Berden, present. No one paid them much heed. The room bristled with vanity and chatter, the air dense with perfume and politics. Yet one man's gaze fixed instantly upon the newcomers. Viscount Henry Ferdinand, younger brother to the Duke and the unofficial orchestrator of the event. He made a beeline across the polished floor, his smile spreading wide as if greeting long-lost kin. Ah, my distinguished lords. At last, he boomed, throwing his arms open in exaggerated joy. I called on you last evening, only to find you had stepped out. Fate mocks me, but today she redeems herself. Paul and Myron exchanged polite bows, though the Viscount's exuberance bordered on suffocating. Henry ushered them forward, gesturing for attendants to serve wine. Come, come, you must meet your peers. The peers he spoke of were already gathered at a long side table, several neighboring lords whose lands bordered Arda's coast. To Paul's displeasure, they were faces he remembered all too well. There sat Earl Price Parker, a gentlemanly elder with kind eyes and hair long faded to white. Earl Morley Malcolm, younger, sleek, lips curved in perpetual condescension. And Earl Winifred Heller, bespectacled scholar, detached and perfectly content among scrolls rather than swords. These were the same men who had turned their backs when Arda was besieged by pirates, who had penned him letters thick with excuses but void of aid. Their words still flickered bitterly in his memory. Rebellion runs rampant, and it would be negligence to abandon our borders. Hold your ground, dear friend. The pirates will tire and depart once fattened on peasant coin. He'd survived in spite of their wisdom. And now here they were, smiling broadly as they rose to greet him. Ah, Count Grayman, Count Garnard, Parker said merrily, the heroes of the Northwest. I had eagerly awaited this meeting. Others chimed in, their greetings warm but hollow. Paul managed a cordial nod. My lords, a pleasure again. They invited the newcomers to sit, pressing goblets of shimmering wine into their hands. Parker leaned forward, voice jovial. You've become quite the figure of legend, my boy, single-handedly purging the pirates from our coast. And you, Lord Garnard, quelling rebellion with such poise. Why, the court itself applauds you. Myron looked faintly embarrassed. Truly, the credit be Myron's to Count Grayman. He's the one who supported my campaign. Paul smiled thinly. My thanks. And of course, we could never have done so without the invaluable guidance of our neighbors. If sarcasm flirted at the edge of his tone, none of them admitted to hearing it. Morley Malcolm, lounging in his chair, gave a languid smile. I hear your enterprises flourish as well, my lord. Glass, paper, pottery, little Arda seems to have turned itself into a merchant's paradise. That piqued interest around the table. Heads turned subtly, expressions sharpened like knives behind velvet smiles. Paul's reply came swiftly, modest but measured. Oh, small endeavors only. Nothing of importance. Malcolm gave a silken chuckle. Come now, don't be coy. Word reaches even my ports that caravans travel half across the duchy for your wares. Why, merchants speak of Arda as the workshop of the North. You must be making a fortune. Parker's laughter joined his, though the gleam in his eyes bordered on envy. Indeed. Small endeavors, yet enough to make the crowns themselves salivate. You do your ancestors proud, Count Grayman. Around them, servants floated through the hall with trays laden with wine and sugared fruit. To any observer, they were a circle of noblemen basking in polite conversation. But beneath the glittering etiquette, Paul felt tension tighten like a wire. These men were vultures wrapped in velvet, their flattery masks for hunger. He offered a cool smile, swirling the red wine in his glass. Gentlemen, commerce rewards those with vision. But even visionaries need friends who understand restraint. They laughed again, too loudly, too eagerly. But the words had struck home. As the musicians played, and more guests swept through the grand doors, Henry Ferdinand moved among them like a well-fed spider, tending his web. Paul caught his glance once, fleeting but sharp, the glint of intrigue unmistakable. For all the pomp and perfume, this banquet was no celebration. It was the opening move of a game, one played not with blades, but with charm, wit, and deceit. And Paul Grayman, whether he liked it or not, had just taken his seat at the board. Chapter 221. The air of fire and shadows. The question came bluntly, slicing clean through the courteous noise of the feast. Count Grayman, Count Garnard, those inventions of yours, how exactly are they made? Name your price. I'll pay handsomely for the secrets. At last it was said aloud. The sharks had scented blood. A second voice rose instantly, emboldened. Indeed, my house has deep coffers. Whatever sum you desire for the method, you shall have it. One demand sparked another. Soon nearly half the neighboring lords were leaning in expectantly, eyes gleaming like coin. Paul could feel Cecil's gaze across the table, measured, calm. The intelligence chief's network had done its work admirably. Despite months of probing, spies from these petty fiefdoms had gathered little beyond scraps. That paper was somehow made from wood and porcelain from burned clay. Hardly enlightening. His factories were compartmentalized to the last nut and bolt. No single laborer knew the full process, and those with oversight were paid, protected, and quietly loyal. The rest, the curious nobles with dreams of stealing his progress, were gnats hammering at a fortress wall. Still, their persistence amused him. Across the table, Myron Garnard shifted nervously, uncertain how to respond. Paul Grayman, however, set down his glass slowly, letting the pause thicken with the weight of his attention. Well, my lords, he began, tone casual but controlled, our realm recognizes what's called a patent charter. Whether a craft's secrets are shared depends upon the inventor's agreement. It isn't mine alone to give. Patent. One of them scoffed, his voice tinged with disbelief. And since when do patents bind a lord? You rule Arda, do you not? Surely you decide what passes within your borders. Paul smiled faintly. Even so, rules must exist for progress to thrive. But this is hardly the setting for negotiation. Those truly interested are welcome to visit Lakehart Town. There we can discuss terms in private. He gave the last word a deliberate weight that made several men straighten. The table relaxed again. Greedy eyes softened into conspiratorial glances. Discreet nods passed between them. If he hadn't refused outright, there was hope. And hope, properly priced, would keep them guessing. Splendid, laughed old Parker, his eyes twinkling with envy thinly veiled as camaraderie. We shall come to you then, Count Grayman. Come, raise a glass to enterprise. To enterprise, echoed Malcolm, already flushed with wine. Glasses clinked, and the talk flowed once more to safer topics. Hunting, taxation, the king's latest decrees. Yet beneath the laughter, Paul could almost taste the hunger in the air. From the far doors came the herald's cry, so loud it cut through every conversation like a blade. His Grace the Duke Ferdinand arrives, followed by Lord Maltz Kent arrives. The murmuring fell to instant silence. Even the musicians froze mid-note. The true master of the Northwest had entered the hall. Paul turned in his chair, as did every lord around him, to see a frail shape emerge between two servants. The Duke of Ferdinand, once famed for his strength and striking presence, now looked spectral. His skin was ashen, his frame diminished to half its former size. Even his gait seemed uncertain, each step soft and trembling. Whispers rippled through the room. Gods, he looks dreadful. Half a year ago he was a bull of a man. I saw him myself, took a new concubine in fact. Some wasting ailment surely. He'll not see winter, poor soul. Paul caught fragments of speculation whispering around him. When the Duke reached the threshold, his younger brother Henry Ferdinand hurried anxiously forward, assuming the role of caretaker and host in one. "Brother, we were all waiting for you. You honor us by coming. 1,000 blessings on your name. Happy birthday." The Duke inclined his head faintly. His voice rasped like embers. Without another word or glance, he shuffled toward the high seat at the hall's end. Henry waved the servants aside and took the frail man by the arm himself, guiding him to the dais with nauseating devotion. Trailing behind came 2 others, the sharp-faced Count Maltz Kent and a small boy dressed as his page. No one questioned why Kent accompanied the Duke. It was hardly surprising. Kent was his closest advisor, rumored confidant and shadow. Yet when Paul's eyes met the man's, suspicion prickled through him like cold steel against his spine. Kent moved with serpent-like grace, every gesture deliberate, every glance a calculation. He smiled often, but never enough to reach his eyes. The Duke reached his seat and collapsed into it with an audible sigh. After a moment to steady himself, he raised his trembling hand. A servant rushed to pour wine into a silver goblet and hold it before him. The room waited breathless. "Friends," croaked Ferdinand, forcing his voice to carry, "my thanks for coming to celebrate another year with an old man." He lifted the glass with fragile dignity. "Tonight none shall leave sober." A roar of approval broke the stillness. "Long live the Duke, health and glory to his grace." Laughter and applause washed across the chamber. Bowing heads and lifted goblets glimmered like shards of light. Ferdinand smiled weakly but sincerely, one flicker of life amid his hollowed frame. While all eyes were on the Duke, Paul's remained on Maltz Kent. He was the spider in this web. Paul could feel it, could taste it. And when Kent turned his head suddenly, their gazes locked. The man's lips curved imperceptibly. It wasn't a greeting. It was a message. Something cold unfurled in Paul's gut, coiling tight. The sensation reminded him of stepping into the mouth of a cave, black, breathless, only to feel unseen wings stir in the dark. The banquet resumed with noisy cheer. Servants streamed in carrying platters of roast boar, crisp duck, and mountains of sugared nuts. Fresh barrels of wine replaced those already half-drained. "Please, my lords," cried the usher. "No, after you," giggled another across the table. The air filled with laughter and the clatter of knives. Performers circulated between tables. Jesters tumbling, jugglers tossing flame, dwarfs and fools earning roars of amusement. A troupe of bards sang ballads under the marble arch, their harmonies rich enough to make the chandeliers ring. Paul leaned back, content for the first time all day. "At least the food's honest," he murmured around a mouthful of roast pork. "Careful, my lord." Myron Garnard chuckled beside him, raising his own mug. "Keep that pace up, and they'll need a new chair for you before we ride home." Paul laughed, gesture half mocked with his knife. If gluttony's the price for diplomacy, so be it. Cheers! They clinked cups again, joining the swelling noise of the room, until a new voice cut through the din. "Gentlemen," it wasn't loud, but every word carried authority. Instantly, conversation died away. The Duke had risen, slowly, painfully. Even standing, he seemed diminished, yet the silence around him restored some trace of his old command. "My friends," his voice trembled, but his gaze was clear. "You can see for yourselves, this body of mine grows weaker by the day." A murmur passed through the audience. He drew a ragged breath. "And so, it is time I faced what all rulers must," he faltered, repeating the word as if seeking courage. So, Henry moved to steady him, but Ferdinand brushed him off and straightened by sheer force of will. "So tonight, before all my peers, I shall announce my successor." The declaration struck the gathered lords like a thunderclap. Even the orchestra froze mid-note. Cups lowered, whispers flared like sparks across dry grass. Paul's spine stiffened. His thoughts blurred for a heartbeat before resolving into a single clear understanding. Whatever game this was, it had just begun. From beside the Duke's chair, Maltz Kent inclined his head slightly and smiled. Chapter 222, The Storm at the Banquet. The grand hall of Duke Ferdinand's estate had fallen utterly still. Moments ago it had roared with laughter, the steady clink of glasses, and the melodies of a dozen instruments. Now silence pressed down, thick and suffocating, heavier than the smell of smoke and wine still hanging in the air. Did he just say what we think he said? A ripple of disbelief spread among the guests. Every noble eye turned towards the frail duke on the dais, trembling hands gripping the arms of his chair as if to anchor himself to the world. He had said it clearly enough, slurred perhaps, but unmistakable. He had named a successor. Not his brother, not a cousin of his bloodline. Count Maltz Kent. Whispers struck the gathering like sparks on dry leaves. Did he mean the Kent who walked in with him? Impossible. He's an advisor at best, not a relative. God's Kent. Really? What of Viscount Henry? It was unthinkable. In normal circumstances, a noble's heir needed no proclamation. His eldest son was his legacy by right. But Ferdinand had no sons, and age was tearing him down faster than medicine or ambition could hold him together. Announcing a successor at such a moment made sense. Naming Kent, however, did not. At least not to anyone in the room, except Maltz Kent himself. He sat perfectly composed beside the Duke, a faint curve at the corner of his lips. Where others blinked in disbelief, his smile whispered possession. Across from him, the Duke's younger brother, Viscount Henry Ferdinand, stared in dumbstruck silence. Then confusion twisted into something uglier, fear, denial, betrayal. He'd prepared himself for this moment for months, years even. Ever since moving to Centra, he'd lived half in his brother's shadow, half before the court's gaze. Humble, patient, endlessly doting. The prodigal brother made good. He'd convinced himself that redemption would come at last, that the Duke had forgiven the quarrels of youth, forgotten the intrigues long buried under time. So certain was he that when his brother drew in that frail breath and said, "My heir shall be," Henry had already felt the crown upon his head. Then came the name. Maltz Kent. The air vanished from his lungs. Someone touched his arm. "Viscount, are you well?" Henry didn't move. Didn't even blink. What did he just say? His voice cracked. Every lord nearby avoided his gaze. "Tell me," the nearest noble swallowed visibly. "The Duke, he said he names Count Kent as his heir." It was like watching a string snap. "No," Henry's roar broke the stunned hush, a jagged shriek of disbelief that made heads whip around. "No, that's not true." He lurched to his feet, knocking over a table in one reckless shove. Plates clattered, wine splashed across the marble. "You're lying." People drew back in alarm as he stumbled toward the dais. He gripped the Duke's frail shoulders, shaking him like a man trying to rouse the dead. "Brother, tell me this is madness." The Duke's cloudy eyes blinked, the confusion momentary, but the weakness that had chained him moments before seemed gone. A slow, dangerous anger rippled through his face. "Tell me," Henry pleaded, voice wavering, "how can you give away our blood's inheritance to an outsider?" That word, outsider, hung poisonous in the air. Other nobles stirred uneasily. Kent's face never lost its mask-like calm, though his fingers idly traced the rim of his cup. His supposed page, a wiry boy with golden hair, watched everything with unblinking interest. Whispers rose again, "He's lost his mind. By the saints, sit him down before he gets himself killed." Then came the Duke's voice, hoarse but suddenly sharp enough to cut through the commotion. "Enough!" The shout cracked through the room like a whip. He stood, or rather, pushed himself upright with surprising strength. And in that instant the gathered nobility saw not a dying man, but the old Duke restored, the warlord who had once conquered half the northern frontier under the royal banner. "You presume to question me," he rasped, glaring at Henry through eyes that burned with something between fury and loathing. "Did you think I forgot what you did, little brother? The lies, the treachery, the filth you brought upon this family." Color drained from Henry's face. "Brother, do not brother me." Ferdinand's hand struck the air with trembling rage. "You think a few years of servile smiles would make me forget? You were a snake then, and a snake now. Kent, at least, understands loyalty. He has earned what you never could." Gasps swept the hall. Henry faltered, stumbling back a step. A sharp cry escaped him as his hand crashed down on the shards of a broken wine glass, blood streaming across his palm. He stared at it blankly, as though the pain were distant. Then, looking up at Ferdinand, his voice broke. "So all these years, you never meant to forgive me?" The Duke sneered, the motion twisting his thin lips. "Forgive. There can be no forgiveness for betrayal." He turned sharply, calling out, "Guards!" Steel boots thundered on the marble. Armed retainers poured into the hall, visors down, weapons drawn. The jesters froze mid-bow. Servants scuttled to corners out of the line of fire. The Duke's voice came icy but clear. "Take that man, lock him in the deepest cell beneath this house. Let his ambitions rot there." "Your Grace, please," someone began. "Do it," snarled Ferdinand. The guards seized Henry by the arms. He did not resist. His face had gone pale as the moon, eyes unfocused, lips trembling as they dragged him across the floor. Ferdinand's cough racked him. Bile rose in his throat. Still, when Henry was hauled past, he spat in his direction. "Ungrateful wretch," the Duke hissed. "May the worms fit you better than crowns." The heavy doors slammed shut behind the struggling Viscount. For a heartbeat, no one dared speak. Then Ferdinand's gaze swept across the hall, slowly, coldly, fixing on every pale-faced cousin and half-uncle who had dared object moments before. "Well," he demanded, "does any man here challenge my decision?" The silence that followed was absolute. Outside the grand windows, the night sky pressed close against the glass, hiding its stars behind a curtain of gathering cloud. Somewhere beyond the walls, thunder rumbled faintly, distant, but growing nearer. In the center of it all, Count Maltz Kent sat untouched by the storm, wine cup poised, the same faint smile curving his lips. And Paul Grayman, watching from among the crowd, felt a chill crawl down his spine. He could taste it in the air, something shifting, unseen and ominous. The Duke had declared his heir, but what had truly been born that night was not succession. It was war. Chapter 223. Smoke after the feast. "Now then," rumbled Duke Ferdinand, his tremulous voice cutting through the uneasy silence. "Does anyone else object?" His gaze swept slowly across the hall, cold and poisonous. Under that glare, the remaining members of the Ferdinand family dropped their eyes and shuffled backwards, muttering hurried denials. None dared speak further. The scent of danger hung too heavy in the air. Within moments, the entire banquet had sunk into graveyard stillness. No one wanted their name tangled with this quarrel. No one dared share Viscount Henry's fate. But then, quite unexpectedly, the new heir rose. Count Maltz Kent stepped forward, bowing low before the Duke. "My Lord Duke," he said, voice smooth as aged wine, "I lack the skill and wisdom to shoulder your burdens. I am unworthy of such honor. Please, I beg you, reconsider." Every syllable dripped with humility, each pause measured for maximum effect. Even his eyes glistened with an artful sincerity. Across the hall, Paul Grayman nearly snorted aloud. "Oh, you snake. Acting modest now, are we?" "Enough," Ferdinand snapped, raising a thin, shaking hand. "My decision is made. The dukedom shall pass to you, and your family will reclaim the name Ferdinand once more." Kent hesitated theatrically. "This, you would trust me so completely?" The Duke's expression softened. His tone, for the first time that evening, carried something almost like pleading. "The family stands hollow, Maltz. My sons, none. My brothers, worthless. You alone hold the bloodline that once was ours. I would not see the house of Ferdinand extinguished when I depart this wretched world." A ripple of shame crossed the faces of the surrounding cousins and nephews. At his words, they looked to their boots in silence. "Will you do this?" the Duke pressed. "For the glory of our ancestors." Kent bowed again, this time with perfect gravity. "My Lord Duke," he paused, as if weighing invisible chains on his soul, before replying in solemn tones that carried to every corner of the hall. "Very well. If you insist upon me, I shall obey. For the honor of Ferdinand, I accept." The Duke's lined features broke into something between relief and melancholy. "Good, good, good." He repeated it 3 times, each weaker than the last, before seizing a goblet newly poured for him by an anxious servant. "Come, my friends," his voice cracked on the final word. "Tonight we celebrate the rebirth of House Ferdinand and drink to its future." At once, applause and laughter burst like thunder. The moment of dread dissolved beneath the old, familiar fumes of celebration. Servants returned with wine, music stuttered back to life, and the courtiers rushed forward with renewed smiles to toast the newly anointed heir. No one mentioned the brother dragged into the darkness minutes earlier. Within minutes, Kent was surrounded. hands reaching to shake his, lips to flatter, cups raised in oily reverence. Paul exchanged a glance with Myron Garnard, then forced his smile into place and approached, cup in hand. "Count Kent," he said smoothly, swallowing his distaste, "allow me to be among the first to congratulate you." Kent laughed expansively, teeth gleaming. "Ah, Count Grayman, ever gracious. The pleasure is mine. A man such as you, a neighbor of vision and enterprise, will be most welcome to my council." "Oh, I'm sure," Paul replied, lifting his glass. Their cups met with a light clink that sounded more like a duel's challenge than a toast. He drank deeply to mask the bile rising in his throat. When he turned away, Kent's smirk followed him across the room like a dagger aimed between the shoulders. The man's supposed page remained nearby, quiet as a shadow. Paul rejoined Myron, and together they returned to their seats. The revel resumed, louder than ever, music, laughter, and the hollow clang of celebration reverberating against the marble walls. So that's how the world turns, Paul thought bitterly. A tyrant gasps his dying breath, a vulture claims his name, and everyone smiles. Later that night, as candles burned low, the Duke announced one final entertainment to crown the evening. A grand tournament. "Tomorrow," he declared, his frail voice swelling with pride, "we shall hold a contest of arms. Let every knight and noble who deems himself worthy take the field. Let Centra witness bravery fit for a Ferdinand." The whole erupted in cheers. Outside under the moonlit colonnade, Paul and his men gathered near their waiting horses. "Will you enter the lists, my lord?" asked Bryce, half grinning. "I think not," Paul said, tugging at his gloves. "I've discharged enough bravery for 2 lives tonight." Myron chuckled. "Nor will I tempt fate. Watching seems safer." But Victor, the burly captain of Paul's inner guard, looked far too eager. "A contest like that's worth seeing at least," he said, puffing out his chest. "My sword's aching in its sheath just thinking about it." "Then you and Myron can go play spectators," Paul said with a weary sigh. "Take some rest from politics. Bryce, you're with me. We have another visit to make." The streets of Centra were quiet save for distant laughter seeping from tavern doors. Paul and Bryce rode slowly through the lamplit avenues until the spires of the grand cathedral rose before them, luminous in the midnight gloom. It took nearly half an hour to reach the gates, milk-white doors carved with scenes of saints and angels. Inside, the scent of old incense greeted them, sharp yet soothing. Bishop Leonard, once abbot of Lakehart's monastery, received them in the modest chamber adjoining the sanctuary. He looked exactly as Paul remembered. Stern eyes, silver hair bound neatly, mouth forever on the edge of disapproval. Yet when he recognized his visitor, a faint smile cracked the severity. "Count Grayman," he greeted, extending a thin hand. "How long has it been?" "Too long, perhaps." "Far too long," Paul said warmly. "You don't look a day older than when you chased me out of the chapel for skipping morning prayers." That won a quiet chuckle from the old man. They exchanged news for a time, Paul recounting the changes in Arda, the mills, the schools, the extraordinary growth of the town since Leonard's departure. With each tale, the bishop's expression softened, pride outweighing discipline. "It seems the Lord's providence has found fertile ground in your hands," Leonard said at last. "You've made something remarkable there, Paul." "Providence," Paul echoed with a crooked smile, "and a measure of trial and error." When the talk turned to the Duke's banquet, however, Leonard's expression darkened again. "I heard whispers," he said slowly, fingers steepled. "About the succession. Tell me, did he name his brother at last?" Paul shook his head. "Not Henry." The honor, if one can call it that, fell to Maltz Kent. The bishop's brows drew together sharply. "Kent, that man's ambition reaches further than his conscience. Why in heaven's name would Ferdinand choose him?" "Supposedly, their bloodlines once intertwined generations ago," Paul replied. "An excuse thin as paper. Still, the Duke claimed it was for the family's preservation." Leonard exhaled and lowered his gaze. "No, it will be their undoing. Kent's pride will poison what remains of Ferdinand's legacy. You, my son, must tread carefully. With that man wielding ducal power, no law, no faith, no kinship will restrain him." Though the bishop no longer meddled in worldly affairs, his concern felt genuine. Paul inclined his head respectfully. "Thank you for the counsel, but rest assured, Arda is no longer as fragile as it once was." That earned him a faint nod of approval. "So I have heard. The priest Anderson writes often, 'Your prosperity gladdens my heart.'" They spoke long into the night, of faith and progress, of humble beginnings and costly lessons. When at last they took their leave, the bells of the cathedral were tolling 2 after midnight, echoing over the roofs of the city like slow, thoughtful heartbeats. Outside, mounted once again, Paul turned for one last look at the cathedral's great tower, its stained glass windows awash in moonlight. "Strange, isn't it?" he murmured to Bryce. "You build walls to keep faith in, and sooner or later, power climbs those same walls to claim it." Bryce said nothing, merely followed as they rode into the sleeping streets. The fires of the banquet had long gone cold, but the echo of its storm still lingered in Paul's mind. In the northwest, the balance had shifted, and somewhere, under the still, black sky, he could already feel the first tremor of what was coming next. Chapter 224, The Dungeon of Shadows. Back at his lodging, Paul Grayman relayed every sordid detail of the banquet to Cecil and Lydia. Cecil rubbed his chin thoughtfully, lips curling into a dry smirk. "Ah, excellent. The taverns will be bursting at the seams with gossip by tomorrow night. I give it 3 days, no more, before half the city's drunks are arguing over their own versions of tonight's scandal." Paul frowned. "You think it'll spread that fast?" "My lord," Cecil replied, spreading his hands, "anything that smells of intrigue travels faster than the plague. Even the dullest tale, once embroidered by enough tongues, becomes legend before dawn." Paul exhaled, leaning back. "Then we'll need to keep a closer eye on the Kent family. Maltz has worked against us before. Even if he avoids open hostility now, he'll be twice as dangerous with the Duke's title in his grasp." "Understood, my lord," Cecil said quietly. "Good. In that case," Paul continued, "we'll leave Centra tomorrow." "What? So soon?" Cecil blinked. "But the Duke's tournament begins tomorrow morning and runs for days. You'll miss quite the spectacle." "I have no patience for men playing at war with blunted steel," Paul said curtly. "The Foundry expansion concerns me far more." Lydia nodded approvingly, calm as ever. Perhaps it was her secret heritage, or the unease of being beyond Arda's borders, but she seemed just as eager to depart. By dusk, Myron and Victor returned from the day's events, both reeking of sweat and ale. The younger Count looked faintly bemused. "How was it?" Paul asked, half amused. "Strange," Myron replied, shrugging. "At first, I was impressed, until I realized that every proud knight roaring for glory could be dropped with a single pull of a flintlock. Then it just felt quaint." Paul chuckled. "Progress does tend to ruin romance. So we're leaving. Tomorrow at first light." The vote was unanimous. Beneath the glittering mansion of the Duke, far from laughter and light, the air grew cold and foul. Deep below the foundations lay the dungeons of Centra, a subterranean labyrinth of mold-slick stone, where breath echoed off the damp walls and the torchlight burned thin and sickly. The stench of rot and rust hung cloying in the stillness. Rats scurried through puddles black as oil. Water dripped endlessly, the steady rhythm mocking the silence. It was a place steeped in ghosts. For generations, traitors, spies, and enemies of House Ferdinand had wasted away here, leaving only chains and curses behind. Those who died unjustly, it was said, never truly left. If one listened long enough, one might hear them still, whispers rising like echoes of imagination, half prayer, half curse. Through this graveyard of misery came the crunch of bootsteps. A lone guard led an elderly man deeper into the tunnels, their flickering torch the only sun these walls would ever see. They stopped at the final cell, the Duke's private oubliette, a vault reserved for the condemned most personal to him. The prisoner stirred. From behind the bars, a gaunt figure lifted his head at the sound of approaching voices. The guard straightened, struck by a flicker of pity despite himself, and offered a small bow. "Viscount Henry, sir. Your steward has come to visit." Indeed, the bedraggled man behind the iron door was none other than Viscount Henry Ferdinand, brother to the Duke, cast down for daring to dream of succession. But even here, trapped among dripping stones, the guards dared not treat him as they would common criminals. Whatever the Duke's rage, Henry remained royal blood. Better to show deference now than risk the Duke's temper cooling later, and revenge falling upon those who had mocked his kin. "Steward," Henry croaked, stumbling forward to clutch the bars. "Saints above, you found me." His eyes were red-rimmed, his face streaked with grime and humiliation. Tell me, how could my brother do this to me, his own flesh and blood? Then came the tears. Not of grief, but of sheer disbelief. The desperate sobbing of a man who'd built his pride upon a crumbling illusion. The steward sighed deeply, voice low and measured. My lord, please, calm yourself. I've already spoken to the Duke. In time he will relent. Henry sniffed, looking up sharply. You've seen him. What did he say? That you must remain here a few more days. The steward never finished. A storm of footsteps thundered down the corridor, followed by the harsh clang of metal. A new officer burst into view, cheeks flushed with fury, 2 guards on his heels. The prison guard, who'd escorted the steward, paled. The officer's hand lashed out before he spoke, striking the man hard across the face. Idiot! Crack! The sound echoed sharply. The soldier reeled, clutching his bleeding cheek. I leave for 5 minutes, and return to find strangers in my cell block. The officer roared. His uniform was immaculate, his boots polished black, but there was something sinister in the set of his jaw. He was not the usual jailer. That post, the guard realized too late, had been reassigned days ago, replaced by a man said to have ties to Count Maltz Kent. The shaken guard tried to protest. But sir, he's the Viscount's steward, and I suppose you make the rules now. The officer snapped. The Duke entrusted me with maintaining order in these cells, and yet you let anyone wander in as they please. He wasn't simply barking at the soldier. His voice carried the theatrical edge of a man performing, making sure his outrage reached all the way to the steward. The old man bowed immediately, hands trembling. 1,000 apologies, sir. I was unaware of your procedures. The fault is mine. The officer's glare softened only slightly as he eyed the wooden box the steward carried. And what's this? Food, sir, the steward said quickly. For the Viscount. A few comforts from his residence. He's unaccustomed to the fare down here. Please, you are welcome to inspect it. The officer snapped his fingers. Open it? He combed through the contents one piece at a time, tearing bread rolls apart, dipping a hand into soups, inspecting fruit as though searching for hidden daggers. Finally satisfied, he shut the lid with a nod. Fine. Leave it. A few minutes, no more. And mind your manners. No one is above the Duke's law, not even his kin. Yes, of course, breathed the steward. I'll be brief. The guard unlocked the cell door and stepped aside. Henry rushed to seize the box the instant it was handed across the bars, clutching it almost tenderly. The steward murmured reassurance, spoke a few kind words about patience and health, then prepared to leave. At the doorway he paused, turning discreetly back toward the officer. From his coat he drew a small pouch and pressed it into the man's palm. Sir, he said quietly, I trust you'll see that his lordship is treated with dignity. The officer weighed the pouch, and the faint clink within made his scowl fade into a practiced smile. But of course, he said smoothly, you have my word. Duke's brother or not, he'll come to no harm under my watch. As the men departed, Henry called after them in near hysteria, Steward, please speak to my brother again. He'll listen to you. He must, but their footsteps faded into nothing. The silence returned, smothering, endless. Henry waited until it swallowed even the sound of the torches. Then, with trembling hands, he pried open the food box and began to dismantle each piece carefully, breaking the bread apart roll by roll. The first was empty, the second nothing. But when he split the third, his breath caught. Inside, pressed deep into the soft crumb, was a scrap of tightly rolled parchment. A grim smile tugged at his lips. So you do remember, he whispered. He unfurled the message. Its ink faint but legible, the handwriting achingly familiar. Dear brother, he read under his breath, does the darkness feel familiar? You should. This cell once held those who betrayed me. Henry's smile faltered. The torch flickered once, then burst into a long, hissing sputter, sending warped shadows crawling along the wall. From somewhere deep beyond the row of cells came the faint echo of a chuckle, low, rasping, and horribly human. Ah, Henry whispered to himself, staring down at the letter, a mad glint creeping into his eye. So the old monster still remembers exactly what this place was built for. The dungeon swallowed his laughter, carrying it down the corridors like the whisper of something newly awakened. Chapter 225, The Printing Miracle on the Southern Shore of the Weiss Lake. One of the newly built workshops hummed with urgent life. Within its brick-walled hall, racks of curious iron machines clicked and clattered in rhythmic dance, their grooved wheels gleaming under lamplight. Bundles of paper lay stacked high along the benches. The air smelled faintly of oil, fresh ink, and scorched iron. Workers moved swiftly among them, sleeves rolled, faces streaked with sweat and soot. One after another, they spread crisp white sheets across the great metal frames, pulled levers, stamped plates, and watched, half in awe, half in disbelief, as neat lines of black letters bloomed across the page. By the middle of February, after weeks of exhausting trials with isekai solvents and cast metal type, Arda's first printing works, indeed, the first printing factory in the known world, had finally come to life. From this hole would soon flow rivers of ink and words to outlast any sword or king. "Sam!" The foreman's shout split the din like a whip crack. A young typesetter jolted upright, knocking over a tray of metal letters with a clatter. "Why, yes, sir. Coming, sir." He hurried over, pulse hammering. That tone, sharp, livid, only meant trouble. Sam was not a native of Arda. He had fled here from the borderlands the previous winter, one of thousands of refugees chasing bread and safety. He could read a little, just enough to dream bigger. When the Council of State opened entrance exams for junior clerks, he tried his luck and failed by a hair. The rejection had crushed him, but only briefly. If he could not yet earn a clerk's pen, he'd earn the means to one. Factories across the territory were hiring, and literacy paid far better than strength of arm. So he signed on at the new printing works, telling himself that every letter he set now brought him closer to the next examination. In truth, he hadn't known what a printing shop even was until his first day here. Like most folk, he'd grown up believing books were miracled into existence by ancient scribes, written by hand one word at a time. But here, a machine could birth knowledge in minutes, where once it took months. To Sam, it seemed not craft, but sorcery. He loved the place. The work demanded care, but it let him handle words, touch them, arrange them, live among them. Yet his reading was still patchy, and the easier tasks fell to him. Pamphlets, primers, and the simple literacy booklets bound for Lady Eileen Rodney's new education program. Now he stood before the foreman's desk, heart thumping like a press piston. The man's face was red as boiling copper. "You clumsy, half-blind dolt. Just look at this." He slammed a sheet flat on the table. The black letters gleamed wetly. Even from across the desk, Sam saw the mistake. The letters in an important heading reversed, turning meaning to gibberish. "I'm sorry, sir," he stammered, shame flooding his cheeks. "I should have checked it again." "It won't happen. It already did," the foreman barked. "Do you have any idea how many copies I might have ruined if I hadn't inspected the batch? Saint's mercy, boy, you're lucky I caught it before the plates ran." He raised a fist threateningly, and for a terrifying second, Sam feared the man might actually swing. Instead, the foreman jabbed a greasy finger at his chest. "Do I need to remind you, whelp? You're still on probation. I could have you sent out of here by sundown." Tears pricked Sam's eyes. "Please, Master Harris. Just one more chance. I swear I'll never." The threat had done its job. The foreman exhaled, nose flaring like a heated bellows. He didn't truly wish to lose the lad. Workers who could read were hard enough to find, and rarer still those who wanted to. But discipline had to appear absolute. "Very well," he said finally, voice like cold iron. "One more chance. But if I see so much as a crooked comma on your forms again, you'll be gone. Understand?" "Yes, sir." "Thank you, sir, and your pay's cut by half this month." Sam winced. His wages were meager as it was. Half gone would barely cover rent and bread. But one look at the foreman's scowl silenced protest, dead on his tongue. "As you say, sir." The foreman snorted. "Good. Now get back to your press before I regret pitying you." Sam turned away, cheeks burning, clutching the punishment tight inside like a stone. Before he could reclaim his post, a chime of laughter rang from the doorway, light, lilting, and so utterly out of place among the grind of gears that it made half the men look up at once. "My word! So many books!" The voice, sweet as birdsong, carried across the hall. Heads lifted, mouths hung slightly open. And there she was, two of them, in fact, framed by the wide doors like a vision from a painter's dream. The first, fair-haired and bright-eyed, stepped in with open wonder written across her delicate face. Every shining machine seemed a marvel to her. The second woman followed more measuredly, green hair braided neatly, her poise calm yet curious, gaze traveling over the operation with the assessing air of a scholar. The foreman's scowl softened immediately into the awkward stiffness men reserve for company far above their station. Back to work, he barked quickly at his crew. "Come on, lads, eyes on your tools." He punctuated his command with a none too gentle kick to Sam's rear. "You heard me, boy." Sam yelped, rubbed the spot, and bent dutifully over his tray of type, though curiosity burned his neck raw. The two women were far too refined to be Myrong here, too graceful, too clean for the smoke and clang of industry. Their gowns were simple but exquisitely cut. Even their boots shone faintly in the lamplight. When they paused to watch a press release its printed page, the workers caught their breath as though realizing art had stepped bodily into their midst. The factory master, normally a man of thunderous authority, had transformed into a babbling courtier. Beaming broadly, he waved an arm in proud introduction. "Director Diaz, Advisor Sesha, welcome. Best not mind the smell of oil. You're looking at the largest press hall in Arda. We've already begun preparing your manuscript samples for production." Ah, so this golden-haired visitor was none other than Eileen Rodney, acting head of the Department of Education. The lady whose name alone had had the city gossiping for weeks. A woman supervisor. A noble woman, no less. To many the idea was laughable, to others blasphemous. But here she stood, alive, radiant, and utterly unbothered by their astonishment. The foreman hovered anxiously as she stepped closer to one of the great printing machines. "Good heavens," Eileen whispered, eyes wide with awe. "So this is the marvel he spoke of. I never imagined it could truly work." She touched a freshly pressed page still damp with ink, inhaling the scent of learning itself. So precise, so fast, each one identical. Lady Assessor observed beside her, voice warm with quiet admiration. 100 copies before lunch," she murmured. "Knowledge tamed by metal and fire." "Indeed," said the factory master, chest swelling with pride. "Lord Greyman's design, if I may say so, is a wonder beyond reckoning. Once perfected, we could print every schoolbook, every proclamation, every law in the kingdom itself." He smiled broadly, imagining the future. Behind him, Sam worked silently, sweat and ink mingling across his hands, heart pounding with something between envy and reverence. For him, these weren't just books, they were gateways. Every word he set might someday teach another refugee to read, another child to dream. And for the first time since the foreman's shout, he allowed himself a small, secret smile. In this noisy hall of turning wheels and beating hearts, among towers of paper and the scent of oil and fire, the future itself was being written, letter by letter, line by line. Chapter 226, the heart that prints knowledge. The foreman of the printing hall hurried forward, bowing slightly as he approached. His expression bore the mixture of awe and anxiety, reserved for those who believed they stood in the presence of nobility. "Director, ladies," he began quickly, wiping ink-stained hands on his apron, "how may this humble servant be of service?" The factory master, a broad man with an oiled mustache, gestured amiably. "You'll act as their guide, foreman. Show the director and her companion around the workshop, answer their curiosities." "Of course, sir." Turning to the two visiting women, he added with a deferential smile, "Ladies, this is the man in charge of the press room. Any questions you might have, ask him freely. If you'll excuse me, I must return to my duties." He bowed again and withdrew, leaving the young duchess and her advisor amid the hum of machinery. Eileen Rodney wrinkled her nose playfully as she watched him vanish into the bustle. "A shame." I was starting to enjoy his rehearsed politeness. Beside her, Lady Assessor chuckled softly and caught her arm. "Come, my dear, let the good foreman do his job." She turned toward the nervous overseer. "We'll be in your care, sir. My colleague and I find all this quite fascinating." Flustered, the man grinned and beckoned for them to follow. "This way, ladies." He led them to one of the immense press machines where two workers were mid-process. The noise of iron against iron grew louder as the women approached, the steady clack of gears, the hiss of the inking roller, the rhythmic groan of the great lever arm. The foreman pointed with pride. "Here is where words are born in steel and sinew." "Watch," the demonstration began. Two pressmen, stripped to their shirts in the heat, moved with practiced precision. One handled the inking, the art of rolling the viscous black substance across the raised letters of the form. He used a curved metal spatula to paint the surface, then wiped it smooth with a felted inking ball, tapping and swirling in fluid arcs to spread the color evenly across the type. Each swipe left a faint, oily sheen that caught the lamplight like storm clouds on glass. Beside him, his partner prepared the paper. He placed a fresh sheet onto the frame, adjusted the clamps, lowered the platen, and with both hands on the handle, guided the heavy bed of the press beneath the iron plate. One long pull, one sharp push. The machine exhaled with a thud, and from its more emerged a page alive with neat, perfect text. Eileen gasped in delight. Oh, how marvelous! It looked so simple. She clapped her hands, a burst of laughter dancing through her words. Every worker within earshot turned involuntarily at the sound, half smiling, half scowling. Simple, they thought bitterly. Let her try printing 200 sheets in an hour and see if she still sings the same tune. The foreman's face twitched politely. Indeed, my lady, simple, once you've spent a few years perfecting your rhythm. After one side of each batch is printed, we reverse the sheets, run the opposite face, then hang them to dry before binding them in the stitching room. Afterwards, the plates must be cleaned with alkali and melted down for recasting. Curious, Lady crossed to a nearby table where an apprentice was meticulously sorting tiny metal blocks into trays. And these little pieces, are these what you call movable type? The foreman brightened. Exactly so. See here, he said eagerly, sweeping up one between ink-blotted fingers. A miracle of craftsmanship. Each bears a single character cast in lead, an antimony. Making them is no mean feat. The letter cutters carve the pattern into the tip of a steel rod, then harden it to form a die. That die is struck into brass or bronze to create a mold, the hollow form you see here. Its size varies with the letter. The founder then pours molten metal into the mold, ensuring it reaches every corner of the form. If even one air bubble shows up, the entire piece is ruined. It takes years of practice. Lydia traced one of the blocks delicately with a fingertip, marveling at the precision. Extraordinary, she whispered. Eileen leaned over her shoulder, eyes glinting. And how many pages can you print in a day with all this? The foreman puffed his chest proudly. On a standard form, 2 skilled pressmen can produce between 250 and 300 single pages per hour. That means, assuming good weather and no breakdowns, almost 3,000 double-sided sheets in a day. He thumped his breast with a grin. Ours is the fastest haul in the entire works, and the cleanest. Eileen's jaw dropped slightly. 3,000 pages. That's leagues beyond what any scribe could dream of. Lydia nodded, taking up a bound copy that sat on a crate nearby. It was a slim volume, its cover embossed with elegant script. When she read the title, her expression softened in surprise. These are poems from Horn Bay. The foreman glanced over. Ah, those. Lord Greyman himself sent them. Beautiful, if a bit strange. Our lads nearly went blind casting the Hornish characters. You wouldn't believe the fiddly curves in their alphabet. I'm told the Count plans to sell them back to their homeland, once printed. Profitable business, if you ask me. Who wrote it again? Some poet named, what was it, Wet something. Silly folk, those Horn Bay men, scribbling poetry when they could be building ships. He laughed heartily at his own joke, right up until Lydia's foot came down squarely on his. The man yelped, hopping in sudden pain. Eileen pressed a delicate hand to her lips, feigning concern. Oh dear, how frightfully clumsy of me. Flustered, the foreman forced a grin despite his watering eyes. Perfectly fine, my lady. No harm done. By the time the women left the factory, the sun had climbed high and the air outside shimmered with heat. They carried with them sample sheets for education manuals and the light scent of ink that clung stubbornly to their gloves. As they walked along the lakeside road, the conversation flowed freely. Betty, Eileen said after a long pause, her tone thoughtful, I've seen weapons that roar like thunder, machines that tear through stone, but none of them feel as powerful as that press. Every turn of its handle births 100 voices. Lydia smiled. I thought the same. Once a few more machines are made, books will cost less than a loaf of bread. Even the poorest family could afford knowledge. Eileen's eyes shone. Exactly. That's the dream. The The primers and health guides we're printing will open more minds than any sermon ever could. She glanced up at the clear winter sky, fire in her chest. Perhaps my little department might do some real good after all. You will, said Lydia softly. You'll change the world. But Eileen's smile flickered. Still, if knowledge becomes so cheap and common, what will happen to the scholars? To people like you and me? For a moment, Lydia's expression grew distant, shadow passing across her green eyes. Then she laughed gently. If more people can read, our burden grows lighter, not heavier. There are no losers when ignorance dies. Eileen breathed out slowly, then nodded, her grin returning. You're right, of course. The lake wind caught their hair as they walked on, the scent of ink still lingering, the echoing hum of the presses fading behind them. In that moment, both women knew they had witnessed something greater than invention. They had watched the birth of memory itself. The sound of civilization finding its new heartbeat beneath the turning gears of the printing press. Chapter 227, Shadows of Betrayal, the chill of winter still lingered in the air. Though hints of spring had begun to stir across the far northwestern plains. Thin blades of grass pierced through the thawing earth, defiant against the fading frost. Along the road between Arda and the neighboring land of Lanaka, a small troop rode hard beneath a pale sky. Hooves drummed against the half-frozen ground, sending mud and slush flying in their wake. Paul Grayman, cloaked in wolf fur and half lost in thought, lifted his voice over the wind. You know, he said to his companion, I prefer winter to spring. There's something pure about snow, its silence, its stillness. Spring always feels too fleeting. Myron Garnard, riding beside him, gave a bark of incredulous laughter. You can't be serious, Paul. You miss the season when half the peasants freeze to death in their beds. Paul grimaced. That was badly phrased, I admit. I didn't mean it that way. But I promise you this. One day our winters won't be times of famine and suffering. They'll be seasons of warmth and beauty. He meant it. With the new furnaces expanding and his plans for coal production underway, he would soon have excess fuel enough to sell cheaply to common folk. If all went well, no family in his lands would ever again die from cold. They rode on a moment before Paul continued, voice lowering. Tell me, what do you make of this invitation from Earl Price Parker? He claims urgency but gives no details. Myron shrugged. Likely the same as all the others, we're to be courted for our technology. They all want a share of our secrets, remember. At the Duke's birthday, they said we'd talk later. Well, later has arrived. Paul's frown deepened. Perhaps, but my instincts say there's more to it. By twilight, they arrived at the gates of Castle Parker, its towers gleaming gold in the fading light. The Earl himself, an elderly man with a mane of silver hair and soft, weathered features, came out to greet them. He welcomed them warmly, and saw them settled into the guest chambers before inviting both lords to dine. The great hall was lit with long rows of candles. The smell of roast duck and wine filled the air. When they were seated and the servants had withdrawn, Paul leaned forward. My Lord Parker, forgive the directness, but your message said you had urgent business to discuss. We're at your service. The old Earl coughed lightly, dabbing his lips with a napkin. Ah, yes. Forgive an old man's manners. Paul Myron, allow me to speak plainly. I called you here regarding the matter of succession. You've heard, of course, that the Duke has chosen Count Maltz Kent as his heir. Myron's expression darkened. We've heard. Parker studied their faces carefully. And what, may I ask, are your thoughts on that? The two younger lords exchanged a glance. Paul's caution warred with curiosity. He couldn't yet tell whether this was conversation or trap. Before he could decide, Myron spoke first, his temper flaring. My thoughts, he exclaimed. The man's a viper. Kent's no noble, he's a thug in silk. You remember last year, my lord, how he threatened war on us both. He nearly marched on our borders, and only the gods know why he didn't follow through. Even before this farce, he strutted about the duchy like a boar in rut, bullying every peer who dared breathe the same air. Now he'll have a crown to match his arrogance. It'll be a nightmare for all the Western lords. Paul stiffened, inwardly wincing. Bloody hell, Myron. Must you speak faster than you think? For all he knew, Parker could have been Kent's ally, testing their loyalty. What if this meal ended with 500 soldiers waiting outside the door? with swords instead of dessert. He sneaked a glance at their host. The old man's expression didn't flicker. He simply stroked his silver beard in contemplative silence. After a tense pause that stretched almost a minute, Parker finally nodded. "You speak truer than you realize, Lord Garnard. I too believe that Count Kent's rise bodes ill for us, especially for those of us sworn directly to the crown." Paul relaxed slightly, though his pulse still thudded under his ribs. "Then, my lord, forgive my curiosity, but what exactly are you proposing?" Parker smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with something between calculation and satisfaction. "Better that you hear it from our mutual acquaintance. Come in if you please, sir." He clapped twice. From the corridor beyond came the sound of cautious footsteps, light but purposeful. A figure stepped into view. Paul and Myron both rose sharply. "Saints preserve us," Myron whispered. The man who approached was gaunt, pale, and unmistakable. It was Viscount Henry Ferdinand, the Duke's younger brother. Paul stared, stunned. "But you're supposed to be imprisoned." Locked away after the banquet, the Viscount bowed stiffly. His face, though thin and weary, held a new and unexpected resolve. "I was," he said simply, "but the truth needed to be told." Parker gestured to him with a sweep of one hand. "The good Viscount here has come forward with news that cannot remain hidden. Tell them, Henry." Henry drew a slow breath, eyes bright with feverish determination. "My friends," he began, "Maltz Kent is conspiring to betray the kingdom." The words landed like a thrown blade. Paul blinked. "Betrayal, an uprising?" Myron asked incredulously. Henry nodded. "I have no doubts. He has poisoned my brother's mind, and now controls both him and his household. The Duke of the North, our Duke, is his puppet." Paul exchanged a glance with Myron, mind racing. The story was mad, yet not impossible. Kent's influence had grown impossible to ignore. "You claim to have proof?" Paul asked carefully. "Forgive me, but news of this magnitude should be presented to the king himself, or at least to the council in Crystal Vale." "Surely your brother could have," Henry interrupted, shaking his head bitterly. "Because my brother no longer commands his own will. It was he who warned me, before they chained me in darkness. He managed to send me a message, smuggled through a loyal servant. Kent plans rebellion, and when the Duke's health finally fails, he intends to turn our armies not south, but against the crown itself." Paul's brow furrowed. This was spiraling fast. He wanted to believe the man, but no accusation this grave came without shadows of doubt. Why come here to them, instead of straight to the king's envoys? How had he escaped captivity? Henry, as if sensing the unspoken questions, reached into his coat and produced a folded, dirt-stained letter. He held it out with trembling fingers. "This," he whispered, "is my brother's own hand. Read it and you'll understand everything." Paul took the paper carefully, the brittle parchment soft against his fingertips. The seal was genuine, the black wolf of House Ferdinand stamped deep into wax, unbroken. He hesitated only a heartbeat before breaking it open. The candlelight trembled as he unfolded the page. "My dear brother Henry, if you are reading this, then my defense has failed, and the shadow wears my crown. Trust no one within my halls. Kent is not what he seems. He carries a pact written in the blood of old kings. When the hour comes, the North will burn, and through that fire the lion's banner will fall. Stop him, Henry. For all our sins, save our house." Your brother, Ferdinand, the ink had bled in places, but the signature was clear. Myron exhaled shakily. "By the saints," Paul folded the letter slowly, eyes clouded with thought. "If this is true," he murmured, "then Kent's plotting treason far greater than any of us imagined." Henry clenched his fists. "The question is not if, my lords, but when. We must act before the usurper consolidates power. Help me rally the loyal lords of the Northwest. Together we can inform the crown and purge this treachery from our lands." For a moment, none of them spoke. The fire crackled. The ticking of a wall clock counted their silence. At last, Paul lifted his gaze. His voice, when it came, was measured but resolute. "If Kent truly plans rebellion," he said, "then every day we hesitate brings the crown nearer to ruin. You'll have my support, Viscount. But I warn you," his eyes flicked to Parker, "if falsehood lies in this matter, there'll be no corner of the realm deep enough for you to hide from the storm it brings." Henry met his stare, unflinching. Then let truth be our shield, Lord Greyman. Outside, the night wind moaned softly against the stone walls, rattling shutters like ghostly claws. Somewhere far away on the horizon, thunder rolled, a promise of war gathering beyond the green, thawing fields of spring. Chapter 228. The whip and the shadow, the lash cracked like lightning. A cry tore through the dungeon corridors, a guttural human sound, then silence. The whip struck again, leather snapping against bare flesh. The soldier's clothing had long since fallen to rags, its tatters clinging to the shredded ruin of his back. His blood, bright crimson in the torchlight, had soaked the wool and the dirt alike, turning both to scarlet mire. Yet the overseer did not stop. His arm rose and fell with relentless fury, every stroke delivered as though to avenge a personal insult. "You worthless cur! Is this how you repay the Kent name?" The one wielding the whip, a young man with cold eyes and fair hair matted with sweat, was Gaius Kent, son and heir of Count Maltz Kent. With each swing, he hurled words sharper than his weapon, venting the rage that had been festering in him since morning. The prisoner knelt, swaying under the blows. Every now and then a low groan escaped him, but not a single plea. He knew begging brought only pain. One man, one wretch, and you couldn't even keep him caged. What in the hells do you use for a brain? The whip sang its merciless rhythm once more. Only when a low, commanding voice spoke from behind did Gaius falter. "Enough! If you keep at it, he'll die before you learn anything useful." Gaius twisted round and nearly jumped. His father stood mere paces behind him, cloaked in shadow, expression unreadable. "Father, I was disciplining this fool." In the southern campaigns, an officer like him would have been strung up from the "Enough." The elder Kent's hand rose, silencing him at once. He stepped closer, gaze coolly appraising the wreck of a man crumpled on the stones. The moment Gaius stopped, the prisoner collapsed face first, too weak even to hold himself upright. Count Maltz Kent's voice was soft, calm as still water. "Tell me, Captain, do you truly know nothing of how Henry Ferdinand escaped?" The soldier coughed, trying to lift his head. My lord, I swear upon the saints, I knew nothing. Before I retired last night, I checked every cell myself. The Viscount was asleep. Everything secure. Then this morn, he was gone. The guards swear, enough. Maltz's tone carried quiet finality. He'd heard the same account dozens of times already. The locks on the Viscount's cell had been replaced days before, the only key kept by the dungeon master. This bleeding man now sprawled before him. There had been no sign of tampering, no tunnels, no guards gone missing. Every path of logic led to one conclusion. Someone inside had conspired. But the man before him was his man, planted in the prison long ago, utterly loyal, or so he'd believed. The thought twisted uneasily in his gut. Unless something unnatural had interfered. Maltz's expression darkened. Since meeting men from the cabal of Arcana, those who trafficked in occult mysteries, his mind had grown quick to sense the touch of unseen powers. Did he vanish through sorcery? He murmured. Or perhaps the Viscount himself is gifted. He turned, addressing the slim figure standing half-hidden near the doorway. "Young Master Andy, what says your craft? Does this man lie?" The boy, no more than 15, stiffened. His wide eyes darted from the blood-spattered scene to his lord's expectant face. At once he knew, this was a test both of skill and composure. I'm not trained well in deceit sense, my lord," Andy stammered. "But I don't feel falsehood from him. He seems to be telling the truth." Maltz regarded him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "I see. Very well." He cast a glance toward Gaius. "My son, you may decide what becomes of the rest." Gaius's lips curled in a cruel imitation of a smile. "As you command, father." The boy wizard looked around, only then realizing what the rest meant. Through the bars of the adjoining cells sprawled a score of broken bodies, men twisted into grotesque shapes under torture. Some had no arms. Others' faces were purple and unrecognizable. The air was so heavy with blood and rot that Andy gagged. Not one prisoner cried anymore. Those who still lived breathed shallowly, eyes glazed and vacant. Andy's stomach lurched. He turned aside and vomited onto the floor. The sound made the Count frown. "Pathetic," he muttered under his breath, half to himself, half to the shadowed order that had sent the boy. The Cabal of Arcana had promised him cooperation, yet they'd seen fit to send this child, this trembling fledgling, to stand at his side. Did they take him for a fool, for a servant to babysit their apprentices? Still, Andy was obedient enough, quiet and compliant, a mercy at least. Were he one of those arrogant, willful prodigies, Maltz might already have thrown him into one of these cells out of sheer irritation. The Count stepped forward, resting a heavy hand on Andy's shaking shoulder. You must harden yourself, little friend. You're part of something greater now. Great deeds demand a strong stomach. The boy flinched at the contact. His small voice quivered. But why hurt them like this? It wasn't their fault. The prisoner escaped by some means none of them could have foreseen. That earned him a low, dangerous chuckle. Maltz straightened, eyes glinting like black gems under the torchlight. Fault doesn't matter, he said slowly. Results do. They were charged with guarding the cell. The prisoner escaped. Therefore, they failed. And failure, he gestured toward the bleeding heap on the floor, must be answered in kind. Weakness breeds more weakness. Better they die than infect the rest. He turned toward the archway. I've wasted enough time here. As he strode away, his voice echoed down the hall, as cold and deliberate as the drip of water from the ceiling. When loyalty falters, fear will fill the gap. That is a lesson they'll pass along to the next batch of guards. Behind him, Gaius's malicious laugh slithered through the corridor, followed by the thwick-thwick of a fresh whip cutting air. Andy shrank back, clutching his cloak tight around himself as a gust of damp wind swept through the dungeon. For a moment, he wished he could close his ears. Come now, little mage, Gaius crooned mockingly as he raised his arm again. Don't look away. It's educational. The whip fell, and as another scream carved the silence, the boy's knuckles turned white around the folds of his robe. He had thought the Cabal cruel in theory, cold, pragmatic, uncompromising. But this was something far darker. In the gloom behind him, Count Maltz Kent did not break stride. The echoes followed him, a symphony of torment that pleased him all too well. War, he thought, was coming soon, and if such discipline was required to bring order to chaos, then so be it. Let the world bleed, he murmured as the last echoes faded. From blood, strength is born. Chapter 229, The Duke's Secret Letter. The faint scent of burning wax hung in Earl Parker's study, mingling with the mellow perfume of the oak fire. On the wide desk lay a single sheet of paper, covered corner to corner in hurried, uneven handwriting. The quill strokes were jagged, as though written by a man racing against pain or fear. Viscount Henry Ferdinand held his brother's letter with trembling fingers as he spoke, his voice tight with memory. The deepest chamber of the dungeon hides an old escape route, a tunnel my ancestors built generations ago in case of siege. It runs beneath the castle walls, east through the hills, and surfaces outside Centra's city boundary. I used it to escape. When he finished, Paul Grayman studied the letter again in the glow of the candlelight. The tiny scroll danced like ants across the parchment. It was undeniably the hand of Duke Ferdinand himself, though frantic, almost delirious, as if penned in great haste. Secret tunnels were nothing unusual for nobles of their standing. Even Paul's own fortress at Lakehart hid one, dug long before his rule. What chilled him wasn't the means of escape, but the contents of the Duke's frantic warning. The letter described something monstrous. Count Maltz Kent had, in the Duke's own words, ensnared his mind. Through foul creatures and dark incantations, the man had seized control of him entirely. The Duke wrote that he had been forced, under enchantment, to name Maltz as heir before the gathering of lords. And worse, that Kent planned betrayal on a scale yet unseen. At the very moment when the royal armies marched south to crush the rebellion of Duke Giles, Maltz intended to raise the Northwest in revolt and declare himself sovereign of a new northern realm. Paul felt unease not in his stomach. His eyes lingered on three words that recurred throughout the text: worms, sorcery, witchcraft. To a skeptic, they might have sounded like the ramblings of a dying man. But Paul had seen too much of the unnatural, the whispered name of the Cabal of Arcana, the eerie talents of mages like Lydia, to dismiss them entirely. The final paragraph read like a plea from a soul already half lost. Henry, I have wrestled back some fragment of my mind long enough to write this. The spell drains my body and will. I shall soon be gone. A sickness of sorcery feeds on me like a parasite. If this letter reaches you, avenge me, save our house. Kent watches every member of our blood. I will find a way to help you escape his gaze. Paul lowered the letter slowly, the candlelight reflecting in his eyes. Earl Parker spoke first. I recognize that hand. Hasty or not, it's genuine. Our Duke himself wrote this. Seeing Paul's contemplative silence, the old Earl leaned forward. You doubt its truth. I would stake my family's honor on it. Every word. Henry's voice joined his, solemn and desperate. As would I, my lord. I swear by the blood of Ferdinand, it's real. My brother is prisoner in his own body. Paul folded the parchment carefully. Then the question remains, what do we do? What can we do? Before Parker could answer, Henry burst out, the fire in his chest reigniting. We gather arms, of course. Raise the banners, march on that traitor's lands before his worm-spawned army grows. Hold your temper, Parker interjected, raising a steadying hand. This needs thought, not fire. Maltz Kent's strength is formidable, and with the Duke's banners twisted into his own, he commands near half the northwest. We move rashly, and will die before a single message reaches the capital. The logic was brutal but sound. The old Earl's voice carried the weight of experience, calm, unyielding. Still, a fight will come. Sooner or later, words and counsels will mean naught. That man will never bend to reason, nor to royal threat. When he moves, we'll stand ready. He paused, stroking his beard as his gaze sank toward the floor. Mark me, though. However fanciful this talk of sorcery may sound, I have no doubt Ferdinand is his captive. I sensed discord the moment the succession was announced. The Duke naming Kent, of all people. Nonsense. Our liege had cousins aplenty closer by blood. No, that business reeked of manipulation. Paul said nothing, though he quietly agreed. Parker's voice hardened. Whatever Kent's game, his ambition reeks to high heaven. He's bullied his neighbors long enough, leeched off weaker houses, and smiled at the king while sharpening his knives. He means to wear a crown bought in blood. I don't intend to let him. Paul opened his mouth cautiously. Earl Parker, don't tell me you're still nursing hopes of peace with that viper. The Earl cut him off, eyes flashing. By the saints, he tried to extort your lands last year. Half the coast paid tribute to his greed. Tell me, do you think he'll show mercy when he sits upon the Duke's throne? Paul flinched faintly. It was true. The tension between their fiefs had come perilously close to war the year before. Kent's appetite for gold, for submission, had no end. The Earl leaned closer across the desk. He'll crush every banner in the northwest beneath his boot, and when he's done with us, he'll turn sword against the crown. I've already spoken with several lords who share my views. We'll unite before his rot spreads further. His eyes, sharp despite his years, locked with Paul's. So I ask you once more, Count Grayman, and you too, Lord Garnard, will your banners join ours? Paul exhaled slowly. And here it is, he thought grimly. The choosing of sides. Neutrality was a luxury he could no longer afford. Both Parker's fortress and Kent's territories flanked his own. Whichever power rose, ardor would burn if caught between them. He tilted his head slightly toward his companion. What say you, Myron? Myron pursed his lips. It's simpler than you think. Kent's already stained our alliance with blood and coin. I'd rather stand beside men who still remember what honor smells like. Paul managed a weary smile. A sentiment I can live with. He turned to Parker. My lord, if you have the strength to rally, we'll ride beside you. But tell me, how many allies have you gathered? How strong is this cause? Parker's lips curved into a knowing grin. More than Kent would ever suspect. But I understand your caution, Count Grayman. Give it a few days. I've invited every loyal lord I can trust to a gathering here. When they arrive, you'll see our strength for yourself. Stay a while or return home and come again when the council convenes. It's your choice. Paul nodded slowly, assessing the old man's confidence. Then a few days hence it is. I share your disdain for Kent, though I'd rather see our blades unsheathed with certainty than out of haste. When you call, we'll answer. Then it's agreed, Parker said warmly. Rest easy, both of you. Soon the Northwest will stand as one. Later that night, when the council chamber lay silent save for the hiss of dying embers, Henry remained behind. He moved close, lowering his voice. "Tell me honestly, my lord, what use are they to us? Grayman's family has always been small, and Garnard's lands were still reeling from last year's rebellion." The Earl's lips twitched upward. "My dear Viscount," he murmured, stroking his beard, "you must not judge books by old bindings. Arda is not what it was. It was Lord Grayman who broke the pirate fleets that once plagued the Western Bay. Every last ship gone. True, the timing favored him. The pirate king vanished, leaving chaos. But still, no common count could have seized that chance and won. As for Garnard, that rebellion you mention was crushed only because Grayman marched beside him. The man may lack pedigree, but not foresight." He turned toward the window, the moon's pale light catching the steel in his gaze. "Mark me, Henry. Those two will matter more than you think. The hammer of destiny often hides in a smith's hands." Henry frowned, not quite convinced. "And if Kent's magic is as foul as my brother claims?" Parker's voice lowered to a growl. "Then we'll need more than steel." He looked eastward, to where clouds drifted above the dark horizon. "By the king or by the saints," he muttered, "we'll burn the witchery out of this land before it burns us." The fire snapped once, scattering embers like tiny stars across the stone floor. And in their glow, the plot to save, or damn, the Northwest began to take shape. Chapter 230. The alliance. The chill wind had barely left the valleys by the time Paul Grayman and Myron Garnard returned home. Their horses were dust-streaked and weary, but their minds burned with the weight of what they had learned in Lanaka. Once settled in the council chamber, Paul gathered his advisors from both the Council of State and the upper echelons of the army. Tall candles hissed in the draft as he relayed the events of their journey. The clandestine meeting at Earl Parker's castle, the letter from Duke Ferdinand, and the whispered plotting of a noble alliance rising against Count Maltz Kent. For a long moment, silence ruled the table. Even hardened soldiers seemed to feel the tremor of consequence in the air. Then Paul spoke, evenly but with gravity. "So, Parker means to form a secret league against the Kents. The question is, what shall we do? Do we join them? Warn Kent of the conspiracy. Stay neutral and pray not to be crushed between them when war begins. We still have time to choose." A fist crashed down upon the polished wood, making an inkwell jump. "Choice. There's only one choice," growled Bryce, commander of the 1st Battalion. His voice boomed with the fierce conviction of a man long nursing a grudge. "We join the alliance and show those Kent bastards what happens when bullies pick the wrong men to bleed. You remember last year, my lord, how they treated us. I'd see their banners burned if I lived to the day." The old soldier's jaw tightened, his hand striking the table again for emphasis. "No more bowing and smiling while they spit on us. We were outnumbered once, but now half the lords of the Northwest stand against them. This is our chance. Bryce." The calm baritone be Myrong to Schroeder, the seasoned knight who sat quietly until now. He raised a hand, voice measured but firm. "Temper yourself. Remember where we are. Passion wins no wars without discipline." He looked at Paul directly. "The situation is not so simple. Kent is no ordinary rival. He's the Duke's designated heir. If that letter is indeed real, then the Duke himself may already be his puppet, and every vassal under House Ferdinand, every lesser lord and sworn knight, now answers to Kent's command. If we oppose him, we risk war against the entire ducal faction." Bryce sneered. "So what? We roll over. If we expose the letter, no one in their right mind will side with him." Schroeder shook his head. "A single letter proves little. Forgery is easy, faith is hard. Even I find the claim suspect. Think Lord Parker detests Kent, and Viscount Henry has every reason to hate his usurping brother. Say the two conspired, forged a plea for pity in the Duke's hand, and used the shaky scrawl to explain away shoddy imitation. Can you swear it isn't possible?" Bryce opened his mouth, then closed it again. "Well, when you put it like that." The chamber filled with uneasy murmuring until Chamberlain Fort, who had remained silent thus far, cleared his throat softly. He stroked his gray beard, eyes half closed as if weighing invisible scales. "Forgive the interruption," he said, "but where do your instincts truly lie, my lord? You and Lord Garnard, where does your heart lean?" Paul folded his hands. "For now, toward the alliance. If Parker truly can rally substantial support, we'll stand with him. but only if his strength is more than words and letters. Fort inclined his head. Wise to wait, my lord. Still, from what we know, Kent's tyranny makes him universally despised. Every noble west of the mountains has felt his sting. Striking at him, whether for honor or profit, would please nearly all, but it is not morality that will decide this, but momentum. He sipped from his cup before continuing. Then consider the greater optics. Treason, witchcraft, the charge of enslaving the Duke's mind. Whether truth or fabrication, such claims are useful. When people need a reason to hate, they seldom require proof. He paused, eyes narrowing. And if even the rumor of witchcraft sticks, Kent's name will rot faster than any corpse. At that word, the quill in Lady Asesha's hand faltered, blurring the ink mid-stroke. Paul noticed the faint tremor in her shoulders and understood too well what had touched her, a mage's fear of the world's growing suspicion. Fort went on, oblivious. Practically speaking, the Kents are our greatest threat. Their forces outmatch any single lord, and they hold the key trade routes between our lands and the coast. Their tolls bleed our merchants. Their troops menace our borders. Strike now and we cut their claws before they grow into talons. He turned back to Paul, his voice softening. This is a rare window, my lord. When the wolves turn on one another, the prudent hound picks a side before the snow falls red. Paul considered the old man's words. Beneath their elegance lay hard truth. Neutrality invited conquest. One by one, others voiced agreement. Bryce with thunderous enthusiasm, Schroeder with reluctant acceptance, and even pragmatic Fort giving final nods of support. Hansel, the communications officer, added his warning. If Kent truly plans insurrection, it will tear the kingdom apart. The royal armies heading south against Duke Giles's rebels. If the northwest also ignites, the crown will be caught between two fires. Paul rose from his chair, eyes sweeping the room. Then we prepare. Quietly, Schroeder, revise our emergency plans from last year, the ones drafted when Kent threatened to march. We'll modernize them. Bryce, train the militias. You'll have full requisition for weapons and powder. Fort, divert surplus from the steelworks to armaments. I want our foundries ready for war. The council members bowed or saluted in turn. The meeting had resolved its course. Days became weeks. And beyond Arda's borders, Earl Parker's hidden alliance spread like wildfire along noble lines. Messengers rode in secret from fortress to fortress. Wax seals changed hands under candlelight. Whispers echoed across banquet halls. Letters written in careful code carried promises of aid, hatred, and fear. By early spring, a faction had taken shape. Lords bound not by love but by common grievance, all with one enemy in mind. A month after Paul's first visit, another summons arrived, stamped with Parker's crest. By dawn, Paul and Myron were back on horseback, banners folded and cloaks drawn tight against the rain. The ride to Lanaka was shorter this time. The still frozen ground had thawed into slick brown mud, swallowing hoofprints as fast as they were made. When they reached the Earl's halls, Paul was struck speechless. The great dining chamber of Castle Parker, which once hosted hunting feasts and winter courts, now brimmed with people. Dozens of lords and envoys, some familiar, others strangers. Lanterns blazed along the walls, their golden light gleaming off rings, badges, and sword pommels. The air smelled of parchment, wax, and restrained ambition. Parker himself stood at the head of the table, resplendent in crimson velvet, voice carrying strong despite his years. Gentlemen, he declared, raising a hand for silence, let us speak plainly. You know why we are gathered here. Duke Ferdinand, our liege, has fallen under the sway of a serpent. Count Maltz Kent shackles his will and plots to rend our kingdom asunder. The proof is in our hands, we need not question further. A murmur rippled through the hall, half agreement, half uncertainty. We are sworn men of the crown, Parker continued, and we will not watch treachery fester in the heart of the realm. While the king's armies fight rebellion in the south, we shall ensure peace and loyalty in the north. That is our sacred duty. A few nobles stepped forward at once, voices echoing in patriotic fervor. But Parker was too shrewd not to remind them of the personal stake. His next words rolled like well-placed stones in a river. And besides, he let his tone soften, almost conspiratorial. How many of us have suffered beneath Kent's shadow? How many families has he extorted? How many caravans robbed in all but name? His taxes choke trade. His arrogance poisons alliances. If he were ever to wear the Duke's mantle, we'd see our lands in flames. This time, the thunder came unrestrained. Men shouted, slammed fists on tables, spat curses that echoed beneath the rafters. For every rumor of witchcraft, there were 3 of robbery, oppression, and insult. Paul stood at the fringe, arms folded, listening as grievance boiled into resolve. So this, he thought grimly, is the true fire that fuels rebellion, not loyalty to crown or justice, but wounded pride and gold denied. When Parker lifted his hand again, silence fell as swiftly as before. Then it is settled, he said. We forge an alliance, not of paper but of iron. Together we will uproot the Kent family, free the Duke, and restore honor to the Northwest. Applause followed like rain on rooftops. Paul exchanged a look with Myron, both men reading the same truth behind their noble host's fine rhetoric. Justice might be the word upon their banners, but vengeance was the song in every man's heart. And though neither spoke it aloud, both knew this. There was no turning back now. Chapter 231, Forging the Pact. The great hall of Earl Parker's castle roared with voices. A storm of indignation and memory. The scent of sweat, wine, and burning oil thickened the air as one lord after another spat grievances like arrows toward a common target. Do you know what that bastard Maltz Kent once did? Bellowed one grizzled noble, slamming a fist against the table. He seized an entire herd of my warhorses. Claimed I'd insulted him behind his back. Utter nonsense. I said every vile thing to his face. Another rose, waving a trembling hand. He stole my ancestral village, my family's very birthplace. Said it was strategically required for the Duke's defense. Rubbish. My grandfather was knighted for that land. A third voice joined the fray, shrill with outrage. His son, his damn whelp, entered my lands, dragged off my own subjects for some imagined slight, without even asking my leave. I'm a lord, not a ghost to be walked through at whim, the chorus grew. When pirates raided my coast, he demanded I swear fealty to him before offering aid. 3 years passed, he framed Viscount Cole, accused him of defying the Duke in secret. The poor man's whole family was banished, and Kent pocketed their estates. He built a dam on the upper river, and now demands tolls for water every drought season. We pay for the rain itself by his reckon. Maltz Kent. Scoundrel. A villain beyond redemption. The chamber shook with fury. Nobles jostled and shouted over one another, their voices merging into a single tidal wave of rage. Kent's name became a curse spat through clenched teeth. At last Earl Parker raised both hands for silence. His voice, though softened by age, cut clean through the clamor. Enough, enough, lords and friends. Gradually, the din ebbed away. Faces turned toward him, flushed, sweating, yet burning with shared hatred. The old Earl's tone deepened, resonant with the gravity of command. We've cursed them enough to fill a dozen churches. Words alone will not topple the House of Kent. If the serpent is to be slain, we must strike together, steel with steel, pledge with pledge. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Someone called, "Then lead us, my lord. Tell us our course." Another voice echoed, "Speak for the Northwest." Parker allowed himself a thin smile. Cooperation, nothing less. United, we stand a chance. Look about you, my friends. This room holds but half the lords of the Northwest. The rest either support Maltz Kent or lack the courage to oppose him. He commands the Ferdinand host itself, wearing the Duke's face as his mask. Against that, no single house here could prevail. But together, shouted a voice from the back. I, together, joined another, until the whole thundered with agreement. Parker exhaled quietly. This was the moment he'd labored toward for months. The tempers stoked just enough, the fear and pride perfectly aligned. He let satisfaction gleam for only a heartbeat before composing his solemn mask once more. We all know Kent's nature, he said gravely. He will not surrender power when challenged. There will be war before there is peace. Each of us must shoulder his share. So let us measure our strength. He straightened proudly. As host and first in oath, the House of Parker pledges 50 knights and 1,500 foot soldiers. The statement sent a rustle through the hall. One by one, the other lords rose to declare their contributions, numbers tumbling like coins into a chest already half full. The Malcolm family, 50 knights, 1,200 in arms. The Heller banner, 30 knights, 1,300 troops. The Johnston lands, 20 knights, 1,000 men. On and on it went, voices ringing off the stone, until at last the turn came to Paul Grayman and Myron Garnard. Paul stood unruffled and reported with steady candor. Between Ardor and Berdin, we can field roughly 1,000 men. Some brows rose, but none protested. The lords knew well Ardor's population was modest, and Berdin still licked its wounds from last year's rebellion. When the tallies were done, the room held its breath as Parker scratched the figures into parchment. Over 500 knights, he announced, and near 12,000 soldiers. A cheer rang out, goblets lifted high, the sound of steel plates clinking in celebration. Paul, watching from the edge, hid a wry smile. 12,000 soldiers, he thought, if by soldier you mean farmers in borrowed boots. He imagined his own trained platoons drawn up in disciplined lines and felt the absurd contrast. These were men used to hoes, not halberds. Calling them an army was generous kindness. But still, it was a beginning. Parker, delighted by their enthusiasm, stroked his silver beard. Excellent. With this force, even Maltz Kent will think twice before crossing us. Yet war is waged, not only with blades. We must also fight upon the field of politics. He began to pace slowly, voice rising to a rallying cadence. We write a letter, one that will shake the realm. To His Majesty the King, we report the Kent family's crimes. That they hold Duke Ferdinand prisoner, that they conspire to rebel, that they consort with sorcery and the practice of dark arts. And to the Holy Church, we write likewise, to warn that a soul corrupted by witchcraft sits close to the throne. Let truth and righteousness stand on our side. A roar of approval met his words. Quills and parchment were summoned, signatures pledged. Plans flowed thick as honey. Recruit troops discreetly, fortify border keeps, guard routes of trade, pledge swift aid should Kent strike first. Each lord swore that if one was attacked, the rest would march to his defense within a fortnight. Parker's satisfaction was almost paternal as he looked upon them. Now, gentlemen, our final gesture. A message not of hostility, but of ultimatum. Let us offer Kent and his brood one final chance to repent. He dictated the draft in tones that dripped with magnanimity and disdain all at once. To Count Maltz Kent of the Northwest. You are accused of detaining Duke Ferdinand against his will, of plotting rebellion, of practicing forbidden arts, and of grievously oppressing your fellow lords. To avoid the ruin of your house, you shall, within a fortnight, release the Duke, relinquish your ducal claim, return every unjust gain, and pay reparations fitting your crimes. Do this, and we, your peers, shall intercede that neither crown nor church seek your destruction. Fail, and we shall take arms in the king's name. For a cabal of conspirators, it sounded remarkably noble. The assembled lords nodded, murmuring approval at the reasoned tone. Paul, however, leaned toward Myron and muttered under his breath, "Give that man a quill dipped in gold. He's just declared war dressed as mercy." Myron hid a grin behind his goblet. After the feast, when wine mellowed tempers and oaths were sealed, Paul found himself revisiting the argument privately with his companion. He felt the plan half-hearted, too merciful by far. "These people forget what Kent really is," Paul murmured. "He'll laugh at our letters and burn our messengers. When we have him on his knees, we should finish it for good." Myron sighed, smiling faintly. "You forget where we are, Paul. Up here, every lord imagines tomorrow he could be the one on his knees. Best not make precedent out of annihilation. There's an unspoken rule, always leave room for surrender." "Leave room for understatement, you mean?" "No," Myron whispered, clinking his cup against Paul's. "Leave room for fear, so that when it's their turn they might be spared." Paul chuckled softly. "And what crimes warrant no mercy, then?" Myron considered, his expression suddenly grave. "Patricide, fratricide, or rebellion of the common folk. Anything that makes nobles question their thrones." Paul leaned back in his chair, thought twisting through him like smoke. "So that's it," he mused. "Lords may forgive monsters, but never those who make them blade." Across the hall, Earl Parker raised a final toast, his voice carrying over the last fading conversation. "To unity, my friends, to the alliance of the Northwest, and the downfall of tyranny." Cups lifted, wine spilled, and history silently turned another page. While torches blazed bright within, far beyond the keep's walls the wind howled across barren hills, cold, relentless, unlistening. And somewhere in Centra, Beneath the weight of steel and sorcery, Maltz Kent stirred, unaware that half his world had already conspired to set his ruin in motion. Chapter 232 Shadows over Centra. Count Maltz Kent sat alone in his study, the fire burning low, his temper lower still. The heavy air of the room seemed to tremble with his irritation. Papers lay scattered across the floor. A goblet of wine had toppled, its dark stains spreading like blood upon the map of his domains. By all logic, everything should have been falling perfectly into place. Every thread of his grand design wove neatly toward command of the Northwest, with only one loose knot. Viscount Henry Ferdinand, the inconvenient brother he should have had executed instead of imprisoned. That snake had escaped. Maltz paced the length of the chamber, boots echoing against the marble. It shouldn't matter, he told himself for the 100th time. Henry was a fugitive now, an outlaw marked by the Duke's own decree. His land seized, his family hidden away in cells beneath Centra. The man was as good as dead already. And yet how? That single question gnawed at him like a thorn lodged beneath the skin. The locks had not been forced. The guards swore ignorance even as they screamed their lungs out under the whip. No one had seen, no one had heard. He had vanished through stone itself. That impossibility haunted him. 2 weeks after the escape, his fears took shape. Whisper by whisper, rumor by rumor, word reached him that someone, several someones, was gathering lords in secret, uniting them against him. None other than Earl Price Parker, that doddering hypocrite of the West, was whispered to be the hand behind it. The senile fool, Maltz spat, flinging a sealed letter into the fire. Does he think I'll let him crawl into his grave peacefully? The table nearest him went flying in a burst of fury. Servants shrank back against the walls. One dropped to his knees, trembling, too terrified even to breathe. Maltz stalked the room until his anger cooled into a blade-sharp focus. His rage had always shone brightest when caged behind calculation. He would not act blind. First he must draw a clear line, friend from enemy, loyalist from traitor. He summoned his secretary at once. "Write," he ordered curtly. "Make clean copies and send them by my riders to every lord of the Northwest." The letter was careful, measured, a call to unity under the Duke's lawful rule, an invitation for each noble to attend council at Centra to discuss the ongoing southern campaign. By the end of the week, replies poured in. Of all invited, barely half came in person, and the rest sent lackluster envoys or invented feeble excuses. It was enough. Among the absentees, of course, was the very first serpent, Parker himself, and to no surprise, the little upstart from Arda, Paul Grayman, whom Maltz had wanted dead a year ago. Cowards, he hissed to himself, or conspirators both. The assembly proved a farce. The gathered lords squabbled for hours, achieving nothing except to show their fear. Maltz let them prattle. He hadn't come seeking agreement. He had come to see who would dare meet his eye. When they rose to leave, his closing words rang through the chamber like the toll of iron. "Remember this. Those who challenge the will of Duke Ferdinand will meet the same fate as any traitor before them." Polite smiles hid the silent thought burning in every noble heart. And how long, Lord Kent, before you wear that title yourself? Once the hole emptied, Maltz's mind hardened around purpose. He began weaving his counter net, pulling loyal retainers close, courting ambitious vultures who feasted wherever power fed them. The Kent influence grew swiftly. Banners once neutral began to bend under his shadow. Still, he measured the scale of his opposition. Parker's camp spread faster than expected, a sickness of cooperation in a land normally ruled by pride. Armies were mustering quietly in the west. The air itself tasted of iron and storm. Then came the spark that set his paranoia ablaze: slander. Reports reached him that sources accused him of witchcraft, of enslaving Duke Ferdinand's will by black sorcery, of plotting rebellion after the Southern uprising had drained the royal armies. "Witchcraft!" he roared, kicking his chair backward. How could they know? He had been careful, impeccably careful. Not even his inner circle knew all of the cabal's dealings with him. Could Ferdinand himself have betrayed their secret? No, impossible. The old fool's mind was ash, burned clean by the ritual's power. Still, fear pressed in, whispering that perhaps the unthinkable had happened. Publicly, Kent dismissed the accusation with a sneer and a mocking tilt of his head. A child's tale. he said to every courtier who dared mention it. What next? Dragons in the sky. Privately, he turned Sentra upside down looking for spies. Servants were interrogated, guards beaten, favorites executed as warnings. The once elegant ducal home became a palace of silence and fear. Those who survived learned quickly to walk on air, to speak no name above a whisper. Meanwhile, far to the north, Paul Grayman had no time to dwell on Kent's madness. War loomed, and Arda would be its front line. His southern border brushed too closely against Emden, Kent's ancestral heartland, to ignore the threat. The moment blades cross, Paul said grimly, we'll be the first to bleed. Within days of returning from Parker's summit, he set his lands to war footing. The Council of State labored day and night. The clatter of forges replaced the hum of trade. Every smithy rang with the rhythm of hammer and anvil, the smoke from the ironworks staining the sky's charcoal gray. Yet weeks passed, and still no battle came. The Great Alliance smoldered instead of burning. Letters raced across the bay, rumors faster still. Someone had leaked everything. The Alliance, Kent's accused crimes, even hints of Parker's own plotting. Secrets in this age, Paul realized, were like water poured into sand. He slammed his palm on the planning table during one weary council session. Is there a man left in the Northwest who can keep his mouth shut? The officers laughed grimly. Paul rubbed his brow, exhaling frustration. If this keeps up, I'll need a new word for security. The enemy knows more of us than our own scribes do. He entertained briefly the idea of striking first, marching south, and taking Emden while Kent was still gathering his forces. Some of his officers, bold with ambition, supported the plan. But the veterans on the council urged restraint. If Kent's strength is greater than ours, warned Captain Schroeder, we'll be crushed before our allies lift a finger. Let Parker play the hero first, no need to catch every arrow meant for him. Paul conceded the point. The price of arrogance was always written in blood. So Arda prepared steadily instead, turning the stillness before war into quiet industry. Drums rolled daily through the camps. The clatter of drilling soldiers echoed across the training fields from dawn till dusk. Sweat stung the air like salt. The men trained until exhaustion replaced the need for leisure. Even the brothels are half empty, Bryce grumbled one night. The lads haven't the strength to sin anymore. In the villages nearest the southern border, the state council ordered civilians evacuated northward, families loaded onto carts, driven past watchtowers while priests murmured blessings for safe passage. Behind them, blacksmiths reforged plows into spearheads. At Furlan Port, shipwrights worked through the nights, lamps shimmering on the dark waters as hammers rang. If war swallowed the land routes, Arda would turn to the sea. The new merchantmen were designed not only for trade, but for evacuation. Swift, sturdy, with decks reinforced to bear cargo or cannon. And deep in the mountain valley outside Lakehart, the forges roared higher. The steelworks doubled its production. Pipes screamed as molten metal poured into molds. Sparks flared against the stone sky. Sell the iron cheap, Paul told the foreman. Make them owe us favors. In this war, we'll measure allies not by their signatures, but by their debts. He looked out from the veranda, where the wind carried the scent of smoke and steel up from the valley. The air tasted of coming rain. Across the horizon, thunder rolled, a patient, distant growl that felt almost like a warning. The Northwest was sharpening its swords, waiting for the first to draw blood. And far to the south, in his fortress of red banners and black secrets, Maltz Kent stood by the window, eyes fixed beyond the city walls, sensing the same storm gathering. He smiled faintly, cold and unblinking. Let them come, he whispered. They think to fight me with pitchforks and prayer. I'll drown them in their own loyalty. Outside, the wind rose. Somewhere in the night, a trumpet sounded its first, lonely note. Chapter 233. The salt merchant the sun hung high over Furlan Port, its glare spilling down like molten glass. On the corner of a busy market street, Kevin sat cross-legged on the dust, half blinded by the light and the weight of his own hunger. It was already noon, and his stomach had spent the last hour growling in protest, a hollow, impatient beast gnawing at the edges of his will. But what could he do? Since sunrise he'd been here, waiting, hoping, calling out to anyone who might buy from him. No one came. He stared at the square of rag spread before him, his stall, if one could call it that. Upon it lay several small linen pouches filled with the only commodity his family had ever known: salt. Coarse and white, they shimmered faintly under the sunlight, mocking him with their purity. Salt had always been their livelihood. His village, tucked along the tidal flats to the north, had boiled brine for generations. Every month, merchants came riding with wagons to buy their product, paying just enough for the villagers to survive until the next round. But times had changed. Now, those same merchants came with cold smiles and cold hearts, pressing down the price a little lower each season. They'd bring excuses: bad roads, royal taxes, damaged barrels, anything that justified taking more and giving less. And of course, the villagers could do nothing. The salt pits were all they had. Their entire world smelled of brine and smoke. Then one day, the merchants simply stopped coming at all. Rumor drifted northward, news of a great saltworks built near Furlan Port by Lord Godwin, the city's richest trader. Some marvel of engineering, it was said. A place that could refine tons of salt faster than any kettle over a fire. Its methods were secret, but its results undeniable. Salt cheaper, quicker, and nearly as pure as Kevin's labor-born kind. For the first few months, the factory couldn't meet demand, and old buyers still relied on village salt. But as the machines expanded, that reliance dwindled, and so did Kevin's hopes. The new salt wasn't better. It was simply cheaper. And cheap always wins. Within months, families that once scraped silver from their craft were living off crusts. Kevin's own coin jar had long since been emptied. So desperate and proud, he decided to sell directly to the townsfolk, to bypass the fat-hearted merchants altogether. Each villager chose a settlement to hawk their wares alone, to avoid competing with neighbors. Kevin's lot sent him south to Furlan Port. He had arrived yesterday. After an entire day of fruitless selling, he'd earned barely a fistful of coppers, just enough to buy one loaf of black bread, hard as stone. It filled his belly, but not his despair. He'd spent the night curled up in a stable behind an inn, his salt protected under his arm like treasure. Now another day had come, no kinder than the first. He tried offering his bags to local salt shops, but the clerks laughed him out the door. "Your salt," one had sneered. "I should pay you for wasting my time." The prices they proposed were laughable, an insult. He'd sooner throw it into the sea. Still, pride didn't fill the stomach. As he sat debating his next move, something caught his eye. A man was walking down the street, carrying a bucket of paint and a long, stiff brush. Kevin recognized the type, one of the city hall workers whose job was to paint slogans on public walls. These painted proclamations had become a peculiar invention of their new lord. Brief mottos, easy to remember, posted everywhere from the town gates to the fish markets, so that even the half-literate peasants could grasp his decrees. Kevin remembered a few: keep the streets clean, keep your honor brighter, and litter once, pay twice. Even his own remote village had a couple of slogans painted in bold red across a crumbling barn, though the only people able to read them could be counted on one hand. Seeing the man approach, Kevin sighed inwardly. "Just my luck," he muttered, gathering his cloth and shifting a few feet away from the wall the painter was eyeing. Best to clear out before the bucket spilled where he sat. Soon enough, a small crowd gathered to watch as fresh words bloomed under the painter's brush. Curious despite himself, Kevin drifted closer and tapped the shoulder of a man standing nearby. "Excuse me, sir. You can read, can't you?" "What's it say this time?" The man turned, a little surprised. "You can't read it yourself." Kevin shook his head. "It says remain vigilant, guard against spies." "Spies?" Kevin echoed, baffled. "What spies?" The man's eyes darted left and right before he leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Haven't you heard? War's coming. The lords are at it again." War. The word turned Kevin's stomach cold. "Why? Who's fighting whom this time?" "South of here." The man's tone swelled with pride. "Our lord's preparing to crush the traitors in Emden. Says so himself. Haven't you heard what the Greyman troops did to the pirates and those rebels in Berden? Mark my words, we'll win this one too." Kevin managed a weak nod. He didn't share the man's enthusiasm. Cities like Furlan Port might have walls and garrisons. Villages like his had nothing but mud and roofs. Wars meant fire and conscription, tax and famine. He muttered under his breath as he shuffled back toward his stall, "They fight their wars while we can't even buy bread." He didn't notice the merchant watching him from across the way, the glint in the man's gaze sharp and calculating. Another hour dragged by. The market crowd thinned. The sun climbed mercilessly higher. Kevin's vision swam. His throat burned from thirst, his limbs heavy as lead. He counted the coins in his hand, 4 coppers, rubbed smooth by countless palms. Enough for bread, he whispered. Barely. He'd have to drink from the public well again. With a resigned sigh, he pushed himself to his feet and took a few steps away from the stall, only to freeze when a voice called behind him. Oi, this your stall? Kevin spun around quickly. Why, yes, sir. Mine, all mine. Are you looking to buy salt? The speaker was an unremarkable man, average build, plain clothes, expression mild. Yet his tone was crisp, businesslike. What's your price? He asked. Kevin hesitated. Too high and the man would walk away. Too low and he'd starve anyway. He named the lowest figure his conscience could bear. The man raised an eyebrow. HM. That's dearer than the shop prices, isn't it? Kevin's heart lurched. Sir, I know it costs more, but I swear it's worth it. Ours is hand-boiled salt, pure as snow. No sand, no soot, just taste it and you'll see. The shop's salt is all grit and grit, made by machines that don't care. Mine's what nobles used to season their tables. The man studied him in silence for a moment. Then, with deliberate care, he dipped a finger into one of the sacks and placed a few granules on his tongue. He chewed thoughtfully. Wells, he admitted, you make a fair point. This does taste cleaner. Kevin's chest fluttered with sudden hope. So would you buy then? The man nodded. Aye. My shop could use stock like this. Let's take 1 sack to start. He pointed to the largest bag on the cloth. Kevin's grin spread wide. Right away, sir. He tied the sack neatly with a practiced twist of twine and handed it over. The man weighed it, satisfied, and paid in full, silver coins warm from his palm. As he tucked them into his pouch, he looked back at Kevin. Funny, though, I don't remember seeing you here before. I just arrived yesterday, Kevin stammered. And you'll stay, for as long as there's trade to be made, sir. Good. The man clapped his shoulder. If this batch sells well, expect me again. Good salt travels by word of mouth. With that, he disappeared into the crowd, the silver fading with him. Kevin stood there for several moments, dumbstruck, before daring to open his coin pouch. The coins chimed together in their little bag, a melody of promise. His throat tightened unexpectedly, and a faint smile bent his dry lips. Thank the saints, he whispered to no one. Tonight I'll eat properly. He sank down again on his crate, feeling, for the first time in months, something close to joy. The world might still be cruel and uncertain, but for now, it had given him just enough to last another day. And in days like these, that was blessing enough. Chapter 234, Storm over the Bay. For as long as anyone could remember, the northwestern bays of the Kingdom of Uldor had been ruled by 2 types of lords, the Old Blood and the New Hands. The first were the native lords, whose family lines could be traced back through dusty centuries to the tribal chiefs and temple lords who had once ruled these coasts in the dawn of civilization. Their ancestors, according to historians, had migrated north from the lush heartlands long before the rise of Uldor's monarchy, building their stone keeps along the sea cliffs and misted marshes. A few of their number could even boast of titles granted under the long-fallen empire of Gaebella. At the head of this ancient nobility stood the Ferdinand family, the greatest of the coastal houses. Every other native lord, from viscount down to humble baron, bowed beneath their banner, bound by ties of oath or inheritance. The second were the foreign lords, newcomers raised to rank by the current Rodney dynasty. When the Rodneys unified Uldor, nearly half the coastal lords abandoned their old kin and bent the knee to the new crown. Those who resisted were crushed, their lands divided like spoils among loyal soldiers and ministers. The crown planted these new families throughout the northwest, not only to defend its borders, but also to watch the natives who might one day turn their gaze back to rebellion. For centuries, the 2 factions, native and royal, had lived in brittle balance, their allegiances shifting like sand beneath the waves. Among the latter group, the Greyman family was something of an oddity. Once prominent landholders on the fertile Central Plains, they had lost favor in a failed court intrigue and had been exiled here. cast out to govern a forgotten scrap of territory by the Western Sea. Their grant was little more than a wilderness of bog and salt wind, yet it placed them neatly under the crown's watchful eye, as if to remind them of the fine line between nobility and punishment. The Northwest was divided into 12 counties. 6 swore directly to the crown, the other 6 to house Ferdinand. Among the strongest stood the Kent lineage, whose influence spread through 10 viscounties. At the bottom of the ladder sat the newly humbled Graymans, who owned neither vassal knights nor subservient manors. A count in name, but one without a sword at his back. Smaller baronies, of course, fractured beneath these greater powers, playing puppet to whichever overlord promised coin or protection. Now the region simmered, split between 2 factions. The royal half, the 6 counts appointed by the crown, had formed a coalition under Earl Parker, uniting against Kent's overreach. The Kent family, in turn, gathered its strength from the native sphere, binding itself to 3 loyal counts beneath the Ferdinand crest. The remaining 3 houses lingered in calculated silence, swaying whichever way the wind might favor next. On paper, the Parker alliance looked the weaker, but Count Maltz Kent, controlling both his own vast estates and the Duke's authority at Centra, could call upon the entirety of Ferdinand's ducal host. Not only the Duke's personal levies, but those of his sworn sub-vassals too. Several of these viscounties rivaled the strength of smaller counties. In raw numbers, Kent's side still towered above its rivals. "Do not despair," boomed Earl Parker at one heated council. Waving a fan of sealed letters, his voice brimmed with confidence that only half his company shared. Half the Duke's men still doubt his loyalty to Kent. Once we stand firm and prove our worth, they'll rise behind us. Even among his allies, dissent festers like rot in an unplowed field. The others nodded, some with belief, others with the grim hope that kept soldiers from mutiny. By late March, the inevitable happened. Both blocks, sharpened by months of suspicion, struck at once. From Centra, Count Kent issued a final edict to all lords who had refused his summons. They were to present themselves within 3 days under pain of being branded enemies of the Duke. The rival coalition, prepared for this, responded in kind, revealing the Duke's now famous secret letter and presenting Viscount Henry Ferdinand, until then hidden under Parker's protection. The reaction across the Northwest was instant and explosive. Henry, pale but resolute, emerged before the gathered nobles of the northern cities, reading aloud the words said to be penned by his brother, the Duke's own confession of ensorcelment. Royal scribes copied the text by the hundreds. Taverns whispered its phrases like forbidden scripture. Public opinion broke across the region like a shattered tide. Kent's fury was legendary. He proclaimed the letter a blatant forgery, crafted by his jealous enemies. "My Lord Duke lives and governs by his own will," he thundered. Henry Ferdinand, bitter at losing the succession, fled his rightful prison and spreads this treachery with the aid of vultures, whose appetite for chaos knows no bounds. Parker and his like crave rebellion and cloak their greed behind a counterfeit cause. Within days, he paraded the withered Duke Ferdinand before his subjects once more, a hollow shell of the man he had once been, eyes glassy and voice brittle. The Duke rasped through Kent's rehearsed declaration of loyalty, that he, and he alone, commanded in the Northwest. Behind the dais, young Andy, the apprentice mage, stood with clasped hands and cold eyes, his quiet spell ensuring the puppet king remembered his lines. Yet when the crowd dispersed, Kent's triumph soured. Doubt curled in the hollow of his thoughts like a slow poison. The letter's contents were precise, too precise. Word for word, event for event, it matched his true machinations. How could a forgery so thoroughly mirror his secrets? Could the Duke have broken Andy's control? A stabbing pain shot through his skull. Words unbidden slipped from his lips. Praises to the Cabal, to Master Barnet, the mage who had taught him the mind-binding spell. The headache ebbed as the compulsion reasserted itself, soothing his fear into obedience. "No," he murmured through a forced smile. "Perfect magic does not fail. The letter's accuracy is coincidence." Nothing more, but still unease gnawed at him. Why had so many lords suddenly found their backbone? They had bowed and groveled only months ago, lips dripping with courtesy. Now they armed themselves with righteous fury and dared to speak of justice. He clenched his fists until the veins stood out like cords. He should have captured them all during the Duke's birthday feast, dragged every potential traitor away in chains, and been done with it. Too late now. The board was already set. The pieces must play their moves. The only answer left was war. Both sides called their banners, and soon the western plains rumbled with the tramp of marching men. Earl Parker's coalition assembled in quiet defiance. The 5 royal counts, joined by the hidden Ferdinand loyalists, now emboldened by Henry's return. Kent's banners flew from Sentra's towers, bolstered by the Duke's sigil and the obedience of sub-vassals too afraid, or too pragmatic, to refuse. Yet neither side dared openly denounce the crown. Both framed their cause in language of loyalty. Parker's message to the capital accused Kent of treachery and begged the king to save his Grace Ferdinand from enchantment. Kent sent his own emissaries racing for Crystal Vale, carrying letters branding Parker and Henry as rebels. The 2 envoys rode within a week of each other, each galloping toward the same throne, clutching the same plea, painted in opposite truths. And so it began, the war of whispers before the war of steel. Spring winds swept across the bay, carrying the scent of rain and the hum of armies gathering unseen. Where once fishermen's nets had stretched under clean sky, now banners trembled in the salt breeze. Lords old and new weighed their loyalties. Some sharpened blades, others whispered prayers. And within his chamber high above Sentra's citadel, bathed in the flicker of candlelight, Count Maltz Kent stared out toward the dark horizon. War it is, then, he murmured to his reflection in the glass. Let the fools shout of loyalty and faith. I will show them what power truly is. The storm over the bay had broken, its lightning not of weather, but of men. Chapter 235. The tide turns before the king's decree had even reached the northwestern bay. The rival factions had already drawn their blades. The spark came at a place called Bidor Keep, a fortress nestled on the border between the Malcolm and Johnston estates, its grey towers perched like stubborn teeth above the sea cliffs. For years it had been Myrong to one of the Kent family's many vassals, a cousin by marriage to Count Maltz Kent himself. In the eyes of Earl Parker's coalition, Bidor was more than a fortress. It was a dagger aimed into their heartlands. And so, barely a day after open hostilities began, the Malcolm and Johnston families launched a joint offensive, encircling the fortress in a siege that choked every supply road. Yet Bidor was no ordinary outpost. Her walls had been raised with Duke Ferdinand's gold generations ago, and they stood now like slabs of iron. The attackers, though disciplined and bold, found themselves bleeding men against stone. Reports soon confirmed what all had feared. Kent's army was marching to break the siege. Earl Parker's response was immediate. Letters flew out under wax and seal, urgent and commanding. Every lord in the alliance was summoned to strike at Bidor and crush Kent's forces before they could recover. Days later, in the harbor administration office of Furlan Port, Paul Grayman sat listening to his secretary read aloud the newest of these summons. Bidor's lord is kin to the Kents, intoned Bernard Wood, chief of staff, his clear voice echoing in the small room as he held the letter with both hands. Count Kent will not abandon the siege. Our intelligence confirms his personal command. The Earl urges us to march south. We must, he says, use this chance to face Kent's host in open battle and break his strength in a single blow. Paul drummed his fingers on the desk, gazing absently out towards the docks where gulls spun above the masts. Bernard continued, if the enemy keeps control of Bidor, they'll use it as a staging point to strike north toward the Gulf, cutting our lands in two. The situation is grave. The Earl requests that the armies of Grayman and Garnard muster without delay, no fewer than 1,000 men, and join his banner at Bidor, keep for decisive engagement. God grant us victory, he writes. Bernard lowered the parchment. Signed personally, Earl Price Parker. Shall I read it again, sir? Paul sighed and rubbed his temples. No need. I've heard enough. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling as frustration tugged at him. So once again, I danced to Parker's tune. Though the Earl's reasoning made sense, Paul disliked the feeling of being pulled like a puppet by threads strung invisibly across the map. Still, the alliance had given its word. Disobedience now would only cripple their unity. He rose abruptly, chair scraping behind him. Very well. File the letter. I'll ride back to Lakehart tonight and convene a war council. Bernard nodded crisply, sliding the vellum into a case. Understood, my lord. Though he checked his pocket watch. Forgive me, the merchant fleet is departing any moment now. Paul blinked, half forgetting why he was in Furlan Port to begin with. Aye, right. The ships. Outside, the sky blazed with pale spring sunlight. From the window, Paul could already see the thronging crowd that swelled across the wharf. Hundreds gathered to witness the maiden voyage of 4 grand merchant vessels newly built at the docks. Only a year ago, Furlan's shipyards had been little more than workshops for repairing fishing smacks. But ever since the craftsmen of House Foster arrived from Horn Bay, gifts of his trade packed with their family, their output had transformed beyond recognition. The docks no longer smelled of tar and rot, but of resin and ambition. Under Paul's initiative, and with the tireless labor of the yard's workers, 4 new sailing ships had been completed. Larger and more graceful than any that had come before, they bore a new design devised by Arda's engineers. Twin masts, a reinforced hull, and broad-belled square sails that could catch even the lightest breath of ocean wind. 2 of these vessels carried Paul's crest, the others bemirong to his associate, the merchant Bennett Todd. Today, they would embark together. Arda's ships north to Horn Bay laden with porcelain and printed books, Todd south toward the Royal Heartlands with holds full of salt and tins of preserved meat. Paul's pulse quickened as he stepped into the crowd. These ships weren't merely commerce. They were freedom, a reminder that his lands could reach far beyond the shadow of Kent's rebellion. At the foot of the quay, Admiral Austin waited beside Todd, both men beaming as Paul approached. "My lord," Todd exclaimed, bowing deeply. "These beauties are marvels. A merchant's dream, if ever there was one. You've given us wings for the sea itself." Paul smiled faintly. "Thank the craftsmen, not me. I only offered them guidance. They did the real work." Todd nodded vigorously. "Then saints bless them, and you, for paying them fairly. I'll see your house's name spoken in every port between here and Crystal Vale." The ceremony that followed was simple but heartfelt. Dock workers and townsfolk gathered as Paul addressed them, his voice carrying across the salt-laden air. He spoke of trade as the lifeblood of nations, of the need for courage and craft to bind distant peoples through exchange, and of the government's promise to support enterprise free from tyranny. When the speeches ended, the 4 ships slipped their moorings and drifted away, new sails swelling in the wind like great white wings. The crowd cheered until their voices were lost to the surf. For a brief, perfect moment, Paul let himself believe that progress and peace might yet prevail. As the cheers faded and the fleet vanished into the haze, Austin walked with him along the quay, their boots echoing between the stacks of crates. Their talk turned to the newly established Mariners' Academy, where young sailors were learning navigation and gunnery for the first time. Then Austin lowered his voice. "My lord, may I ask, when the fighting begins, will our Navy see action?" Paul paused, considering. "Kent's forces hold no coast, but that doesn't mean you'll sit idle. The fleet can patrol the River Weiss between Lakehart and the southern borders. If our allies fall under attack, you'll land men to reinforce them." Austin's eyes lit with eagerness, his weather-beaten face breaking into a grin. "So Marines then, precisely," Paul smirked. "If we lack soldiers, we'll simply borrow sailors. But ensure your men are ready. Every one of them must train with firearms. We'll need flexibility when the winds of war shift." As they spoke, the shouts of stevedores carried over the water, mingling with the slow creak of mooring ropes. The fleet was already but specks on the glittering horizon. Paul looked eastward, toward the lands that would soon blaze with battle. Earl Parker's urgent letter still burned at the back of his mind like an ember. If Bidor fell, or if Kent's forces broke through, Arda itself could become the path of invasion. So be it, he thought. We'll meet whatever tide comes for us. The gulls circled overhead, crying into the wind as the sea swallowed the sun, and the coming war cast its first shadow across the gleaming sails of the departing ships. Chapter 236. Life in the camp the day Earl Parker's urgent request arrived. Paul Grayman wasted no time. He left for Lakehart town before dusk, his cloak snapping in the bitter wind as he rode. By nightfall, he had summoned Schroeder, Bryce, and the rest of his senior officers to discuss one question: whether to send reinforcements to Bidor Keep. Schroeder stood before a great map of the Northwest pinned across the wall, its parchment dotted with wooden markers and ink trails. He struck one of them with the tip of his stick. His Lordship Parker speaks sense, he began firmly. Bidor lies between the Portly and Adra counties, 1 day's march from the coast at most. If the Kent family holds it, they'll have the perfect springboard to slice us apart from the heartlands. Arda, Berden, and Lanaka would be cut off entirely. On land, at least. Paul leaned over the table, eyes fixed on the map. The name Bidor Keep glared up at him like a nail driven between Arda's trade arteries. Schroeder was right, far too dangerous to leave in Kent's hands. Their new merchant fleets might sail, but sea routes couldn't yet carry all that the roads did. One missed caravan convoy could cost people their livelihoods. He straightened, tapping his chin. We'll dispatch the 1st and 3rd Infantry Battalions with an artillery company. The Logistics Corps will manage their supply lines. The 2nd Battalion stays behind to guard Arda. He looked up. Objections, Bryce frowned. Just 1 battalion left behind. Isn't that cutting it close? Schroeder's deep voice answered before Paul could. The Navy can lend a company's worth of sailors to fight on land. Their guns can be dismounted for shore batteries. If we combine them with local militias, it's sufficient for defense. Paul nodded slowly. How many trained militiamen do we actually have? Schroeder flipped through a folder of reports. Our last assessment was before the winter drills. In total, we could form a provisional force of around 2,000. Not elite, but as organized as the troops we fielded against the pirates last year. Paul's lips curved in faint approval. Then it's settled. Prepare the orders. Dawn was only a smear of gray in the sky when the bugles screamed across the barracks. Private Joss woke to the sound of Sergeant Makarov's bellow, cutting through the morning chill like lightning. Up! Move it, you pigs! Out of bed now! Boots thudded against the wooden floor as the sergeant stormed through their quarters, yanking blankets away and dragging men upright one by one. This isn't your mother's farmhouse, he barked. You have schedules now. A soldier's day is carved in iron. You're Arda men, damn it, so start acting like it. Joss scrambled upright, heart still hammering from sleep's aftershock. He had known Makarov too long to risk defiance. Only a few months back, Joss had been a village militiaman, barely able to march in step, half convinced this training nonsense would pass like the summer rains. But Sergeant Makarov had been sent to their village, and the man trained them like a smith hammers steel. There had been no mercy. Now fate or misfortune had returned Joss to his tormentor. The sergeant had been reassigned to the 1st Infantry Battalion, and naturally had dragged several of his promising pupils back with him, including Joss. He still remembered their first reunion on the parade ground. Makarov had fixed him with those wide, glacier blue eyes, as sharp and heavy as brass bells. You again? Good. I'll keep an eye on you. No warmth. Only promise and threat. Sometimes, when Joss closed his eyes, he swore those eyes followed him even in dreams. By the time they dashed onto the training field, the sky had turned from iron to pewter. The air was sharp enough to sting teeth. Their routine began, as always, with a half-hour run. Laps around the entire encampment, every step punctuated by the shrill of whistles and the pounding cadence of boots. The sound rolled like thunder over the barracks. Each company had its own chant to keep time. Soon the grounds became alive with clashing echoes of pride and rivalry, each platoon trying to outshout the next. For Joss, who'd already suffered Makarov's drills in the militia, the run was grueling but bearable. Sweat burned down his spine, but he pushed onward. Behind him, newer recruits wheezed, their faces scarlet, eyes flickering with panic, but none dared slow and none fell. He remembered the first run weeks ago, when 2 of them had collapsed midway. One fainted outright. Another had tried to sneak back to the barracks. Makarov's whip had found both. They skipped breakfast and spent the next morning standing motionless by the gate as punishment. Today, at least, no one dared test fate. When the run ended, the men snapped into formation, lungs heaving steam into the cold. Then came the standing drill, 30 minutes of immobility. Joss was grateful for the stillness. He used the time to catch his breath and let his thoughts drift to breakfast. What will it be today? He wondered drowsily. The entire camp gleamed with order. Neat ranks like a grid of iron squares stretching across the field. From the officers' platform, it looked almost beautiful. Each line perfectly aligned, horizontal and vertical, soldier to soldier, man to man. The supervising officers could not hide their pride. Discipline was more than appearance here. It was faith, carved into the flesh of Arda's standing army by endless repetition. No other army in the bay, they believed, could match it, even if just in formation. When the bugles sounded, the transformation from runners to soldiers took less than half an hour. To any outsider, it would seem impossible. From the first days of training, Count Grayman had emphasized precision drill, an obsession some officers had once questioned. Surely, they argued, a little less marching and a little more sword practice would make deadlier men. But doubters changed their tune after the raid of the pirates and the Battle of Berden. Against chaos swarming from sea and saddle alike, order had saved lives. When others panicked, Arda's men stood fast, taught by muscle memory that until the command came, they did not move. Discipline held where courage alone might have failed. And discipline, Paul knew, required more than fear. It required reward. Half an hour later, dizzy and faint from stillness, Joss marched with his unit toward the great mess hall. The smell hit first, meat and steam and bread, rich as heaven. The cooks worked like clockwork, their ladles clattering against iron pots. Black bread, potato stew, a boiled egg and beet porridge. Next, one called out, voice hoarse from hours of shouting. Joss took his tray, eyes shining at the modest bounty. As he sat and broke the crust of bread, the sharp savor of beef broth filled his throat, driving out every ache of the morning. For men raised on turnips and salt gruel, Arda's army meals were a luxury bordering on the divine. 3 hot meals a day, steady pay, clean water. It was little wonder half the young men in the province now dreamed of uniform. Paul Grayman had learned quickly that an army's stomach was its second heart. And as long as his soldiers ate better than the peasants they'd once been, they would fight harder, march farther, and when the time came, die slower. Across the camp, morning sunlight finally broke through the clouds, striking the polished barrels of rifles lined neatly beside the walls. The army of Arda was readying itself, fed, drilled, and sharpened, for the storm to come. Chapter 237, Objective, Bid or Keep. Present arms, prepare, aim, fire. The command cracked like thunder, and a line of musket barrels flashed in unison. The shooting range vanished beneath a cloud of choking white smoke. It swirled and hung low, acrid and bitter on the tongue. Joss coughed and blinked through the haze, retreating with his squad to reload. His fingers, stiff with cold and nerves, fumbled for a fresh paper cartridge. He tore it open with his teeth, poured the powder, stuffed the ball, then rammed it down the barrel. Only when the rod clanged home did he hear the growl beside him. "You dim-witted ox! Were you planning to fire the ramrod along with it?" Sergeant Makarov, his eternally furious superior, had already reloaded and was stalking the line, eyes like a hawk's. Joss froze, startled, then yanked the rod out as if it were a snake. "Sorry, Sergeant. Sorry doesn't plug a hole in your head if that thing backfires," Makarov barked, his voice a whip-crack of irritation. "Pay attention." All morning, the company drilled at musket practice. The officers barked orders until their throats went raw. The soldiers loaded, aimed, and fired until the smell of saltpeter soaked into their sleeves. At first, Joss had found the weapon exhilarating. The musket was a miracle of the age. Sergeant Makarov claimed it could punch through armor as if it were parchment. One squeeze of the trigger, and a man's fate was written. A marvel indeed. He still remembered his first shot. A perfect hole through the wooden target, burnt edges curling outward. He had felt like a hero of legend. But novelty faded fast when the repetition set in. By the 10th reload, excitement had drained into tension, each movement exact, deliberate, mechanical. Then, as the officers ordered a new exercise, advancing fire, there came a shrill whistle from the edge of the field. "Once battalion, assemble. Assemble at once." The voice be Myrong to a messenger running at full tilt, blowing a whistle every few strides. Within moments, drills halted. The rows of soldiers straightened, then pivoted and marched toward the assembly yard where the rest of the battalion was already forming up. Joss glanced sideways at his sergeant as they jogged. "Es sir, are we going to the front?" Makarov grunted. "Could be. Orders are orders. If there's a fight coming, your musket doesn't ask for explanations." The answer chilled him. Every soldier in Arda knew war was coming, the kind that didn't stop at the borders. Since February, training hours had doubled, and the talk of battle hovered over every meal like smoke. The parade ground filled, a sea of disciplined bodies and steel. The 1st Infantry Battalion stood shoulder to shoulder with the 2nd. Together they numbered more than 1,000 men. Around them gathered the gunners of the artillery company and the laborers of the supply corps. When the officers arrived, all conversation ceased. Leading them was Colonel Bryce, broad-shouldered and red-haired, his voice booming over the crowd. Beside him stood Major Joyce of the 3rd Battalion, eyes sharp beneath his peaked cap. "Soldiers," Bryce bellowed, his excitement barely contained. "The day has come to prove what your training was for." A murmur ran through the ranks. He paced across the dais, boots echoing. "You've heard the rumors, and now you'll hear the truth. We marched to war." A shock ran through them. Even knowing it had been inevitable, hearing it aloud turned every heartbeat into a drum. "Our enemy," Bryce continued, raising his sword to the sky, "is the vile Kent family, that treacherous breed who spat on Arda's honor and humiliated our allies in Berden. Last year, we forgave them in our mercy. This year, they've gone too far. Their degenerate lord, Maltz Kent, has usurped the duke's title and now dares rebel against the crown itself." He paused for breath, his words rolling like fire. "This crime cannot stand. Arda stands shoulder to shoulder with the counties of Lanaka, Stanlow, and Portley. Together, we will rid the Northwest of this poison. And you, Arda's finest, shall be the spear that pierces their heart." The troops roared, stamping their feet, the sound rising like thunder through the yard. Bryce thrust his sword forward. "We march tomorrow. Check your ammunition, your packs, your boots. At dawn we leave for Bidor Keep." That evening, the camp buzzed with feverish energy. Carts rattled through the mud, carrying crates of powder and shot. Blacksmith forges roared as final repairs were hammered into bayonet sockets and cannon wheels. The quartermaster's tents overflowed with provisions, rifles, and marching rations. Hardtack, dried beef, casks of water. For most men, sleep never came. When dawn broke, pale and sudden, the battalions assembled once more on the field. The air stank of damp grass and smoke from the morning fires. Their orders were brief. They were marching south through the valleys toward Bidor. The streets of Lakeheart were already alive when the column passed through. Men, women, and children filled the sidewalks, waving bits of cloth or sprigs of laurel. "Show the Emden dogs what Arda's made of," shouted one man, red in the face. "Long live Arda," cried another. Even the officials of Chapter 238, a reckless strike between the lands of Portley and Adra. The grim fortress of Bidor Keep stood watch over the valley like an iron claw. Its lord, Baron Bright Sean, was one of the Kent family's most loyal bannermen, a man who owed both his title and fortune to their bloodline. When the two great factions of the Northwest finally erupted into open war, the Allied forces under Earl Maury Malcolm and Viscount Dillon Johnston wasted no time. Within days, their combined armies surrounded Bidor, encamping in a ring of tents and flame around the castle walls. But Sean had been no fool. He had foreseen the storm long before it broke. The keep's granaries brimmed with grain, its wells ran deep and pure, and its towers bristled with new engines of war. He had even raised a militia from the peasantry, drilling them until they could march and fire like professional soldiers. So when the first assault came, Bidor held firm. Arrow and shot rained down upon the attackers, burning oil searing the night sky. Time and again the Allies charged, only to be beaten back, their dead piled at the base of its unyielding walls. At last, exhausted and embarrassed, Malcolm and Johnston sent pleas for help to their fellow lords. The answer had come swiftly, a letter from Earl Price Parker, summoning every member of the anti-Kent alliance to converge upon Bidor and crush the foe in one decisive strike. Meanwhile, the defenders had sent their own message by pigeon, a desperate appeal to Count Maltz Kent to march at once for their relief. By early spring, the armies of both sides were marching inexorably toward that one fateful place. In a small village east of Bidor Keep, the leaders of Parker's alliance had turned the largest farmhouse into a temporary command post. The dim light of a single oil lamp cast long shadows over the maps sprawled across the table. "I say we send them a challenge here and now," cried a young voice suddenly, loud enough to make the others start. "Let's draw the Kents out to open battle tomorrow, settle this with steel, face to face." The speaker, flushed with excitement, struck the table with an impulsive fist. "Patience, boy." Earl Malcolm raised an eyebrow, his tone even. "We shall fight soon enough. But first we wait, see what they intend." A steady blade cuts deeper than a wild one. He hid a sigh behind that measured voice. The fiery youth glaring at him was Derek Heller, son of Earl Winifred Heller, and nothing like his cautious, peace-minded father. Word had already spread through camp that the old Earl had wanted to stay neutral, but the boy's agitation had forced the family's hand. The foolhardy pup had convinced his uncles and cousins to march, then insisted on leading their troops himself. "Hot blood will get us killed," Malcolm muttered under his breath. Parker cleared his throat, seeking to smooth over the tension. "Come now." There's sense in the lad's impatience. None of us want this war dragging through harvest. But if we fight to win, not blunder into traps. Derek scowled. "With respect, my lord, we've camped 6,000 strong. We're wasting daylight. Every day we linger, our men idle, and our foes grow bolder. What more are we waiting for?" Parker stroked his beard, eyes glinting. "For reinforcements, my impetuous friend. Count Grayman and Lord Garnard march even now. Another 1,000 soldiers. With them our hand will be full." Derek snorted. "The Graymans. Saints save us. I've heard they haven't a single knight among them. Shall we wait for beggars to tip the scales?" Parker's gaze hardened. "Watch your tongue. It was those beggars, as you call them, who wiped the pirates from every bay in the northwest. Can you boast the same?" The younger man tossed his head, golden hair swinging. "Pirates? That was child's play, scum without banners or honor. Hardly an enemy for real soldiers." An awkward hush filled the room. Earl Parker slammed his palm upon the table, the sound sharp as a musket crack. "Enough. All those in favor of waiting for the Grayman and Garnard contingents before engaging, raise your hands." One after another, every arm in the room lifted, everyone except Derek's. Parker gave a thin, satisfied smile. "The vote is clear, nephew. Do you still object?" Derek's jaw tightened, but pride lost its footing against the weight of the council's silence. "If that's the will of the alliance, I submit. But how long must we sit on our hands? What if your precious allies crawl at a snail's pace while Kent's reinforcements fall upon us?" "You need not fret," Parker soothed, his voice once more honeyed. "A courier arrived at dawn. Grayman's army left Lakehart 3 days ago. By tomorrow afternoon they shall be here." The boy gave a curt nod, though his scowl lingered. Evening fell like a shroud over the valley of Bidor. Both camps had gone quiet, save for the creak of leather, the clink of armor, and the restless whisper of banners in the wind. To the west, Parker's allied host stretched in ranks of flickering firelight. More than 6,000 men assembled beneath the stars, their tents sewn in neat lines across the rolling hillside. To the east, barely 5 miles distant, the Kent forces had pitched their own camp, 5,000 strong and swelling by the hour. Between the two, Bidor Keep brooded in weary defiance. Its 1,000 defenders too few to sally forth, too stubborn to surrender. Every man on both sides felt it. The stillness before the storm. Noon the next day. Earl Parker and his fellow commanders stood bent over the map once more when a soldier stumbled through the door. Mud splattered to his knees and terror whitening his face. My lords," he gasped. "It's Lord Heller. He's attacked. He's led his men straight at the enemy lines." "What?" Parker's chair scraped violently against the floor as he leapt to his feet. "Say that again." The messenger swallowed hard. Lord Derek saw flames in the enemy camp. He thought it was chaos, a chance sent by heaven. He charged before dawn with his whole company. A groan rippled through the assembled lords. "That reckless fool," barked Malcolm, slamming a fist onto the map. "Does he think war is a sport for boys?" Parker's face darkened with thunder. "I knew he'd be trouble." By the saints, what was the boy thinking? Without another word, he strode out of the farmhouse with the others at his heels. From the ridge beyond the village, the dark plume of smoke was unmistakable. Great black ribbons unfurling across the sky from the direction of the Kent encampment. Parker clenched his fists. "Damn it! He's fallen straight for it." Beside him, Malcolm's expression turned grim. "You think it's a trap? Is there any doubt? A burning camp is bait. They want us to rush in half prepared." Parker hesitated only a heartbeat. Trap or not, they couldn't abandon the boy. and if the enemy had been caught unready, this might yet be the chance of their lives. He turned to the other commanders. Form the men according to our battle plan. Infantry in the vanguard, cavalry on the wings, cannon behind. We march at once, slow and steady. Keep the lines tight. If it's a ruse, we'll crush them with discipline. If not, we'll save the Heller brats from their own stupidity. Yes, my lord. The room erupted into motion, officers barking orders, runners sprinting for their banners. As the Allied drums began to roll, a single thought nudged through the roar in Earl Parker's mind. Foolish boy, let us hope you've not doomed us all. And from the eastern plain, where the smoke rose higher by the minute, the faint rumble of cannon answered him, like thunder rolling toward the march of the doomed. Chapter 239, Salvation in the Smoke. Almost there, almost. Derek Heller's heart hammered inside his chest as the column thundered across the plain. Ahead, a column of black smoke curled into the sky. The enemy camp ablaze, its soldiers in chaos, scrambling like headless hens to quench the flames. This was it. His moment. He imagined the scene already. His cavalry crashing through the smoke like a divine storm, the enemy breaking in terror. His name sung from every hole in the northwest. A lion among sheep. He would make history today. It had all begun scarcely an hour earlier, as he'd been inspecting his camp's perimeter. Out beyond the rise, in the direction of the Kent encampment, he'd noticed an odd flicker, orange sparks climbing into the noonday air. Moments later, his scouts returned breathless with confirmation. A fire had broken out in the Kent camp. Opportunity, pure and irresistible. Derek's blood surged. While they douse flames, he'd said, we'll douse them in blood. His officers had hesitated, advising caution to consult with Earl Parker and the others. But Derek was deaf to prudence. By the time those old crows finish arguing, Kent's fire will be out, he'd snapped. This chance won't come twice. And so, ignoring every warning, he assembled his whole house's forces, 100 knights, 300 retainers, and over 1,000 footmen from his home of Portley. Cavalry first, he'd ordered, eyes blazing. Strike hard, strike deep. Spread their panic. The footmen will follow behind. We'll sweep them like autumn leaves. He remembered the tales from his father's library of great men who turned impossible odds by daring the impossible. Today he would carve his own legend into that history. He sent scouts to reconnoiter the flanks, and especially the small copse of trees lying south of the Kent camp. It looked suspicious. A perfect hide for ambushers. Yet impatience gnawed at him. Before even half the scouts had returned, Derek growled, enough waiting. Fortune favors the bold. Forward, the war horses snorted steam into the cold morning air. The Kent camp looked disordered, little more than a sprawl of tents with rows of simple chevaux de frise and a shallow ditch. Barely a defense. The first line of knights smashed through the gaps with lances lowered, hurling aside the defenses and clearing a path. The column surged behind them in a roaring tide of steel and hooves. It worked. Panic rippled through the enemy camp. Soldiers clutching buckets and barrels froze mid-stride. Some dropped them altogether and fled. The firelight reflected off the shining helms of the attackers, turning them into the burning incarnations of war. Kill them all, steel met flesh. Screams filled the wind. Derek's knights hacked through the confused enemy, their blades rising and falling with mechanical fury. For 20 long minutes they rampaged across the camp, cutting down all in their path. Then came the shift, the first hard counterblows. From the far side of the camp, Kent knights and officers appeared, armor newly donned, banners snapping upright in the heat. Rallied by their shouts, the defenders formed ranks and pressed forward. Arrows began to whistle through the air. Derek's cavalry force, never more than 200 men, found itself suddenly squeezed between awakening foes. Where are the footmen? He shouted over the chaos. Where are my damned footmen? No answer came. His heart jolted with realization. The infantry never arrived. Then he heard it, a mocking shout from behind. Viscount Heller, throw down your sword. He spun, eyes narrowing. There among the smoke sat Gaius Kent, son of Maltz Kent himself, mounted and grinning like a wolf. The one who should yield is you, Derek roared back. Gaius's smile chilled, still clinging to bravado. Then perhaps this will change your mind. He lifted an arm and hurled something small and metallic through the air. It clattered and rolled to stop beneath Derek's horse. A helm. Derek recognized it instantly. It belonged to one of his own captains, the man who'd been leading his missing infantry. Blood drained from his face. They are dead. Or captured from where? From that cursed corpse he'd ignored. How long had this trap been waiting for him? The questions no longer mattered. He could feel it, enemy numbers swelling, encirclement tightening. The North, he shouted. We'll break North. Form up tight ranks. The knights regrouped, battered but unbroken. Protect the Viscount, his captain cried, spurring forward with mace in hand. He charged first, his weapons swinging like a storm. Derek and his household cavalry followed, spears lowered, forcing their exhausted mounts into one last gallop. The ring of swords clashing, horses screaming, men shouting, it all melted into a blur. The northern flank held only levies and poorly armed infantry. When the charge hit, the line snapped. Men were trampled into mud, shields shattered, armor torn apart under hoof and steel. Gaius Kent cursed as his front collapsed. Useless rabble. Swinging his whip through empty air, he turned to a nearby knight. Rally the men. Get every mounted soldier ready. Heller won't escape me. Find their allies and block them. Then he spurred his own charger forward, leading a fresh wave of cavalry in pursuit. At that same hour, a council of allied lords stood grim-faced as scouts rushed in with news. Trap confirmed, one panted. A Kent ambush struck Heller's infantry from the south woods, cut them down. The boys' cavalry surrounded. Saints preserve him, muttered Earl Malcolm, slamming a fist on the table. Another lord frowned. And those horsemen from the woods, could they have been reinforcements arriving from the east? Not a trap or not, growled Parker, already strapping on his sword. If we don't move now, that fool of a boy is dead. Ready the troops. They left 1,000 men to hold the siege lines around Bidor, then marched with 5,000 toward the Kent camp. Midway there, they met a tide of terror-stricken men, Heller's shattered infantry, fleeing for their lives with the enemy's cavalry hard on their heels. Hold, bellowed Dylan Johnston, riding at the column's head. Do not break formation. Panic-stricken cries swelled as the rout crashed straight toward them. Get them off the line, some officers shouted. They'll trample us. But the desperate soldiers kept running, eyes wild, begging for help, all discipline lost. Johnston's expression hardened. Archers, knock loose. Arrows arced through the gray sky, their hiss drowning out the screams. Scores of fugitives fell, skewered mid-stride, the survivors scattering aside at last. The pursuing Kents, faced with fresh ranks of shields and banners, pulled back swiftly, vanishing into the hills beyond. The allies pressed onward. Ahead, drawn up across the field, waited the Kent main host, ranks of spearmen and crossbowmen arrayed beneath Gaius Kent's banner. The horns cried out, harsh and cold. No parley, no battle of words. The two armies collided like storms meeting head-on. For Derek Heller, there was no such order. Only chaos. His charge northward had broken through, yes, but the escape was ragged, bleeding. Many of his riders had fallen, their horses limping or slain. The rest galloped desperately, mud spattering up their legs, every muscle screaming. Keep north, he urged, voice raw. If we can reach the hills, we turn for camp. Behind them, the sound of pursuit grew, low and relentless. Gaius's cavalry fanned out, pinching from both flanks. Trapped. Again. Then Derek saw it. Smoke not behind, but ahead, drifting like a ghost along the horizon. For a second his pulse froze. Then from the haze, banners emerged. Black and silver, embroidered with a soaring dragon. The dragon banner, he breathed. Grayman's sigil, his heart leapt. Real soldiers, arriving from the west with clockwork precision. Rows of musketeers flanking gleaming cannon, the disciplined formation of Arda's standing army. Maybe, just maybe, fortune hadn't finished with him yet. He wheeled his horse toward his men, laughing hoarsely over the pounding of hooves. Rally! Salvation rides with us. By flame and smoke, the Graymans are here. And as his exhausted riders roared their defiance into the wind, the first thunder of Allied artillery boomed across the valley, rolling like the voice of God announcing that the tide, at last, was turning. Chapter 240. Encounter in the open, the army of Arda marched along a wide dirt road that cut through sun-drenched fields. The early spring wind from the northwest carried that faint chill particular to March. Yet the men were soon slick with sweat from the long trek. By now the sun was high overhead, and still they had not eaten. They were close, painfully close, to Bidor Keep, and their commander, Colonel Bryce, had decided to press on until they made camp near their destination before granting rest or rations. "When do we eat, Sergeant?" groaned Joss, one hand clutching his rumbling stomach. "You'll live," grunted Sergeant Makarov, without breaking step. "Once we reach Bidor, you can kiss the cook's ladle all you like. Until then, stop whining like an old mule." He dug into his pack and pulled out a small paper parcel, tossing it over his shoulder. "Here, share it out, 1 biscuit each." "What is it?" Joss asked suspiciously. "Biscuits from the Flying Dragon Tavern. Consider yourselves blessed." His words rippled down the rank. "Wait, that place by the town gate?" asked another soldier eagerly. "That's the one," said Makarov. "Southern cooking, they say. Bought these myself." "Southerners sure know their food," someone murmured, biting into one. Crumbs dusted his chin. "Even their biscuits taste foreign." The rhythmic crunch of stale pastry filled the air until, from somewhere up the column, a voice lifted in song. At first it was just a single soldier humming, and then a few joined, fumbling through the words of a tune that had become a fixture in their barracks. Before long, the melody rolled down the road like a wave. It was the marching ballad everyone now knew by heart, the ballad of Count Grayman. "Paul Grayman, our lord so bold, he calls his men the brave and old. 12 strong companies, bullets high, 60 each, enough to make foes die. Stand firm, my lads," he said with pride, "I'll fight with you right by your side. They covet gold, our mines, our grain, let's show them war's no gentle rain." The tune was half comedy, half devotion. The soldiers sang louder with every verse, laughter and pride mixing with the steady beat of their boots. Joss joined in too, his mood lifting with the rhythm. "Farewell, sweet Louise, don't you cry, not every arrow hits the sky. If none did miss, who'd need us then? We'd be out of work again. Guns and cannon, smoke and song, march with Grayman all day long. He pays us well, he feeds us right, and our hearts march home each night." They were halfway through their second chorus when a sharp shout cracked through the music. "Hey, look ahead!" The voices faltered, replaced by uneasy murmurs. Down the road, a plume of dust was rising, fast, and moving straight toward them. A horseman broke from the haze, his chestnut mount frothing at the reins. The rider wore an officer's coat, a junior scout's insignia glinting on his shoulder. Pulling up beside Bryce, he saluted, then leaned in close, speaking urgently. From their place in the marching order, Joss and Makarov could only make out fragments, the words cavalry, pursued, and enemy contact. Within seconds, Makarov barked out to his squad, on alert. Weapons ready, Joss's pulse spiked. His fingers trembled as he unslung his new flintlock, the polished wood suddenly slick with sweat. "My first real battle," he thought, breath quickening. "So soon." Further ahead, Colonel Bryce raised a hand, voice cutting through the ranks. "Messenger! Spread the order down the line, form square." "Form square." The 2 mounted aides galloped in opposite directions, shouting the command. At the double, square formation. Move, the easy rhythm of march vanished in an instant. Every man, drilled for just this moment, fell into motion. The forward companies wheeled into 3 rows, kneeling, crouching, standing, each layer braced behind the other. The rear ranks followed, joining flank to flank, until 2 whole battalions knit themselves into a great hollow box of steel and flesh. Within the square, the supply wagons rolled to a halt. Pack animals were herded into the center, along with the ammunition carts and the artillery detachment. Gunners leapt down from their seats, sweating as they unfastened cannon and crates, setting up firing platforms on the bare earth. There was no time to build emplacements. The cavalry were coming. They'd have to fire from within the square itself. As the officers hurried through the ranks, checking alignment and steadiness, the chatter and rasp of metal on metal faded. The army held its breath. On a makeshift platform built from ammunition boxes, Bryce stood beside Major Joyce and the 2 deputy commanders, each peering through brass spyglasses into the southern distance. Joyce spoke first, voice low but grim. "The riders up front, they're Heller's men. See the stag sigil on their pennons. But they are fleeing. And there, behind them, that dust cloud, Kent cavalry in pursuit, Weapons of our allies or our enemy, Bryce muttered. Seems the boys' army is done for. Then they bring the storm right to us. Then we'll weather it, Bryce said flatly. Ready the line. Cannoneers to stand by. Hold fire until they are on us. Further down the road, Derek Heller urged his exhausted horse onward, lungs burning with every breath. The open plain stretched ahead, sunlight flickering off his knight's armor as if on molten glass. Then, in the distance, he saw it. A battalion in perfect order, ranks folding into some strange geometric shape. At first, he thought it an ambush. The formation was too disciplined, too precise for rabble. His first instinct was to break west. But then, as they closed the gap, the banners came into view. A crimson field, a golden dragon unfurling across it. Relief flooded through him so sharply it almost hurt. Arda, the ally he'd mocked mere hours ago, now stood between him and annihilation. He raised his lance high, letting the blue banner of House Heller snap open in the breeze. The square ahead remained still, until a tall figure within it, a man in an officer's coat, raised his arm and motioned sharply to the right. A clear signal, pass beside us, not through. Derek understood immediately. No commander wanted chaos in their lines, with enemy horse on their heels. He veered left, leading his dwindled knights around the flank of the Arden Square. As they thundered past, he glimpsed the men within, barely more than 1,000 strong. Only 1,000. His heart clenched. Could they possibly fend off the Kent attack? The lines looked paper-thin, 3 ranks deep at most. And their spears, if one could call them that, were little stubby things of polished wood and metal, ending not in steel points but in tiny holes. Saints preserve them, he muttered as his company galloped for the rear. Inside the square, the waiting soldiers of Arda braced as the dust cloud split into bodies. Horsemen by the 100, charging as one, banners whipping above their heads. Their cry rolled like thunder across the plains. Makarov adjusted Joss's grip on his musket. Stand steady, lad. Wait till you can see the whites of their eyes. Joss swallowed and nodded. Beyond the square, Derek and his battered riders raced onward, desperate to reach safety. Behind them, Gaius Kent's cavalry spread wide like wings of a black tide. And at the heart of that field, beneath the gleaming golden dragon standard, the men of Arda held firm, silent, unmoving, as the storm of hoofbeats bore down upon them and war at last crashed into their path. Chapter 240 won the hollow square, fix bayonets. Fix bayonets, steel rasped and clattered in unison. A forest of blades sprang to life as Arda's soldiers locked bayonets onto their musket barrels, the sound sharp and deliberate, a metallic promise of defiance. Officers forward, barked Colonel Bryce, voice hoarse from shouting. Officers forward, repeated Major Joyce, echoing the order down the line. But no one moved, because every officer already stood where they were meant to be. In Arda's army, leaders faced death at the front, shoulder to shoulder with their men. The Kent cavalry was closing fast, the thunder of hooves swelling until the very earth trembled beneath it. They were less than 500 meters away now, their banners snapping in the wind. Prepare! The first row of infantry dropped to one knee, bracing their muskets. The second and third rows stood tall behind them, barrels angled forward. The third rank leaned slightly, their weapons poking through the narrow gaps between shoulders. 3 lines of barrels now aimed outward, pointing directly at the charging wall of metal and muscle. Steady, steady, wait for the order. No one fires without command. Sergeant Makarov's growl was low but fierce, his eyes darting along the row. Too many young soldiers panicked under pressure, pulling the trigger too early and wasting powder before the enemy entered range. Beside him, Joss wiped a slick of sweat off his left palm and repositioned his grip. His heart hammered so loud it drowned the roar of hooves. Once, long ago, he'd been scolded for using the wrong grip. He'd aimed left-handed instead of right, a quirk Makarov had beaten out of him over weeks of correction. But fear made hands forget discipline. Now, at the edge of battle, muscle memory failed him, and he found his left finger curling instinctively around the trigger again. He was grateful, at least, to be in the third rank, one layer further from death. The veterans held the outer line, shields and armor of metal catching glints of light from the sun. The newer recruits, like him, wore only leather and hope. Still, their commander spared no expense. Arda's foundries armed every man they could. Paul Grayman believed in readiness. In a world that still prized swords and spears, his army gleamed with iron. A sneer curved Gaius Kent's lips as he watched the formation ahead. He knew that flag, the Crimson Dragon of House Grayman. That petty lord, that presumptuous exile from the Heartlands who'd once dared defy his father. He spat. Paul Grayman, my family showed you mercy last year, and this is your gratitude. His laughter was cold, contempt playing on his words. 1,000 peasants pretending at soldiers. What will you do with those toys you call weapons? Those mounts, they look better suited to pulling carts than fighting men. He raised his arm, gesturing to his lieutenant. Signal both wings. I want them crushed. From both flanks. 2 flags rose and fell in the sun, bright flashes mirrored by his riders. The Kent cavalry spread out, dividing, one wedge left, one right, blades glinting, hooves tearing the turf to dust. 300 men, knights, squires, and armored retainers, all confident, all eager for slaughter. Gaius smirked. Farmers, he murmured, they fall like wheat before the scythe. The leading line of knights drew their throwing spears. This was no world of chivalry, but of pragmatism, where strength mattered more than codes of honor. From a distance, their plan was simple. Shatter the enemy's nerve with volleys, break the line, then trample what remained beneath iron hooves. They thundered closer, banners snapping, sunlight flashing off armor. To them, the hollow square looked absurdly static. No archers, no crossbows. Only farmers waiting for death. Hold! Hold, Bryce whispered, eyes narrowing behind the gleam of his brass spyglass. The earth was shaking under his boots now. He could see the whites of horses' eyes. First rank, he bellowed, voice cutting through the roar. Fire, he slashed his sword downwards. The volley struck like lightning. A collective blast of thunder roared from the front line. The air filled with acrid smoke and the smell of sulfur. Half a heartbeat later, red chaos bloomed at the head of the charge. 3 knights and their mounts went down in a tangle of metal, limbs flung sideways as black powder tore through plate and flesh. One horse screamed long and shrill before collapsing, crushing its rider beneath. For a moment, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze. The rest of the cavalry blinking, disbelieving, unable to comprehend what invisible force had struck them. Then came panic. A knight toppled sideways, trying to roll clear, but pain stole his strength. He could barely move. What had hit him? There'd been a sound, a crack like the sky breaking open, and then he was falling, wind knocked from his chest. Warmth spread under his armor. He looked down and saw a gaping hole in his side, blood spilling through the cracks between the steel plates. It had gone straight through his armor, through him. He grabbed at the wound, his gauntlet slick with blood. The dull warmth turned to agony, burning, radiating through his body until it became unbearable. Red blurred his vision. He screamed, claws of pain stealing the breath from his lungs. The knights nearest him faltered at the sight, hesitation rippling down the line like a shiver. Then the second volley came. Second rank fire, another searing blast. Flames spat from muzzles in perfect sequence, their brilliance cutting through powder smoke. Horses stumbled mid-gallop, men pitched sideways, screaming. Without the flashpans and exposed fire cords of old matchlocks, these new flintlocks could fire shoulder to shoulder, tighter and faster. The sheer density of bullets tore gaps through the cavalry wall. Some riders fell. Others swerved, their mounts panicked by the deafening noise. A few hurled their spears defiantly before turning to flee, but the projectiles arced uselessly into the dirt. One spear found flesh. An unlucky man in the front rank cried out as the shaft tore through his shoulder. He dropped, dragged immediately toward the square's center by medics who crouched ready among the supply wagons. They worked fast, hands stained crimson but steady, binding, stitching, pouring spirit alcohol into wounds that hissed like hot metal quenching in water. Bryce gritted his teeth. He felt every loss like a cut to his own skin. Third rank fire. The ground erupted again. It was over before most realized. Those Kent riders who had turned to withdraw found themselves engulfed in the storm. The volley smashed through their retreating line, bodies tumbling like dolls struck from behind. When the smoke cleared, the front of the hollow square shone under a haze of gray powder. Dozens of enemy horses sprawled upon the field, tangled with their broken riders. The survivors wheeled their mounts and fled into the distance, fear cutting faster than spurs. Across the line, Bryce exhaled slowly, lowering his sword. It had lasted less than a minute, but that minute had changed everything. He turned to Major Joyce. "Casualties? Minor, sir," Joyce replied grimly. "3 wounded, none dead." Bryce nodded once. He looked back to the smoking field, where 50 or more of Kent's cavalry lay motionless. "A small miracle," he murmured, "and a lesson they won't forget." The hollow square stood silent, reloading amid the drifting smoke. The men's faces were ghost-pale but steady, their eyes hard as iron under their helmets. They had held the line, and for the first time, the world had seen what a new age of warfare would look like. Beyond the haze, Gaius Kent pulled his horse to a halt, jaw tight with fury and disbelief. "This," he whispered, staring at the scene before him, "this is not war. This is sorcery." But to Colonel Bryce, gripping his still warm sword hilt, it was something far simpler. It was victory earned not by magic, but by discipline, courage, and fire. Chapter 242, The Hollow Square. Part 2. Joss fumbled with his cartridge, hands trembling as he rammed the powder down the barrel. The acrid tang of gun smoke clung to the air, and the rhythmic pounding of distant hooves seemed to shake the very earth beneath him. For a few seconds, he dared to look up. What he saw turned his blood cold. A spear, black, feathered, and impossibly fast, streaked through the haze like a bolt of lightning. It whistled past his ear and drove squarely into the chest of the man beside him. His companion didn't even cry out. One moment he was standing, the next he was thrown backwards like a rag doll, landing in a heap in the inner section of the square. Joss could still hear it, the wet, sickening crunch of the spearhead punching through flesh and leather. "Saints above," he whispered hoarsely. He'd been a hair's breadth from death. Had the throw been an inch higher, that spear would have split him open instead. Around him rose the shouts of pain. Others hadn't been so lucky. Men groaned or screamed, clutching at torn limbs as officers bellowed above the din. "Hold the line. Keep formation." The hollow square rippled but did not buckle. Months of relentless training now paid its dividends. Where a levee might have broken, these men clenched their jaws and redoubled their grip on their muskets, feet firm in the churned mud. Joss swallowed, forcing himself to breathe. He'd always heard tales of knights, how powerful they were, how a single one of them could carve through a dozen men. He'd never truly believed it until now. That spear had enough strength behind it to skewer a borehole and toss a man 10 feet into the air. Against something like that, he realized, no pike or sword would help. Facing one up close meant death. Thank heaven for the musket in his hands, and for the comrades who stood beside him, every barrel leveled toward the coming storm. A whistle cut through the smoke. Third-rank fire, Joss didn't think. He pulled the trigger. The musket bucked, the world filled with thunder, and somewhere in the fog ahead a mounted knight erupted into a mist of blood and red vapor. When the smoke cleared, the attacker slid lifelessly from his saddle, his steed collapsing beside him. The first wave had been annihilated. Those few who escaped the volleys turned tail, slowing their charge to a nervous trot, watching warily from a safe distance. Still, every soldier in the outer rank, Sergeant Makarov among them, remained rigid, weapons braced like steel thorns. They hadn't reloaded. They simply waited, bayonets angled upward, ready to meet death head-on if the cavalry dared another rush. Then came gunfire from the left flank. The Kent cavalry had split into 2 wings. The first had struck head-on and perished. The second now swept in from the side, their formation glinting like a scythe under the sun. "Steady! Wait!" shouted Major Joyce, his voice a whip across the chaos. The Arden musketeers held fast. When the enemy drew within range, Joyce dropped his arm and roared, "First and second ranks, fire together." The reply was deafening. An entire edge of the square vanished in flame and smoke. Horses tumbled, knights screamed. The charge collapsed mid-stride, bodies cascading into the dirt. Behind them, Gaius Kent, still mounted, still untouched, tightened his grip on the reins, every instinct screaming danger. He pulled hard on the bit, reining his horse just in time to see his foremost riders crumple to the ground. "By the Duke," he breathed. "What in damnation?" Then it struck him. The cough of smoke, the flash, he knew at once. Fire crossbows, the rumors had said. Handheld cannons wielded by peasants. Fables, he'd thought. Exaggerations whispered among merchants and fools. But this was no tavern tale. Fire flashed again. Another line of his men toppled. He watched a bullet punch through a steel breastplate as though through paper. The air was thick with powder smoke, and beneath it all that dreadful sound, the shrill, merciless wail of horses dying. His eyes widened. "So it's true," he muttered. "The fire crossbows exist." He'd underestimated House Greyman, dismissed their talk of innovation as trickery. Now he saw. And yet retreat was not in his blood. Since childhood he'd been schooled to command, to adapt, to overcome, never to yield. He would find a way. He lifted his horn and blew. The clear, piercing note rose over the din, cutting through gunfire like the cry of a hunting hawk. Scattered riders began to rally, circling toward him. Some pulled back from range, regrouping under his banner until they formed one cohesive mass again, 200 riders still, battered but unbowed. "Form on me," Gaius commanded, raising his sword. "Keep clear of their range." He began to circle the square, first at a canter, then tighter, closing from every direction while staying just beyond musket distance. His company followed in formation, a dark ring swirling around the motionless core of Arda's army. "They stand still," he spat, trapped in their own little box. But even as he rode, he watched how the square moved with him. It did not waver. It did not break formation. Every musket along the outer ring turned with precision, following his path like eyes. No weakness, no blind spot. He bit his lip until it drew blood. The hollow square was a fortress of men and gunpowder. And their range, those weapons could strike clean through armor before his lancers' spears even left their hands. He could see it clearly now. The structure maximized firing angles, staggering ranks for continuous volleys, all without leaving their men isolated. He understood instinctively what every commander would later call fire density. The word rose in his mind like revelation. Firepower, he muttered. He wanted, desperately, to find some flaw, but there was none. Damn them, he hissed under his breath. Then movement. The formation shifted. Gaius grinned at once. Finally lost patience, have we? If the enemy broke ranks to chase him, he'd pull them apart, encircle the fragments, crush them piecemeal. He spurred his horse closer, ready to bait them into folly, but the square did not dissolve. Instead, each corner opened like a pair of jaws. From within, teams of soldiers heaved heavy shapes forward, long metal tubes mounted on wooden frames, their muzzles glinting in sunlight. Gaius's triumph evaporated. His face turned pale as ash. No, it can't be. The realization hit him like ice through the spine. If the fire crossbows were real, then so too was the other weapon whispered about in taverns and camps alike. A weapon nicknamed the Thunder Hammer. "Scatter," he roared, whipping his horse savagely. "Scatter, damn it. It's the Thunder Hammer." His cry echoed across the field just as the air split open with a sound that wasn't thunder, but something deeper, meaner. A bass-heavy roar. A ripple of pressure that punched through the chest and filled the world with vibration. The ground erupted. A plume of smoke and dust spewed outward, swallowing knights and horses alike. Then came the shrapnel, flying shards of earth and iron slicing through armor like parchment. Men screamed, or rather, tried to, their voices drowned in the deafening reverberation that followed. The first volley of cannon, fire from Arda's hollow square, rolled across the plains, echoing between the hills like the laughter of gods. Inside, Colonel Bryce lowered his sword, jaw tight, eyes unblinking as the world seemed to hold still in the aftermath. Through the thinning smoke, he could see the wreckage, shattered lances, bodies strewn like trampled wheat, and beyond them, Gaius Kent's once proud cavalry reduced to a scattering of broken survivors galloping for their lives. Bryce exhaled softly and muttered to no one in particular, "Welcome to the new age." And as the smoke drifted over the field like a ghostly tide, Joss found himself staring at the still smoldering guns in awe, the ringing in his ears the only sound. He realized then, half in terror and half in wonder, that this was not just a battle. It was the death of an era, and the birth of something mercilessly, magnificently new. Chapter 243, The Hollow Square, Part 3, The moment Gaius Kent's horse reared, the world exploded. A whistling shriek ripped through the air, and several black iron spheres tore past like screaming banshees. One shot came so close that Gaius felt its heat sear the skin of his cheek. The cannonball struck the ground not 10 paces away, plowing into the earth and hurling up a fountain of mud. For a heartbeat it vanished. Then, still spinning with murderous velocity, it ricocheted. A nearby stallion shrieked as its leg was torn clean in half. Horse and rider collapsed in a tangle of steel and hooves, the beast thrashing briefly before falling still. The ground shook as other impacts followed, like invisible giants pounding the field with their fists. Chaos erupted. Horses bolted. Men cursed. The neat, disciplined ranks of Kent cavalry shattered as panic surged through animal and rider alike. The first salvo had been only a test, 6 shots from Arda's gunners just to gauge the range. Only 2 struck home, but with the riders packed tight together, that was all it took. 2 men killed outright, 3 horses down, and a handful more screaming in agony. Scatter, spread out, Gaius bellowed, though even he could hardly hear his own voice over the thunder of the guns. He needn't have bothered. The cavalry had already dissolved into chaos. Spooked by the blast, the horses surged outwards in a frenzy, ignoring reins and spurs alike. Keep moving. Faster, ride faster. Trying to outpace death itself, they galloped wide across the plain, desperate to keep beyond the invisible reach of those black-mouthed demons the Arden soldiers called their thunder hammers. Gaius urged his mount on, heart hammering. Mud streaked his armor, and his face burned where the bull's wind had grazed him. 1 more inch to the left, and he'd have lost his head. He looked back to steady his men, and then the second volley came. Booms, boom. 2 thunderclaps rolled from the far corner of the hollow square. This time no hits, but the sheer noise tore through nerves as surely as shrapnel. Men hunched, ducked, and prayed, their discipline crumbling. Every few breaths, another burst. Every few bursts, another life snuffed out. At last, even Gaius admitted the truth, clawing at his pride. His cavalry could do nothing. Their lances couldn't reach. Their bows were useless at such range. The enemy's fire outran, outstruck, and outkilled anything he had ever known. That square of peasants, those farm-born footmen, had become a fortress of smoke and death. Retreat, he snarled, choking on the taste of sulfur. He knew when to cut his losses. Wheeling his horse, he signaled the order with his banner. The survivors, barely 200 now, fell back in a loose ring around him, riding hard for safety. Behind them, Arda's gunners continued their grim salute, shells whistling overhead until the enemy dwindled to specks on the horizon. Only when their sound faded did Colonel Bryce lower his telescope. "Looks genuine," he muttered. "They're not coming back." He exhaled and gave the expected order. "Break formation. 1st Battalion and the artillery will hold the perimeter. 2nd Battalion and the Transport Corps recover the wounded, clear the field." For a heartbeat, silence returned to the plain. Then it broke, like a dam giving way. A roar of pure exhilaration swept through the ranks. "Hurrah! Hurrah, we did it! We won!" The cry rippled through the men like wildfire. Helmets were thrown into the air, laughter surged, men clapped each other on the back. Some even wept openly, relief flooding out of them after the suffocating tension of the fight. Even the veterans joined in. Many had faced pirates or rebels before, yes, but nothing like this. Never knights, never 300 of the realm's most feared horsemen, hammering their line head-on. And they'd won. They had watched the unshakable fall before their fire. Somewhere amid the jubilation, a few began to sing. It started with 1 voice, then a dozen, then hundreds. "May heaven's thunder guard our souls, who knows not Grayman's valiant souls. Our Lord Grayman, the shining flame, his soldiers bring the world to shame." They sang louder, stronger, each verse rolling into the next. Hours ago, the tune had been a joke, a drunken march. Now it was gospel truth. Ja sang too, voice cracking with laughter, heart swelling so fiercely it almost hurt. His hands still shook from adrenaline, and the acrid taste of powder stung the back of his throat, but for the first time in his life he felt proud. Then bang! The song cut short. All eyes turned. Major Joyce stood at the center, arm raised, curls of smoke rising from his pistol. His expression was iron. "If I had aimed 1 finger's breadth to the left," he said, voice cold as stone, "someone here would be lying dead." The silence that followed was immediate and absolute. Joyce turned to Bryce, who caught his meaning instantly. Embarrassment flickered across the colonel's features. He'd been singing too. Ahem, Bryce straightened, clearing his throat. You heard the Major. This is a battlefield, not a tavern. He raised his voice to carry over them. Scout teams ride after the retreating force. Confirm they are not regrouping. 4 cavalrymen pushed out from the square at once, galloping off into the haze. Bryce's tone softened. I understand the excitement, lads, but until we're safe, we stay sharp. This isn't over till I say it is. Yes, sir, came the chorused reply, snappy and unified. The men dispersed into duty as ordered, half maintaining guard, half sweeping the battlefield for the wounded and the spoils of victory. The mood lightened again as they worked. Cries of discovery echoed across the field. Look at this one. Big lad, that horse, strong enough to pull our guns easy. This armor's worth a fortune. Shines like silver, ha. And here's a purse to match. Report all finds to the quartermaster, someone reminded, only to be ignored amid laughter. Here and there, fragments of fallen banners fluttered in the wind. Along the trampled grass lay helmets, swords, coins, and men, their faces as pale as moonlight. Others still lived. Those who could walk were herded together, ringed by musketeers. Single file. Stand like decent folk, barked an ardent sergeant. One captured knight lifted his chin defiantly. I'd remind you, peasant, I am a knight of O. The soldier cuffed him across the helm. And now you're my prisoner. Claim whatever titles you like. You dare. I dare plenty, the soldier growled, jabbing his bayonet against the man's chest. Keep opening that mouth, and I'll teach you what our peasants carry. At the sight of the barrel glinting inches from his face, the knight's bravado wilted. One by one, the other captives fell quiet. Then, as the laughter died away, a shout rose from the northern slope. Dust ahead, all eyes lifted. A column of riders approached from the north, cloaked in sunlight and ground mist. For a fleeting instant, weapons were raised, muscles tensed. Then one of the officers squinted through his spyglass and broke into a grin. It's them, Heller's cavalry. The relief that followed was almost dizzying. For a moment, Bryce allowed himself to step away from the field's smoke-heavy carnage and watch as the battered remnants of Viscount Derek Heller's forces rode toward them. Beyond them, on the horizon, the last curls of cannon smoke drifted skyward. The battlefield lay behind them, blackened, broken, redeemed. The proud knights of Kent had fled, and the future of warfare had changed forever. When the men of Arda sang again that evening, their voices carried farther than the wind. The hollow square had held, and as the sun sank into the crimson haze, Colonel Bryce looked upon his soldiers and felt, deep in his bones, that history itself had turned. Chapter 244, The Alliance at Bidor after passing the Arden Hollow Square. Derek Heller and his remaining knights reined in their weary horses. The smell of burnt powder and blood still hung thick on the wind, and their chests heaved from exhaustion. They had chosen to halt a short distance away to recover before circling back to assist their allies. Derek's pride wouldn't allow him simply to flee, not after watching the Arden infantry stand firm in the face of a cavalry assault. He looked across the field toward the faint outline of the square formation. We'll rest briefly, then return and fight beside them. They are infantry, they won't last long if the enemy regroups. But the thought had scarcely formed when he saw it, a sight that made his breath catch. To his left and right, 2 great wings of Kent cavalry thundered forth to finish what their comrades had begun, charging full tilt toward the Arden formation. Derek's stomach dropped. They'll be crushed, murmured one of his knights. No infantry can stand against that. Then the battlefield bloomed with thunder. A crackling, relentless roll of sound tore across the fields, like 1,000 drums pounding at once. From afar, it looked as though the very air around the Arden lines had exploded in smoke. Within seconds, entire ranks of Kent riders went down, horses screaming, men tumbling through the haze. Their deadly momentum died in an instant. The few who managed to hurl their spears fell moments later, gunned down before the weapons even struck home. The square did not break. It did not even waver. Derek and his men could only stare. He'd heard rumors of new weapons, fire crossbows, and thunder hammers, but seeing them unleash their fury was another thing entirely. Those invisible projectiles struck faster than thought, mowing down armored knights like wheat under a scythe. When cannon joined the chorus, the first salvo split the air like a storm's roar. That tore Derek from his stupor. Mount up. Ride to them. To our allies. Moments later, the detachment of Heller Knights reached the field where the hollow square still stood smoking but unbroken. Soldiers of Arda, Derek called out, voice hoarse but full of fervor. I am Viscount Derek Heller, son of Earl Winifred Heller. Who commands here? From the center of the reforming square stepped a broad-shouldered man whose uniform bore the ash and wear of battle. He saluted smartly before answering in a clear, measured tone. I am Colonel Bryce Ard, commander of the 1st Arden Infantry Battalion, acting under the authority of Count Paul Grayman, Lord of Arda. Derek swung down from his horse and strode forward, the soldiers parting to make way. The two men met amid the churned mud and locked forearms in the firm grip of comrades in arms. Colonel Ard, Derek said earnestly, on behalf of House Heller, I thank you and your men. You saved us from slaughter. Our gratitude is beyond words. Think nothing of it, Viscount, Bryce replied, his voice steady, gruff but not unkind. Allies aid one another. That is the way of true soldiers. Count Grayman sends his regards to your father as well. The formalities passed, yet behind Derek's noble composure lingered astonishment. The sheer discipline of this so-called provincial force, their weapons, their control. It was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. After a hesitant pause, he tilted his head. Those arms of yours, the ones that cut down the knights, are those what people call the fire crossbows and thunder hammers? Bryce allowed himself a faint smile. A fitting name, isn't it? Yes, those are the tools we use to break the charge. They served their purpose. Derek's eyes gleamed with barely restrained curiosity. May I see one of them, perhaps? Bryce hesitated. Firearms were Arda's most closely guarded secret, the heart of their newfound strength. His polite smile faltered for a breath. The younger man caught it immediately and raised both hands. Forgive me, Colonel. I overstep. Let's leave the mystery where it be my wrongs. Please allow my escort to lead you to our camp. You've earned your rest, and the other commanders will wish to meet the saviors of the day. Bryce chuckled, the tension easing. Then by all means, lead on. At his signal, buglers sounded a sharp, commanding call. To Derek's astonishment, the entire formation moved as one. Lines folded, reformed, and began marching within minutes as though every soldier had rehearsed the maneuver 100 times before. By the time they reached the Allied encampment near Bidor, the wider conflict had raged and faded. Both the Kent and Allied forces were licking their wounds. No clear victor had emerged. Utter confusion. One tired officer muttered as they passed crushed wagons and wounded men being treated by makeshift surgeons. Felt more like chaos than strategy. When Bryce's pristine battalion arrived, the weary soldiers and commanders turned curious eyes their way. The Arden banners glimmered red and gold in the afternoon sun, an image of order amid ruin. It was Earl Maury Malcolm who first noticed the newcomers. His startled shout carried over the murmurs. Derek, you're alive. By the king, I thought you were ash on the wind. The young Viscount grimaced, cheeks coloring. A narrow escape, my lord. I owe it to our allies from Arda. Not all were as warmly spoken. Earl Parker, his cloak flecked with mud and ash, rode up on horseback, brows narrowed. You'll tell us the story later, boy. For now, let's hear from your new friends. He turned to Bryce, eyes sharp. I recognize your colors. You're with House Grayman, aren't you? Bryce saluted crisply. Colonel Bryce Ard, 1st Arden Regiment, sent by order of Count Grayman to join the coalition and strike down the traitors of House Kent. We arrive at your service, my lord. Count Grayman, Parker repeated, tasting the name. A smile broke through his tightened jaw. Good, very good. Your timing could not be better. He cast an approving look down the rows of Arden soldiers. They stood firm even after hours on the march, armor burnished and weapons gleaming. These were no rabble. With disciplined troops like yours, the alliance will finally have teeth, Parker said. Let's get you settled. The march ended at what had once been a bustling hill village. Now it served as the coalition's forward camp. Most of its people had fled to the nearby castle before the soldiers claimed their homes. Even from here, Bidor Keep towered on the western cliff, a squat fortress of dark stone carved into the rock face, accessible by a single winding road up the eastern slope. Small though it was, its position made it nearly impregnable. So that's Bidor, Joyce murmured at Bryce's side. No wonder they couldn't break through. Bryce nodded. Strong walls, narrow path. But even stone can fall. They would camp in the open field beyond the village. 6,000 men had already claimed every remaining roof and yard. Only open ground was left for the newcomers. Orders were given. Tents went up in perfect rows, cookfires sparked, and a fresh savor of wood smoke mingled with the day's lingering gunpowder. "Get those cookpots moving," Bryce called to his lieutenants. "The men fought on empty stomachs. Now we feed them properly." He watched a while as the camp came alive, then turned to Joyce with a sigh. "Let them rest after. The battle's over for now, but the war hasn't even begun." Their respite didn't last. Before long, a messenger from the council summoned both commanders to a war meeting. Hurriedly, they washed the grime from their faces, devoured a few leftover biscuits, and set off toward the village center. The largest house had been requisitioned for command, a sturdy timber hall that once belonged to the village chief. A dozen guards stood at its doors. Inside, voices murmured above the crackle of a roaring fire. Maps stretched across a wide table, lit by lamplight. The room smelled of wax, sweat, and weary ambition. The first to greet them was Derek, vibrant as ever despite his exhaustion. "Welcome, friends of Arda. You've given us more hope than you know." Bryce inclined his head gravely. "We'll need that hope in the days to come." As they stepped into the chamber, the flickering firelight cast their shadows long against the walls, new allies standing at the crossroads of an old war. And far above them, across the river valley, Bidor brooded beneath the dusk like a sleeping giant, waiting for the dawn when the cannons of Arda would once more awaken the thunder. Chapter 245, The Battle for Bidor, Part 1. When Colonel Bryce and Major Joyce entered the council chamber, Viscount Derek Heller rose to greet them cordially, motioning for them to take the seats beside him. The reaction from the rest of the lords was instant and far from welcoming. Brows knit, a few exchanged glances of masked irritation. Two commoners sitting amongst the nobility. At the same table, the audacity of it bordered on sacrilege in their eyes. By rank and birth, Bryce and Joyce should remain standing, perhaps speaking only when addressed. Yet the two Arden officers accepted the invitation without hesitation, sitting with the quiet assurance of men who understood their worth. Uneasy murmurs rippled through the room. Several nobles shifted irritably in their chairs, whispering sharp remarks beneath their breath. Peasants in uniform, they thought bitterly. Does Count Grayman not teach his men respect for station? But Earl Price Parker, seated at the head of the long oaken table, showed no sign of affront. Instead, he cleared his throat, speaking in a calm but commanding voice. "Gentlemen, our final reinforcements have arrived," he announced. "It's time we discuss how best to strike against House Kent." Before the conversation could take shape, Viscount Dylan Johnston leaned forward, his expression pinched. "Forgive me, my lord, but perhaps before we proceed, some rules should be set. It would not do for the chaos of this morning to repeat itself." A wave of murmured agreement followed, several minor barons echoing his sentiment. Derek's face flushed crimson. Realizing at once that he was the unspoken subject, he rose to his feet. "My rashness nearly brought disaster upon us all," he declared, bowing deeply to the assembled lords. "For that, I offer my sincere apologies." A few heads nodded stiffly. Earl Parker stroked his silver beard, eyes thoughtful but forgiving. "You show wisdom in admitting your faults, lad. Remember, this alliance must act as one body. No heroics, no lone charges. Discuss your plans, earn the council's consent before you act." Derek bowed again. "Yes, uncle. I'll not forget it." The Earl allowed himself a small sigh of relief. He had worried the young Viscount's pride might flare once more, yet Derek met his rebuke with humility. The Heller family's cooperation was vital to the rebellion, and Price Parker would risk neither their loyalty nor the fragile unity of his alliance by pressing too hard. He changed the subject smoothly. "Now then, tell us, how did you escape that ambush?" Derek straightened, and his voice warmed with admiration. "Our deliverance came from the men of Arda. Their timely intervention broke the Kent pursuit and turned the tide." The room fell into stunned silence. For a moment, no one seemed to breathe. Finally, a baron scoffed softly, unable to mask his disbelief. You're telling us your own knights, trained and armored, couldn't hold back a band of pursuers, yet a troop of hill-born infantry somehow drove them off. Derek ignored the skepticism. You would have to see it to believe it. Their weapons, their discipline, it was unlike anything I've ever witnessed. He turned to Bryce and Joyce, bowing low enough to startle them both. The officers sprang to their feet at once, unsure whether to salute or stammer. Never had men of their birth imagined a nobleman lowering himself before them. Then Derek recounted, in full and vivid detail, the battle, how the Kent cavalry had charged, how steel had met fire and smoke, how invisible projectiles cut through armor like parchment. He described the thunderous wagon-mounted cannons that the Arden soldiers called thunder hammers, and the handheld muskets that spat flame and death. As the tale unfolded, the gathered lords leaned forward, disbelief melting into reluctant awe. The air in the room grew dense with hushed murmurs. "So it's true," muttered one. "Those fire crossbows the merchants whisper about." "More than true," Parker murmured, eyes glinting. "Colonel Ard, might we have a demonstration of these weapons?" The question came less as a request and more as the voice of every mind present. Bryce and Joyce exchanged a brief glance before the colonel rose. "Of course, my lords," he said evenly, "but we'll need an open field." The northern clearing rang with thunder. Rifle fire cracked in rhythmic bursts. Cannon roared like the sky itself had opened. Smoke hung heavy in the air, tinted gold by the afternoon light. Bryce had arranged for a full company of musketeers and a gun crew to give the Allied commanders a taste of modern war. Across the field stood a row of wooden practice dummies, shaped vaguely like men. Within moments, the soldiers tore them to splinters. The muskets' sharp reports mingled with the basso growl of the artillery, filling the valley with a cacophony of sound so fierce that even seasoned warriors flinched. When the last echoes faded, silence swept in, broken only by the ringing in everyone's ears. Earl Parker broke into laughter. "Remarkable, truly remarkable," he exclaimed. "A divine weapon, if ever there was one. The sheer noise alone could crumble a man's courage." Others murmured in awe, nodding vigorously. Derek could hardly look away from the lingering smoke. He'd seen these weapons kill on a distant battlefield, but up close, the spectacle carried a different kind of power. The very air seemed to vibrate with restrained fury. Bryce caught Joyce's eye and allowed himself a wry grin. It was happening again. The same look he'd seen back at home whenever merchants first laid eyes on Arda's porcelain or preserved goods. Now even war was something to covet. They knew what would come next. Sure enough, half a dozen noble voices rose almost at once, clamoring to purchase the weapons. Bryce raised both hands in polite deflection. "I'm afraid such matters exceed our authority, my lords. If you wish to acquire our firearms, you'll need to petition Count Grayman directly in Lakehart." It was a diplomatic refusal, and he delivered it with a smile, though inside he was already chuckling. He well knew that this desire to buy would only strengthen Arda's influence. Their secrets drew power like gravity. Behind the polished courtesy, his mind ran through pragmatic logic. Selling weapons was pure profit, yes, but true leverage lay in control. Count Grayman's council had debated for months whether to export firearms at all. The consensus was clear. Arda must first secure absolute military dominance across the Northwest. Only then would the weapons be sold selectively, to allies who could be managed, never rivals. Until that day came, the mystery of gunpowder would remain Arda's alone. Derek, still gazing like a boy before a festival firework, took a hesitant step forward. "Could I try one?" Bryce chuckled. "Of course, my lord. Try this." He drew his holstered sidearm and offered it to the Viscount, a clean, compact flintlock gleaming beneath the sunlight. "We call it a pistol, not a fire crossbow. The larger ones over there are muskets. And the great beasts you heard roaring, those are our cannons." Derek's eyes shone. Pistol, he handled the weapon with reverence, feeling its weight. It was unexpectedly heavy, warm from Bryce's hand. "Careful now," the colonel warned lightly. "She kicks like a startled mule. And point it downrange, if you please." The nobles instinctively drew back, giving him a wide berth. "Relax," Derek laughed, though sweat prickled his palms. He raised the weapon, aimed at a wooden target ahead, and squeezed the trigger. The pistol barked with a spark of flame. The dummy's chest, erupted in a spray of splinters. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Derek threw back his head, grinning so wide it split his face. That, he gasped, was glorious. He turned the pistol over in his hands, almost dazzled. The sound, the power. You can feel it. Every breath of it. Around them, the other commanders swarmed forward eagerly. "My turn," shouted one. "No, pass it here," barked another, shoving past his peers. The once solemn dignitaries of the coalition now crowded the range like schoolboys fighting over sweets, their laughter and excitement echoing across the camp. Bryce leaned toward Joyce, voice dry. "Let's just hope none of them forgets which end it fires from." Joyce smirked. "If they do, we won't have to worry about diplomacy for long." Bryce allowed himself a quiet chuckle and folded his arms, watching as smoke lingered over the clearing, curling upward like a herald of a new age, the age of thunder and steel that his lord, Paul Grayman, had unleashed upon the world. Chapter 246, The Battle for Bidor, Part 2, when the lords finally satisfied their curiosity about the Arden firearms. After much firing, cheering, and jostling for turns, Earl Parker reminded them there was still real business to discuss. The lords reluctantly drifted back toward the meeting hall, smelling faintly of powder smoke and brandy. The mood was noisier now, half elated and half impatient. Voices rose almost at once. "What more is there to debate? We're all here. Let's strike tomorrow and end this nonsense." "Indeed. Send someone to issue a challenge. Let's see if that Kent pup has the courage to face us openly. I, for one, have fields waiting for plowing. The sooner we finish, the sooner we return home." But another voice, sharp and measured, broke through. "Be cautious. After today's skirmishes, their reinforcements may have arrived. A rash assault would be foolish." The room began to fracture into two camps, those eager for immediate battle and those cautioning restraint. The din swelled until it was cut short by the heavy creak of the door. A guard entered, saluting stiffly. "My lords, a messenger from House Kent requests audience." The chamber stilled at once. Earl Parker lifted his hand. "Let him in. Let's hear the swine's excuse." Moments later, the messenger was escorted inside, a slender man dressed in the modest finery of a lesser noble. His expression was polite, almost detached, as though none of the hostility directed his way touched him at all. "I bring word from Viscount Gaius Kent," he began smoothly, "who bids you surrender now and spare yourselves needless bloodshed." He got no further. A broad-shouldered knight shot up from his chair, face purple with rage. "That half-witted son of a whore," he barked. "Did he send you only to waste our air?" Laughter erupted around the hall. No one rebuked him. In fact, several clapped their hands to their knees or thumped the table. The insulted envoy simply sighed through his nose, brushing a speck of dust from his sleeve. "A pity," he said softly. "That reason finds no audience here. I fear many innocents will pay for your lordship's pride." "Enough of your prattle, snake," growled the same knight, slamming a fist on the table. "Speak your master's true business, then be gone." "Very well." The envoy straightened, his tone turning cold. "My Lord Kent proposes an honorable contest, a pitched battle fought openly, without ambush or deceit. 2 days hence, between our camps, each army shall form ranks and settle this feud properly. Do you dare accept?" "Dare," spat a baron. "We'll have your lord's head for a wine cup." "Too small," shouted another, pounding his chest. The noise grew again, anger and mockery mingling with the flicker of torchlight. Through it all, the envoy's mouth quirked almost imperceptibly, as though this uproar was precisely what he'd come to provoke. When the shouts finally began to ebb, he continued in the same measured voice. "Then it is agreed," he said. "My lord suggests 2 days hence, that both sides may rest and gather their strength. Of course, if your mighty alliance prefers tomorrow, or 3, or even 4 days, we are not particular. House Kent will oblige any date you please." The meaning was clear, a taunt wrapped in silk. The lords muttered amongst themselves until Earl Parker stood, raising his goblet for attention. "Then 2 days hence it shall be," he declared grimly. "We'll give your master just enough time to write his will. If he's in such a hurry to die sooner, we'll oblige that too." The envoy bowed elegantly. "So be it. As you wish." One final matter, my lord. Might we arrange an exchange of prisoners before then?" Parker waved a dismissive hand. When the battle's done and the victor known, we'll discuss your captives. Not before. Then I bid you good day, the envoy said. His lips curled faintly into a smile that was not quite a smile. 2 days hence, gentlemen. One side will kneel, the other will bury. He bowed once more and strode from the room. When the door closed behind him, the lords broke into uneasy chatter. Derek's brows knitted. He's stalling, he said finally. Gaius Kent wants time to reinforce or to plan some trap. If we march now, tonight, we'd have the advantage. With muskets and cannon to lead the charge, we could strike a decisive blow before he's ready. Enough, snapped Earl Morey Malcolm, his voice hot with anger. You've learned nothing, boy. After the blunder you made this morning, you should be the last to speak of attacks. Derek flushed, mouth opening in protest, but the weight of his earlier mistake silenced him. Another baron leaned forward. If they had wished to delay, why offer battle so soon? They said tomorrow or the day after, hardly the words of a coward buying time. And if we attacked before the agreed date, added Viscount Johnston, chin lifted, the stain on our honor would be indelible. We'd be branded oath-breakers across the region. Derek clenched his fists, frustration burning in his throat. But even he could not deny the truth of that. Seeing the tension rise, Parker raised a placating hand. Enough quarreling. The sun's nearly set. No one here is fit for a march tonight. Our men need food, rest, and coordination before anything else. We'll meet Kent's army on the appointed day, 2 dawns from now, and crush them in full daylight for all the realm to see. As founder of the alliance, his word ended the debate. The room settled, grumbling but compliant. Dinner was brought soon after. Platters of roast mutton, bread still warm from the ovens, and casks of dark ale. The air filled with the rich smell of meat and spice. In the clatter of knives and cups, tempers cooled, replaced by weary camaraderie. Ah yes, Colonel Ard, is it not? Parker said, carving into his steak and nodding toward Bryce. Yes, my lord, Bryce replied, setting aside his fork. There's a matter of logistics, Parker continued. Bring me the map. An attendant rushed forward and spread a marked chart across the long table. Parker tapped 3 villages not far from Bidor's south approach. If your men need provisions or fodder, send them here. The villages remain occupied but loyal enough or timid enough to be persuaded. Bryce inclined his head politely. That's generous, my lord. You think of everything. Parker laughed, clapping him on the shoulder. Think nothing of it, lad. From across the table, Viscount Johnston raised his goblet with a sly grin. Don't be shy, friend from Arda. The villagers of Bidor are famously hospitable. Laughter circled the table, but Bryce merely returned the smile. He understood precisely what Johnston meant. In Arda, Paul Grayman's orders were clear. Never exploit the simple folk where diplomacy or self-sufficiency would suffice. Their transport corps could bring whatever the army needed from Lakehart. Still, necessity had its boundaries. Bryce knew as well as any soldier, when survival demanded it, ethics became a luxury. Before long, wine flowed freely. Johnston filled his cup once more and raised it high. To the generous people of Bidor, to Bidor, the others chorused, mugs clashing like steel. By unspoken discipline, none drank heavily. Drunkenness on campaign brought death swifter than any sword. When the meal ended, men excused themselves one by one, returning to their tents beneath the cold starlight. Parker lingered at the doorway, turning back to address them one final time. His eyes, half-shadowed in the flicker of torchlight, hardened with caution. Tomorrow and the next day, restrain your men, he ordered. No brawling, no wenching, no indulgence. Keep them sober and sharp, and above all, watch for spies. They nodded, knowing the sense in his words, for in every army of that age, the camp was no pure brotherhood of steel. There were merchants hawking wares, girls offering comfort, and even families of soldiers trailing behind. A chaos of humanity always followed war. Laughter, bargaining, sin, and somewhere in the crowd, ears listening for secrets to sell. And so the night settled over the coalition like a low veil of smoke. Beyond the campfires, the dark bulk of Bidor Keep loomed against the moonlit cliffs. Inside its walls, no doubt, the men of Kent made their preparations, just as the Alliance now did. In 2 days' time, those hills would thunder once more with musket fire and cannon roar. and the fate of the Northwest would be decided in the crucible of flame. Chapter 247, The Battle for Bidor. Part 3. After completing a quiet circuit of the vast coalition encampment, Colonel Bryce and Major Joyce returned to the Arden sector under the pale sheen of dusk. The soldiers of Arda moved with purposeful ease, their order a sharp contrast to the chaos and noise elsewhere. Once back, Bryce issued 2 crisp commands that passed through the regiment like lightning. First, none were to enter or leave the Arden camp without permission. Second, any soldier caught participating in the so-called recreations of the Allied armies would be punished on the spot. The orders spread swiftly that night, cooling more than a few hot heads and silencing whispers of rowdier intentions. By morning, the camp hummed with preparation. Across the fields, the coalition mustered into columns for inspection and familiarization. Officers swapped signals, drummers practiced rhythms, and trumpeters compared notes, an attempt to impose some kind of unity before the coming storm. Even so, confusion still rippled across the patchwork host. Every lord had his own banners, his own songs, his own way of shouting orders. Arda's men, ever disciplined, once again demonstrated their guns before the Allied eyes. With rhythmic precision, musketeers loaded and fired in rolling volleys. Cannons roared after them with earth-shaking thunder. The concussions rolled across the valley, until even the most hardened soldiers felt the hammer of it in their ribs. Yesterday's private demonstration for the lords had already inflamed curiosity among the lower ranks, and rumors had been buzzing across the camp like wildfire. Many whispered that the booming noise be mironged to the mythical fire crossbows and thunder hammers born in distant Arda. Now, seeing the truth of those rumors, belief turned to blazing awe. To have such allies, muttered a pikeman from House Lambert, eyes wide. Who fears the Kents now? The reaction spread like contagion. Pride and wonder replaced the weariness of yesterday. But most remarkable of all, to the officers watching, was not the thunderous weapons. It was the immaculate order, the way every Arden soldier marched, halted, and saluted in perfect synchrony. Gleaming uniforms, identical gear, a quiet air of purpose. If only my men could fight like that, sighed one count half to himself. By mid-afternoon, the drills ceased. The other armies, unused to such rigor, were visibly spent. Bryce dismissed his own to rest. Fatigue pressed deep into their bones. He had only just taken his seat inside his command tent when a nervous guard appeared. "Sir, there are 3 men outside the lines asking to speak with you. They claim to be from nearby villages." Curious, Bryce nodded. "Show me." He followed the guard to a smaller tent at the perimeter, where 3 weather-beaten villagers stood waiting stiffly. They jumped to their feet at his arrival and offered clumsy bows. Their faces were lean and anxious. Hands, calloused and stained by earth, twisted their caps in nervous rhythm. Bryce gestured for them to sit. "At ease. You've come on business." His tone was gentle. Count Paul Grayman's lessons about keeping the goodwill of the common folk had sunk deep. The eldest man cleared his throat. "Yes, sir. I am Morn of Southfield, and these are Jax and Pear from Brantford and Wind Hollow. Our villages, well, they've been marked as your army's supply district." Bryce's brow lifted slightly. "Go on." The man's voice trembled between caution and resignation. "This morning, a quartermaster came to collect the last stores for the Lord's forces here. He said we now fall under Arden responsibility." He hesitated, eyes darting upward. "If new soldiers are coming, sir, we had to find out what that means for us. We've nothing left to give. We've already been stripped bare by every army that's marched through since spring." Exhaustion roughened his words. The other 2 nodded fiercely beside him. Bryce folded his hands, studying the faces of men who had clearly not eaten well in weeks. "Tell me then, what are you asking?" he said softly. The second villager spoke up, a younger man with shoulders bowed under invisible weight. "We wish to know, my lord, how much grain you'll require. We've listed what remains between our 3 villages." From within his worn coat, he produced a folded sheet of rough-made paper. Ink, smeared but legible, marked columns of numbers. Bryce took the paper, his smile faint but genuine. The sight of written records in the countryside pleased him. The winds of literacy were indeed drifting outward from Arda. He scanned the contents, and then fell silent, his eyes meeting the desperate stares of the 3 before him. They mistook his silence for anger. Panic flashed across their faces. Please, sir. Mercy. We have nothing more to spare. The land has given all it can. The last soldiers took our seed grain, we've only scraps left. They dropped to their knees, voices trembling. Bryce raised both hands quickly. Peace, my friends, peace. You misunderstand me. Their babbling stopped. He straightened, speaking firmly and clearly. Listen well, and when you return, tell every man and woman in your villages the same. The army of Arda will not seize your goods. We will not take a single grain without fair trade. At least, he paused, not for now. The last words he muttered half to himself, pragmatic even in mercy. For a moment there was only stunned silence. The villagers exchanged uncertain looks, unsure if they'd heard correctly. Forgive us, sir, said the eldest finally, voice quivering, but did you truly say your men will not take from us? Bryce nodded. You have my word. Moreover, if ever we do require supplies, we will pay a just price in coin. You'll find Arden currency more honest than a sword at your throat. The youngest let out a strangled laugh, half disbelief, half relief. The three bent low, muttering frantic thanks and blessings. Bryce smiled faintly. Good. And one more thing, carry this message as well. Bidor's ground will soon become a battlefield. The Kents and our allies will contest it fiercely, and neither side may hold it long. If life here turns unbearable, travel south. Go to Lakeheart, to Arda. You'll find work and safety there. Arda, murmured one of the men, eyes distant. They say it's a land of new fields and free wages. It's true enough, Bryce said lightly. And I suspect it's a better prospect than waiting here for another army to claim your barn. The men nodded rapidly, hope blooming where fear had lingered. They rose to leave, bowing again and again. But Bryce stopped them one final time. Oh, and tell your kin I'll need willing hands. Laborers. On pay, mind you. One of the villagers blinked in surprise. Pay, that's right, Bryce confirmed with a grin. Coin for honest work. We'll soon need men strong enough to carry stretchers and retrieve the fallen after battle. It's hard work, but safe enough if you stay behind the lines, and you'll walk home heavier of purse than when you left. The villagers' eyes shone, the promise of livelihood washing away years of mistrust. You shall have many, sir, Morn said eagerly. I'll return tomorrow with a dozen more. Good, Bryce said warmly, rising to clasp their hands. Then spread the word. And keep your people calm. The thunder to come will not last forever. They bowed one last time before departing, their hearts lighter than when they'd arrived. When they were gone, Joyce entered quietly. Villagers, Bryce nodded, pacing slowly. We'll hire them. Better they help us than fear us. The Lord's model works, Joyce, it truly works. Beyond the tent flap, the sun was setting in a blaze of crimson, painting the encamped army in a shimmering haze of red and gold. Across the valley, Bidor Keep loomed silent on its cliff, black against the fire of the sky. Soon, those quiet villages would tremble again to the echo of Arda's thunder. And though Bryce knew the coming battle would cost blood, he allowed himself a thin, resolute smile. Perhaps this war, brutal though it was, would forge something stronger. A new world built not on fear and privilege, but on discipline, reason, and the will to endure. Chapter 248, The Battle for Bidor. Part for the morning of the second day of April, in the year 1491, dawned clear and cold. A pale sun rose over the mist-veiled fields of the northwest bay, throwing long spears of light through drifting smoke. The silence of dawn did not last. Within moments, the Allied camp was swallowed by noise. The bellowing of officers shouting roll calls, the snap of whips across the beasts of burden, the metallic clatter of harness and steel. Tens of hundreds stirred restlessly under fluttering banners. The smell of sweat, mud, and burning pitch mingled into the scent of war. For over 2 tense hours, chaos slowly congealed into structure as commands echoed and were repeated down the lines. Men adjusted belts, checked gear, and muttered quick half-spoken prayers. By the time the morning haze had faded, the coalition had taken its shape, 7,000 strong, ranked in slow-moving squares that stretched across the plain. At the head rode Earl Price Parker, silver hair gleaming like polished mail. Beneath the rising sun, he drew his slender longsword, lifted it high so that light rippled down the blade, then swung it eastward towards the enemy horizon. Target, the Kent encampment. Forward for glory. A thunderous reply rolled across the field as hundreds of throats roared in unison. Forward, the great tide of the coalition began to move. Leaving only 1,000 behind to guard bid or keep, Parker's host of 6,000 marched east in measured pace. The drums thudded deep, punctuated by the cries of sergeants keeping lines aligned. But theirs was a cumbersome army at best. Most of the men were hastily conscripted farmers, unused to the rhythm of drill. Every 100 paces, the column had to halt while officers shouted themselves hoarse, forcing ranks back into shape. Watching the disarray, Colonel Bryce could not help a wry smile. It reminded him painfully of Arda's earliest days under Count Paul Grayman, when the first parades had stumbled across the fields of Lakehart like drunken laborers. Now look at them, he thought. History repeats itself, only on a grander scale. A scout galloped back, mud spattering from his horse's hooves. "Report, my lords. The Kent army is on the move as well. They march directly toward us in massed formation." Earl Parker raised the brass spyglass that Bryce had gifted him weeks before, a fine flint-framed instrument of Arden design. Through its polished lenses, he saw a rising surge of dust far to the east. Beneath it, the glint of armor and spearheads shimmered like frost. The enemy's banners tossed in the wind, a sea of red and black. The old Earl treasured that spyglass, keeping it at his belt even during meals. Many of his peers had already tried buying one off Bryce, dangling purses heavy with silver. But the colonel refused each offer as politely as he had denied them their muskets. "Their advance is steady," Parker murmured. Colonel Bryce urged his mount forward to ride beside him. "My lord, we march facing the sun. Its glare will blind the men at the front. If we engage like this, our volleys will suffer." The Earl lowered the lens. "Your suggestion, Colonel." Bryce swept his whip northeastward, pointing toward a stretch of higher ground, a low rise of dry grass half a mile away. "There, the slope will break the light from our eyes and favor our cannon. If we secure that hill before they reach it, we control the field." Parker frowned thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. The maneuver was simple enough, but commanding such a vast rabble to quicken pace risked disorder. Before he could answer, Bryce bowed his head slightly. "There's no need to trouble your vassals. The men of Arda will take the vanguard and seize the high ground." The Earl hesitated for a heartbeat, then nodded. "Very well, Colonel Ard. The honor is yours." Bryce saluted sharply, palm to brow, an unfamiliar gesture that the noble still found strange but curiously dignified. Then he wheeled his horse and galloped back to his troops. Across the field, his voice rang clear. "First and Second Infantry Battalions. Artillery Company. Objective, Northeastern Heights. Double time advance." Like a single massive engine, the soldiers of Arda broke from the coalition host, boots striking in perfect rhythm. Behind them came the artillery, 14 guns drawn by teams of horses, their wheels cutting fresh grooves in the damp earth. Though they ran at near marching pace, the formation never wavered. Uniform ranks surged forward, officers timing the steps with precision. If the enemy appeared, they could halt, pivot, and fire within the minute. The other lords watched in fascinated disbelief. "By the saints," muttered one, "Grayman truly has forged a standing army." Their admiration soured quickly to impatience. Spurred on by pride, the rest of the coalition tried to keep up lest they fall too far behind. The Arden battalions reached the lower slopes first. Scouts signaled the presence of dark figures atop the ridge, Kent outriders keeping watch. "Enemy vanguard," a lieutenant called. Bryce raised a hand. "Drive them off the crest, keep formation." A trumpet blast sounded and muskets snapped forward. 3 staggering volleys cracked in swift succession. Smoke burst across the hillside, followed by screams and the dull thud of bodies rolling down through the grass. The surviving scouts fled in panic. "Secure the height." The Arden soldiers pressed upward, lungs burning, their boots slapping against stones and turf. Within minutes, they crowned the ridge, spreading into lines that overlooked the plain below. Cannon were dragged into place with grunts and curses, the crews moving with practiced economy. "Gunners, battery positions, 1-2. Set elevation. Target enemy column." Bryce's command cut through the wind. The Kent army was drawing near, their own banners visible even to the naked eye now. A dense river of men and horses poured across the field, their steel reflecting dawn's cruel glare. The Arden artillery crews worked at furious speed. Ramrods clanged, powder hissed, flintlocks sparked. Fire! 14 mouths of iron roared in unison. The hill leapt beneath their feet as the barrage loosed. Each shot streaked through the morning air with a shriek, scything into the advancing ranks far below. Dust and smoke billowed skyward, drifting like ghosts over the field. Countless men shouted at once, some giving orders, others simply crying out against the sudden thunder. Those who looked up saw death itself arc toward them. The first salvo tore open the vanguard of Kent's infantry. Soldiers were flung aside, as solid iron slammed earth and bone alike. Horses reared, riders thrown, limbs spun through the air in crimson arcs. Smoke wreathed the rising sun. On the ridge, Bryce stood unmoving, cloaks snapping around him in the wind. Maintain aim. Load and fire at will. The Arden cannoneers obeyed, working with machine-like rhythm. Flintlocks clicked, fuses flared, thunder answered. Hold the line, screamed Viscount Gaius Kent, his face white beneath his helm. Any man who breaks formation dies where he stands. Word of his fury spread through the ranks as officers brandished swords to keep their men from scattering. The young general had planned to seize the high ground early, never imagining that the allies would reach it first. Enraged, he had ordered an immediate push to reclaim it. But before his troops were halfway there, the heavens had opened with cannon fire. Each explosion scattered survivors like frightened cattle. The ground itself bucked and tore, hurling bodies aside with merciless force. A grisly scene unfolded. One gunball struck a file of pikemen, bursting in a shower of flesh and dirt. Another bounded twice, shattering shield and skull alike. Men fell screaming, others dropped weapons and fled, trampling wounded comrades. Seeing the carnage, the nearest formations faltered. Fear, the oldest enemy of all, dug its claws into their hearts. Gaius reined his horse hard, spittle flying from his lips. "Stand your ground," he roared, voice cracking. "For House Kent." Forward, but even as his command rang out, another thunderclap split the sky. Again the Arden guns spoke. On the ridge above, smoke rolled like storm clouds. Beneath that curtain of fire, the disciplined silhouettes of Grayman's men stood steady against the light of the burning dawn. And down below, amidst the chaos of the Kent army, discipline crumbled, replaced by the sound of breaking steel and the screams of men who had never yet faced an enemy that struck from miles away. The battle for Bidor had begun, and for the first time in the history of the Northwest Bay, the age of swords and lances met the age of fire and thunder. Chapter 249, The Battle for Bidor, Part 5. Firing line the 14 cannons of Arda's artillery train roared without pause, vomiting smoke and flame until their barrels glowed a dull, angry red. Each blast recoiled through the hillside like the breath of an iron dragon, hurling boiling air and deadly lead across the fields below. When the barrels became too hot to touch, the crews doused them with water that hissed and turned instantly to steam. Below, the Kent army reeled. Their once neat ranks broke apart under the concussion of shellfire. Men stumbled, horses screamed, line after line sagged into chaos. Terrified conscripts fled the noise, despite the screams of their officers. Their panic spread like lightning through dry fields until Viscount Gaius Kent's mounted enforcers, iron-armored knights wielding sabers, rode them down in cold blood. By the time a dozen heads had been taken, order returned. Bloody discipline filled the gap where courage had fled. This cannot go on. Gaius's brow nodded beneath his helm. His skin was slick with sweat. He had warned the army about the enemy's thunder hammers, those rumored weapons of unbearable noise and terror. Yet hearing tales and living through the onslaught were worlds apart. The cannonade didn't simply kill, it shattered will. In truth, casualties were fewer than fear suggested. At that range, the real danger was not death, but the dread of it. The air itself felt murderous. Gaius turned to his foremost captain. "Can our siege crossbows reach them?" The captain hesitated, grim. "My lord, no. We're out of range." Gaius exhaled sharply and spat into the dirt. "Then we advance. I'll not stand idle while they pick us apart." The vast host lurched back into motion, looser now, stretched thin across the plain. Where once there had been gleaming walls of shields, now gaps yawned deliberately open. a feeble attempt to soften the cannon's harvest. On the hill, Earl Price Parker lowered his spyglass and saw the shift. His keen old eyes narrowed. They break formation. Now, before they recover, his aides galloped at once, delivering orders down the line. Almost as one, the entire coalition surged forward at double pace, banners snapping in the wind. Underfoot, the earth shivered as thousands of boots struck in unison. By the time Gaius's men had steadied their course, the Allies had already crested the ridge and begun to entrench their position. The Kent lord cursed under his breath, drawing rein. Too late. Across the upper field, formations expanded like a slowly unfurling net. The Kent army numbered over 8,000. Infantry and archers divided into 4 massive squares, 3 in front and 1 in reserve. 500 cavalry guarded the left wing. The Allied army stood 7,000 strong, mirroring their alignment in shape if not precision, with roughly 400 horsemen stationed opposite. Dust and sunlight blurred their banners until both sides appeared as waves of color rolling against each other. At 400 meters distance, the air vibrated with tension. Earl Parker raised his hat in salute to the watching commanders. "Gentlemen, my thanks," he said, voice roughened by age yet clear. "The outcome lies now in your hands." They bowed from the saddle one last time, touching hearts in silent affirmation before wheeling away to take their posts. On the left, Colonel Bryce Ard and the troops of Arda aligned their muskets with mechanical calm. "By section ready," he called. The metallic click of hundreds of flintlocks answered him like the turning of a single vast machine. Then the war horn blew. "Advance!" From both armies the horns echoed, a cacophony of challenge and resolve. The cavalry met first. Kent's horsemen, though greater in number, had suffered ruinous bombardment. Their attempts to form tight wedges dissolved beneath Arden cannon fire. When they charged, the gaps in their line were glaring, each formation like torn cloth. The coalition riders met them in full gallop, dense, rigid, precise. When the two tides collided, the shock rang across the field like a struck bell. The Kent riders found themselves impaled upon layered ranks of lances. For every one spear they thrust, 3 or 4 answered. Horses stumbled and screamed as their riders tumbled backward, crushed under iron hooves. The initial clash annihilated dozens in heartbeats, but numbers clawed back the difference. Kent cavalry swarmed around the flanks, dragging the coalition horsemen into muddled melee. From above, it was a storm of flashing steel, broken shields, and dust that turned the morning to shadow. Further down the lines, the infantry squares were closing. At 200 meters apart, both armies let out the same primal cry and broke into a hesitant charge. Spears lowered, banners dipped, order collapsing into momentum. The hills swallowed the sound of thousands of voices as the two human tides surged toward one another. Ranks fell apart before contact, militiamen tripping over tangled feet, smashing into comrades. Screams and orders bled together, forming one incoherent roar. Except on the far left. There the soldiers of Arda did not run. They marched, step by measured step, drums beat behind them, setting a pace as ancient and unstoppable as the ticking of time. Behind their steady wall walked Derek Heller's battered infantry, barely 1,000 survivors. They had promised support, but when they saw the Arden banners ahead, moving like a machine of flesh and fire, they chose not to overtake. Better to follow the path carved by steadier hands. The enemy opposite them, the Kent archers, were already loosing volleys, black feathers blotting the sky. Arrows rained upon Arda's front lines. Men grunted, stumbled, and fell, shafts jutting from limbs and armor. Those still standing stepped over them without pause, eyes fixed forward. Behind them, stretcher bearers, villagers Bryce had hired days before for good pay, darted in as soon as the line passed, carrying the wounded to safety. Fear rode their faces, but so did grim resolve. Lives and silver both depended on speed. Watching from behind, the men of Portly felt a strange fire stir in their chests. The despair of their recent defeat melted away, replaced by awe. They had mocked the Arden discipline before, the incessant drums and endless drills. But now, under rain of arrows that seemed to spare them, they understood. The rhythm steadied their breath, drove away panic. Without command, their feet found that same beat. Columns that should have broken apart instead marched on, stumbling, yet unbroken. Among the Kent ranks, the commander of the archers was frowning deeply. They are too close. Why haven't they fired their fire crossbows yet? He had heard reports of those cursed weapons, that at 100 paces they struck as far as any bow and faster than eye could blink. His orders from Gaius Kent had been clear. Drown them in arrows, pin them in place. Never let them lend their power to another front. But the Arden troops showed no sign of retaliation. They merely pressed onward through the killing rain, their weapons silent. 50 more paces, 20 more men down. Still no return volley. The archer commander gritted his teeth, signaling to his sergeants. Again, fire, another storm of arrows shrieked overhead. Then he saw it. As the smoke cleared, sunlight caught on the long, slender blades fixed to the mouths of the metal tubes in their hands. A forest of glinting bayonets, gleaming like ice under firelight. Understanding struck a moment too late. "They're not preparing to shoot," whispered one frightened lieutenant. "They mean to charge. But those weapons, so short, surely they can't." The thought never finished. Bryce's voice rose above the drumbeats, precise and cutting through the smoke. "Company front, halt." The lines froze at 50 paces from the archers. A long, taut silence fell, broken only by the ragged whistle of the next errant arrow. Then came the command that changed everything. "Present arms," a crackling sound of musket locks snapping into place. "Aim low." The enemy's laughter faltered, replaced by growing dread. And finally, Bryce's voice erupted like thunder itself. "Fire." What followed was not combat, it was execution. The deaths that ensued would give this day its grim name among the survivors. The Row of the Firing Line. Chapter 250, The Battle for Bidor, Part 6. The Firing Line, advance by ranks. Alternate volley fire. Prepare. Colonel Bryce Ard's voice cut through the thunder of war like a whip. He rode alongside his soldiers, not behind them, his steed stamping restlessly beneath the wall of smoke. Around him stretched the disciplined lines of the Arden infantry, 1,000 men, 3 ranks deep, standing shoulder to shoulder under a storm of arrows and grit. Other allied captains had chosen to fight within their ranks as well, not from heroism, but from necessity. Without their watchful eyes, their poorly trained conscripts would scatter like sand before the tide. "First rank, take aim," Bryce shouted, raising his sword. The front line lifted their muskets in perfect unison, barrels glinting coldly beneath the morning sun. At 50 paces, they could see every line, every wrinkle in the enemy's faces. The sweat on the nearest Kent soldiers, the twitch of fear around their eyes. Bryce brought his sword down in a single decisive arc. Fire, the world exploded. From the Kent army's vantage, the Arden line dissolved into smoke and flame. A savage crack tore through the air, followed by the hiss of hundreds of invisible darts, the lead bullets screaming as they ripped through the wind. For the Kent spearmen standing before their archers, the sound was followed by agony. Men fell by the dozen, pierced through armor and bone, their bodies thrown backward as if struck by unseen hammers. Those slower to die writhed in the dust, crimson streaming through their fingers. The spearmen had assumed they could block the incoming volley like arrows, raising their long pikes to swat the projectiles from mid-air. But what met them was no arrow. The storm of metal ignored their feeble defenses, cutting down life and courage alike. The front rank collapsed almost as one. Only a handful remained upright long enough to stare dumbly at their comrades' cooling corpses before another bullet silenced them too. Smoke drifted low across the field, filling nostrils and lungs with acrid bitterness. The moans of the dying spread in waves down the enemy's flank. "Loose! Loose the arrows now!" The Kent captains bellowed, faces flushed with panic. "Press them! Keep firing!" A ragged volley of arrows hissed upward. Yet even as they fell, the Arden soldiers moved with clockwork calm. The front line knelt to reload. The second and third stepped forward through the veil of smoke, bayonets gleaming like fangs. "Second rank, aim! Fire!" Bryce's order thundered down the line. The second volley tore another gap into the Kent formation. The few archers who hadn't yet fled loosed blindly into the haze. One arrow thudded harmlessly into Bryce's saddle, another snapped against a helmet, but the rest fell short, spent. Bodies clogged the dirt between them, and the stench of blood mingled with burnt powder. Now fear consumed the enemy's ranks. Arrows faltered, bows trembled in sweaty hands. The archers stared in disbelief. their traditional curve shots useless against this flat, linear storm of death. And still, the Arden muskets fired. By the fourth exchange of volleys, the Kent right flank had become a graveyard. The screams of the wounded gave way to silence, broken only by the churning march of boots and the rhythmic clicks of flintlocks resetting. Bryce lifted his sword. The men braced again. Concentrate fire, full volley. The command rolled down the line. 3 ranks prepared as one. The front soldiers dropped to one knee. The second leaned forward above them, and the third aimed between their comrades' shoulders, all barrels leveled dead ahead. Fire, the combined blast shook the battlefield. Every other clash, every cry of sword and spear, fell silent for an instant, drowned beneath that rolling thunder. Even the horses of the distant cavalry startled, dragging at their reins. Dust billowed skyward in a single vast plume that blotted the sun. When the haze cleared, nothing moved before the Arden line save a sea of fallen men. To the right, across the wider battlefield, ears rang from the echo. Commanders from both sides stared toward the column of rising smoke in disbelief. "What in God's name?" a Kent officer began, before a musket ball flying beyond target range struck him clean through the chest. Among the enemy archers, panic turned instantly to madness. One man stared in horror as his comrade's skull burst apart like a Ember, showering him in blood and bone. By the father above, he screamed, turned, and ran. His terror broke what remained of their will. The cry spread like wildfire as others followed, casting aside bows in a frantic rush to escape the unseen reaper raining death from the hill. "Retreat!" they shrieked. "Run!" The disciplined withdrawal unraveled into chaos. Lines crumbled. Men tripped over corpses and each other in their desperation to flee. Bryce saw it happen, and the gleam in his eyes turned hard. He unsheathed his sword and swung it forward. "Fix bayonets," he barked. "Advance, charge." The crisp metallic clicks of steel meeting steel followed as 1,000 blades locked into place. Then the voice of his troops rolled across the plain, a single word, shouted with feral unity: "Charge!" The Arden infantry erupted through the thinning smoke, sprinting downhill at full tilt. The ground quivered beneath their boots. Sunlight flashed against their bayonets like lightning striking in rhythm. Ahead of them, the Kent archers, leaderless, weaponless, broken, barely had time to turn before death was among them. A few still had the madness to stand their ground, knives drawn, faces twisted with despair. Sergeant Makarov caught one such man, thrusting his bayonet clean between the shoulder blades. The impact was swift and brutal. Nearby, Private Joss found himself face to face with another desperate archer. The enemy lunged clumsily, dagger swinging wide. Joss sidestepped on instinct, hearing his sergeant's voice in his head guiding every move. He parried with the butt of his musket, shoved the man off balance, and drove his bayonet upward into the soft space beneath the ribcage, exactly as drilled. The man gasped once. Then there was silence. No hesitation. No pity. Only survival. Yet deep within, Joss felt something shift, a cold weight settling into his stomach. There'd been no time for thought, only reflex. But later, when the noise faded, the memory of that thrust would return again and again, lodging like a splinter behind his eyes. Further down the line, confronted by the Arden charge, those few Kents who tried to fight realized the futility of resistance. One dropped his weapon and fell to his knees, hands shaking. "Mercy," he cried. "We surrender." His plea spread faster than panic. Soon whole clusters of archers threw aside their knives, hands raised, voices cracking in terror. All along the right flank, men knelt amid the bodies of their comrades, trembling, praying the thunder would cease. Smoke drifted over the field as the firing stopped at last. The air tasted of sulfur and iron. Colonel Bryce reined his horse before the line, surveying the ruin below. The shattered bodies, the torn banners, the hundreds surrendering to the mercy of Arda's bayonets. "Textbook," murmured Major Joyce, trotting up beside him, admiration softening his rough tone. A firing line victory beyond any manual. Bryce's face remained hard, unreadable. "No manual ever accounted for this," he said quietly. His eyes swept once more over the broken enemy, the black smoke curling upward like the souls of the fallen. Then he turned his horse, raising his sword toward the rest of the battlefield where chaos still raged. "Left wing secure," he called. Signal the advance. The thunder of Arda moves east. And so it did, toward the heart of the Kent army, leaving behind the field that history would name the Firing Line Massacre.